Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Smite 2 APAC Founder Series Open Bracket Week 1. I'm joined today on the desk by Devane. Wave hello.
Hello. Hi.
We are going to be covering multiple games during the early matches, semi-finals, and finals of this week's bracket. Remember that there are 5 weeks of the open bracket, and placements in these tournaments will do the seeding for the finals playoff series at the end of the tournament. So we've got some not do or die matches today, but some important matches. I am pretty excited. Are you excited too?
I can't wait to see what this round of tournament is going to give us. It's like the most serious tournament we've had in a really long time, so I cannot wait.
Yeah. Absolutely, this is absolutely the most serious tournament we've had in a while, and there's lots of hunger, lots of ambition coming out from the OCE scene, which is really good to see. Lots of names from the past, some names, some new names as well. So that's really good to see for our scene. And I believe we are getting ready to jump into picks and bans for our first game, which is the Trialed versus Goblin shortly. But I'm really interested, Devane, to see what's going to be the starts is what I'd like to focus on. There's where are we invading? Where's the jungle starting? I know that there's been some proxy starts that Sharks highlighted on his YouTube. So I'm very interested to see how these teams are choosing to start their games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting people to be a bit experimental as well. Like, there's no
Hmm.
real kind of set meta. Like, people are
Yeah.
going to be trying things out as this new game.
Hmm.
Uh, so we got Loki
Hmm.
banned from the trial and Ares on
The
Goblin
Loki ban
side.
a bit interesting to me. I wouldn't have said that top tier band, but maybe they know something I don't. And Ares maybe looking for a specific counter matchup as the Fenrir is locked in now. With that Ares ban, you're kind of asking for a Fenrir first pick.
Yeah, I wonder if they banned the Loki because they knew they were going to get a Fenrir.
Hmm.
So they just didn't want the Loki for the other enemy team because Loki is a pretty strong jungler.
Maybe they were hoping for a handshake, Susano, Fenrir. Or if you ban Fenrir, you take Susano by itself, just taking away
Yeah,
that jungle pool, squeezing a little bit. Armor, and I'm assuming this Odin is going to get locked in. It is
Odin.
very, very strong top two, some high prio gods. Those can really go anywhere. Jungle, support, solo for any of them. Maybe a mid Odin if you're really feeling spicy.
Yeah, a lot of team play potential on the
Hmm.
Goblin side because you have the Odin cage and then big Amaterasu ult.
Yeah, kind of the same thing that we saw at the earlier patches with the Ares and Odin combo, where you can only go beads or shell. Shell obviously
Yeah,
getting a buff in the recent patch, so not feeling too bad to go that shell in the on multiple people, especially on carries. And Neath Barkus, I think Barkus hasn't been nerfed enough. Neath still top tier in the mid lane. That global pressure that it
yeah.
is able to output. And with Nuwa not being able to be played, having a global ban, there's really nothing to match that global pressure still.
Yeah, I mean, there's still Athena up for grabs, but she's probably not as
Mm,
strong in comparison to Barkis, but that's really the only answer to a need,
mm.
potentially.
And with that armor and Odin locked in now, I'm assuming that there could still be an Athena locked slot in there actually, as Jingwei Hikade picked. So we've got that Hikade is normally the answer to Neath. Still a very strong team fighting god, lots of control with the CC from the one and the ultimate. And Jingwei just seems to be still a very, very high prior ADC. Lots of
Yeah,
scaling.
very strong in the late game as well.
Mm,
Whereas conversely, Sol probably stronger in the starting game. Um,
yeah, with the heat passive,
yeah,
absolutely, I would agree. As the last pick looks like it's going to be a
Mordred.
Mordred. So I'm assuming, I mean, it could be Fenrir and Mordred could go either way. Could actually be Fenrir support, Barca solo. I've seen a bit of Barca solo from the EU and NA as waiting on this last pick to round out the Goblin draft. That is going to be Amir. So still up in the air for a lot of these picks. With the new build paths and intelligence and strength scaling from items, they can really go anywhere. Amir can output loads of damage from the solo lane. Odin could be support. Same with the Fenrir and and the Mordred. That's right, I couldn't see Mordred and Barkus. So, having a look at this event, how do you feel about these comps? Whose comp do you prefer?
Um, honestly, I feel like Goblin has more like team fight potential
Mm,
as opposed to
they have a lot
Trial.
of frontline.
Yeah, they have a lot more frontline. But I feel like it might veer more towards a late game. Whereas maybe Trialed might have an easier left like early game.
Yeah, that Neath pick potential as well with the Fenrir ults, really early, like really easy beads burn as well on the trial. So we'll have to see if they've got the team synergy to make this comp work, as we are getting into game one. So I'm going to pass the cast over to myself and Nuxel. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello. First game of APAC. My name's Nuxel, by the way. Hello, everyone. And yeah, here with Jay Better for the first cast of the game. I'm really
I'm excited.
excited.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, 100%. We were watching some of the games earlier in the week that we didn't stream. It's really interesting. I've seen the Odin and Armor matchup quite a few times already, so it's interesting to see the consistency there. It seems like there's a bit of synergies coming in on Smite 2 already with how early that the teams have been able to play
Mm.
on it, and the different patches that have been coming out. But yeah, how you feeling? Are you excited?
I am excited. Now let's have a look at these team comps, because I did mention with Devane that a lot of these frontliners can go anywhere. So we've got Armor Jungle, we've got Odin's solo, and Amir support on the Goblins. Over on the other side, we've got
Mm.
Fenrir jungle, Mordred solo, Barker support. On the side of the trial, it's pretty standard. Nothing too crazy. They had potential to go a bit crazy, but ended up deciding not to. And a triple Sunder pickup on both teams. This is
Just
going to
was
get
about to say
spicy.
that. Yeah, yeah,
Only one
absolutely.
beads as well on anybody.
Yeah, yeah, which is
Lots of
crazy with the amount of
shells.
CC that's in these games. Yeah, we see 3 shells coming out, but yeah, it just goes to show how important these objective secures and buff stealing capabilities these Sunders can really come in clutch with. It's kind
Mm,
of we're seeing it standard on a lot of these supports, but
yeah.
now falling into the jungler's hands, and it looks like both solo laners as well. So maybe
Mm.
it's a little bit of getting their own or stealing other buffs, but as well as when come late game and mid game even, we'll see where the 50-50 lies
Yeah,
if
no
it
secure
comes to
mage,
that.
no traditional secure mage in the game right now. So those Sunders are going to be an interesting 50-50 coin flip. Emil
Yeah.
looking for a bit, but
They're just smacking each other. Furin's coming to come in and just say, nah, bugger off. This is
yeah,
our purple buff. You're not mucking around with us. But Jed9 is not having it. He's coming back.
he
He's
wants the he
wanting.
wants the steal.
Yeah, he's got the
Across the
Sunder
board, we
there.
do see some different starts over here. Armor starting on speed side as they invade is successful, I think.
Yeah, it looks like there's no purple buff picked up on the trial side. So it looks like Jed9 coming in clutch there. We've got some like super big names here. I'm really keen to watch this game.
Yeah.
First freeze coming out onto the Barcus. Now he's just going to walk back and stabilize the lane again. I'm really keen to see how this Hecate plays. I think
Mm,
it's, it's a new champ. Can be super flashy with, the ult and some plays that
yeah, yeah.
myself and I'm sure a lot of the community aren't completely used to in a professional setting. And Furin coming out and taking a lot of damage already.
Ooh,
Barcus burping on that Jing Wei just to get it off his soul. And
no more
again,
pods
falling
left on
back.
Furin. So this next all in is that's gonna be a permanent health. I mean, Sol does have a heal, but not gonna be healing for too much. Across the board, pretty default, pretty nothing too crazy going on.
Yep,
Oracle's
Goblin's
being
able to,
secured.
yeah, able to secure that mid bus, which, can definitely steamroll into a
Fenrir
lot more.
looking
But,
for a gank here behind could be
oh,
could
good
be good.
freeze. Yeah, Barker's bumping on the Amir. Okay, we've got a kill coming on here. First blood coming out to the
Well, that's
oh,
huge.
yeah, that's amazing. And they're trying to nah. Jingwei is just going to be falling back. She's fine. She's plenty safe herself, but getting that first blood onto the soul is massive. Getting her ahead as possible is
Mm,
really, really good for the side of Trials, and just being able to snowball that. Swifty's fine. He's got his backflip going
yeah,
back
pretty
under
safe in
tower.
mid. And Devane did highlight on the desk that the Soul with the heat passive is a lot more of an early game threat than this Jingwei. Now Jingwei not being shut down, but Soul getting off to an early start, gonna feel pretty good in that lane, especially now that Barkus is able to roam around, feel free to engage a bit harder after Soul backs for the item. Just a bit of hitting in solo, nothing too crazy going on.
Yeah, absolutely. But still exciting, you know, new characters. Not seen much, especially with this new series with APAC. But Osprey taking a lot of damage here. He's having to fall back, but he's got his wave. He's chilling.
Mordred got a lot of sustain in the early game.
Absolutely. We'll be seeing this a lot with Soul in their own lane where all of the twos pop at the same time as soon as we cut back. So if you see that, don't be too alarmed.
Just a visual spectator bug.
Just a spectator bug, that's right. But you can see how much this pressure can just come into this. The duo side of Goblins having to play back a little bit more, and they've got pressure on their wave. Not too much happening from it. You know, they've sort of traded their mids to each other, and they're just kind of stabilizing. Not a lot happening.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised to see this. Like, while Goblins might have the better, you know, team fight late game, I still think that both teams are pretty happy to take this game later on. You know, Soul and Neith.
Good wall.
That's an immediate wall.
Looks like they're just going to back off, but a good burp and a flop hitting both of them, but the Jingwei has her leap from the knock-up. Bad matchup for the Barkus there. Jingwei's very, very safe unless he gets just an amazing burp
pressure does equate to a purple buff invade.
Ooh,
not able to see
Osprey killing Yotruck.
Yeah, very nice. I'm going to say solo kill.
On the proxy there as well. That's really good for Osme. Able to push that out, and Yotruck's just going to be losing a lot of gold.
That purple buff invade was successful, as Barkus does have that purple ring around him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not too much fighting going on after here. Any relics burned? Doesn't look like... Oh, it looks like Barkus sundered away. Unfortunately, we cannot see the Chaos side relics, as that is also a spectator bug. But I'm assuming that nothing used over on the Jingwei, as it's just a shell and she's still full health. So
Furin being able to get
a bit of invading plays on the side of the map. Trialed, you know, playing strong side on duo side. The Goblins playing strong side on solo side. Pretty standard stuff across the board. Some cross mapping. Nothing too crazy, but this Gold Fury Nuxel is about to spawn. So do you think with this triple Sunder setup that we could see an early Gold Fury pull?
Well, we're seeing a lot of aggression into the duo side. Fenrir is going to have to come around on that Gold Fury spawn, but Bacchus is maybe looking at wanting to back here, but so I don't think maybe anything's happening too much. They're just waiting for their turn. Osme doing a lot of damage to Yotruck here. That was an amazing trade for him. Able to get pressure on the wave and push that in. Good wall from Jed9. Furin coming in, having to use his ult, and he's just getting ran down here. Shell coming out as well. He's safe, but had to use a lot for that. Does not look like
Shell as well.
Yeah, it does not look like the Gold Fury is going too well without their ADC, but they're staying around it. They do not want to give it to the Goblins, and they're actually starting it now. Swifty here hitting it. It's going to be most of their damage.
While push.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Hokage base, rotate it over. Just want, you know, having a look to see what's going on, but nothing waiting over there.
Out from Fenrir onto Half Guy, being able to chase him under tower, but Half Guy's wanting to take the fight back. He's ulting onto Swifty, but not going to be able to get anything there because Neith has her backflip.
Had to ult there. Half Guy, unfortunate, but you know, good force from Neith.
Yeah,
seems to be a very on a knife's edge this game. It feels like, you know, the next team fight, if either team commits to a full fight, it's going to be broken open. Lots of team fight potential, as Devane did highlight on the desk. So, but both teams looking cautious, I will say.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like they have to be. There's a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot on the line here compared to a lot of the previous OCE tournaments and stuff like that. So I think everyone's trying to be as locked in as possible. You know, these names on either side of the team are no names to laugh at. Exactly. So maybe a bit of nerves coming out. You know, no one wants to commit to anything quite yet. But yeah,
these are still relatively new teams as well. So, you know, only a few weeks in the making. So, you know, if they're not, you know, too ready to jump on each other's calls or whatever, I'm sure that'll, you know, iron out in the upcoming weeks. But yeah, definitely, like I said on the desk, these games aren't, you know, do or die, but the seeding is important, and these are best of one. So if you lose a game like this, you are out for that week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Golf being
looked at. It's a 4v2 at the moment on the side of the trial, and they're just jumping onto Samir. He's got his CC immunity out, and it looks like it's just going to be a kill over for the trial. Salt all coming out onto the Jingwei, and she's just going to get away. And that's a Gold Fury for trial. Amazing start there for them. really getting out the lead, and you know, Soul getting as much of that as possible as well. Look how big that one comes out from the Soul now compared to old Smite, if a lot of you remember. Something very different to what a lot of people remember, but they're able to get the final boss as well, to just push out that as much as possible. And we're seeing just under a 2k gold lead now for the Triad. Let's see if we can snowball that into something else possibly.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a communication misplay there on the side of Goblins, as Armor, Hecate, and Odin were all playing towards the solo side of the map, towards right side, and Odin and Jingwei were stepping up to contest gold. Wasn't even just a vision check; they were fighting. So I don't mind the give if the play is to fully give the Gold Fury, even if you're sacking a Mir for just confirmation that the bit of damage on the Barkus, but nothing's going to happen
Nothing too
over
crazy
here.
happening here. Disapparate coming out from the Soul, but yeah, I agree with you. I think the play there was to, you know, wait for your team to group up, because you do not want to be taking a 2v4. Barkus getting a lot aggressive here, going onto the Jingwei. Stun coming out from the burp.
Armor on the side as well.
And we got Thegoris coming out for the gank, and they're just going to pick up the Amir, take him back, and Amir's still alive. He's ulting, and we got the half guy coming in to clutch this up. Let's see where this goes. But Barkus Burp coming out and getting the secured kill onto the Jed 9. And we're seeing Solo coming out onto the Jingwei. Neathol coming out as well. Lots of CC, lots of damage, but it looks like Barkus is going to be falling on the side of Goblins to be securing out that kill. So 2 supports down.
After all that.
After all that. Some flashy stuff, lots of ults coming out, but
Yeah, lots of ults.
not much coming out of it. But Mordredot coming out, drifting by him. He's coming back around so he can get his CS. And then they're going to fight over the Warhorn here.
Goris crucially getting out there on 1 health. Could have been a continued fight and a 2-for-1. Feeling pretty good after, you know, taking out the jungler there if you managed to, but he didn't die. So just a 1-for-1 support trade. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, lots of ults used. But I can't say the same for Chaos, but Order has all of their relics up, so they're still feeling pretty good.
Ooh,
Triple
good Barkus
Sun
Ball
does,
coming
double
out
shell
and
up.
just leaping over under tower.
Ooh,
Osme
nice
getting the
one,
solo
mate.
onto Yotruck. Thegoris is coming to try and trade him. Let's see, Osme waiting for his leap cooldown, and Thegoris is just going to drop that because he knows he won't be able to kill Osme there. And Half Guy coming in. Maybe they can do something here. He's in the bush.
Oh, bush bait.
What's going to be happening here? Using his
Osme
leap.
backing in his face.
Yeah.
was that
Disrespect
reset.
coming out. But not much is happening there. They're just toying with each other a little bit, wasting each other's times. Just waiting. We're going to be seeing Pyromancer coming up next.
I'm very interested to see how these 2 ADCs differ in their build paths, as I'm not too familiar with the ADC like tier 2 items, but I can see that they are going different items after Dev's Gauntlets. So I know that, you know, crit's not as good as it was before last patch, but Jingwei does really want to go crit, as a Soul Auto's just chunking right now in this mid game.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just doing buttloads of damage. Yeah, interesting to be seeing like the differed builds, you know, being able to build physical onto the Soul and get those attack speed items that are just quite nice compared to, you know, the rings that we used to see.
I believe that's Dagger of Frenzy on Soul. That's a huge item. I have heard only good things about that item. Apparently it is very, very OP.
Very close to being stacked on a Dev Gauntlet. Barkus Burp coming out and he's just getting frozen. Mir getting a bit of chip damage, but not much happening there in the mid lane.
Love the supports just hitting each other. Just, you know, just a
Why not?
casual handshake.
Little love kisses, you know, just to say hi. Make sure that they're still aware of
Mutual
each other's
agreement.
presence. That, you know, you need that sometimes. Purple buff being able to get secured from Furin. Not much happening that we're seeing from these, you know, triple Sunders. I would have been
Ooh,
thinking
that
that we'd see...
Pyromancer being focused down right now by Goblins. This is a
It looks
really
like.
good pull.
Yeah.
Gold Fury might be getting traded. So just a cross map of objectives. I really like this. Good macro play.
Yep, absolutely.
Not too exciting, but the correct play in my opinion. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which is more valuable. The Gold Fury buff, you know, they do have 2 Gold Furies on their side now, which is going to give them that extra buff.
Ooh,
Mordredot
Mordredot coming out,
away.
but just the CC immunity coming out, and she's going back under tower. But yeah, I think it was a good reaction just to go straight to Gold Fury and secure that while they knew they were on Pyromancer, and they were nowhere near grouped up enough for that. Luckily they had that reaction. Ooh, Fenrir Leap coming in, grabbing the Hecate. She's got no beads, and she's going to be ulting out of there, but it doesn't matter. Thegoris getting that kill, and Neathol coming out onto the Jingwei and getting the kill there from Neath. That's really good for her.
Really
You know,
good team.
double
fight there.
ADC, we're seeing it so common, and if they can get ahead, they're just going to be carrying the game away from the other team. So that
That
is amazing
Mordred
there.
forces Jingwei ult and Hokage beads like 10 seconds prior, and then
Yeah.
as soon as they're ready, they regroup up, push a wave under, and then they dive. Fenrir ult onto the Hokage who doesn't have beads, then a Neath ult following up onto the Jingwei for a second re-engage. Beautiful team fight from the Trial. Really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the communication that the Trial need, you know. Goblin's hopefully going to be picking it up a little bit then compared to the last, the first Gold Fury there. But Half Guy is coming in behind this, behind Swifty here. Neath not being able to jump over the wall. Matarazu coming out. Lots of damage coming in. It looks like it's getting turned onto Goblins. Everyone's dying. Double kill onto Thegoris, and Barkers is getting frozen. It looks like he's going to be focused out, but Sol's coming in and getting her ult down. And absolutely demolished. Osme coming in, hopefully to getting up some cleanup kills. Furin might be able to just auto him away, but he's just going to leap away. Wow. It was a 5v5 and 2 people are left, 1 on each side. Furin's going to be able to push it down a little bit.
8 people are dead. That was beautiful. Furin pulling up later in the fight, absolutely clutching it for his team. A double kill, almost a triple kill. This Soul is a problem, and I don't think that Goblins have the necessary tools to deal with this this Soul at the moment. Odin Cage can be big, but was used too early in the fight. Well, not too early. A good time, but Soul rotating in later caught them off guard. With the double shell as well, this Soul is super hard to kill.
Absolutely, we're starting to see the flashiness and the weirdness of the new champion Hecate being able to, you know, teleport people around and do buttloads of damage. But you know, where did that just come from? Why are they over there now? We're just seeing absolute confusion coming from the Trial side, and you know, maybe that was the difference maker there for that team.
Furin walled off.
This operator way, he should be fine here. Slow immunity and is getting back under tower. But Fire Giant time is coming up. I wonder if we'll be seeing it looked at quite early on, or if they're just going to be staying, farming, waiting. And,
yeah, remember there is triple Sunder, so starting Fire right now with no secure is risky because you are up. Or ult cancelled. Engage onto Neath.
A little bit here. Nah, she's got to leap. She's fine. But yeah.
Pulling Fire right now, you might be flipping it, and if they secure it, the gold's not that far away enough that losing Fire is fine. Losing Fire puts the game back to even and you know, puts Goblins into the driver's seat. Sorry.
Absolutely. Oh, good wall coming out from Jed 9. Absolutely. Unfortunately, missing the freeze there, but good armor ult and Hecate dropping down her meteor. Unfortunately, not much happening, but they have the tempo now to walk towards the Fire Giant.
Yeah,
but it looks like the Trial is collapsing onto them.
This is pretty risky. Jingwei is still in duo line, and there are 3 currently as Mordred is basing. The base from Odin as well, pushing out maybe a tempo reset. Looking at the Fire side, but they're deciding it's not worth it. Pyromancer has spawned, and Gold Fury is also spawning, so maybe another...
Swapped her back as well. She's starting to push that that side tower by herself.
This is risky.
She's a little bit scared, but Gold Fury is being looked at from the side of the Trial, and Jingwei is just going to get out of dodge. This is going to be a 4v5 right now.
They don't actually know where Jingwei is right now, so she could be sitting behind them, and she's based. This would be a good time to pick up the Gold Fury.
She gets that super fast as well with her passive, so she's going to be grouped up with them super soon. They're just toying with it. They keep leashing. See what happens. Osme going in there. And he's just going to try to get away, but he's getting rooted twice in a row. Fenrir coming out and killing Half Guy. That's the pick that they need. And that's the Hecate getting teleported straight onto the team of Goblins, but taking lots of damage. And Osme getting a kill, getting turned on. And Furin being able to secure the kill on the Jed 9. That looks like it's coming in favors of the Trial now. Getting... Oh, that's so close over the Furin being able to clutch it out and save Thegoris' life, and the Trial is able to get the health disparity and win that fight, and it looks like they'll be looking at Gold Fury and just continuing their lead along. What do you think was the difference maker there?
I would love to be able to watch that fight back because there's just so much going on. I think that the Hecate ult was huge. Pulled in 2. There seemed to be maybe a bit of a, you know, miscommunication. They didn't die as fast as I thought they would, the 2 that got pulled in, but Furin stays alive, untouched. Well, not untouched, he was 1 HP, but he didn't die. He was able to hit the entire fight. Maybe a target prior onto Furin, but
yeah.
If this is right, both carries have shell still, so maybe they weren't at all in danger.
Yeah, yeah, possibly. And maybe it's the thought now that they have Feared Shell and he's 6-0. Is he just going to walk straight up to Fire Giant and start a fight there? But on the other side of things, there's a massive shutdown on him. He's got to be play careful, because 5k gold lead is massive for them, but it's still not unwinnable from the side of Goblins.
Environment's being looked at by the trial. I would hate to be Amir right now in this game with this game state. You wall, you freeze, and then it's just perma CC double ADC to death in 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So many roots, silence, just CC's out the wazoo. But yeah, like I was saying before, it looks like they're going to be looking at Fire Giant. Soul's Fire onto the Fire Giant. Who's going to win? Well, MD getting this kill down with the Sunder and the teleport coming in. And it looks like they're in his backline. The Gorosol coming out onto the Osmay, and it looks like they'll be securing that kill now and walking up, hopefully to get that mid tower. But Jingwei pushing down left side. Don't know if it's going to be worth it for them unless they're able to push out all the way to the Genie. We'll see how that goes. And they'll just be pushing out mid tower here.
I do really like the Jingwei split push, to be honest. I think that maybe either committing to the split push and not showing up for fire, which is risky, or grouping fully as 5 to fight this fire, which is also scary. I'm not sure. It's a hard decision to make. It doesn't feel like either one's winning. But the split call is definitely not the right choice.
The unfortunate thing from the side of Trial is they had Osmay there get picked off, so Thegoris was able to back and show face there on the left bot tower, and Jingwei had to leave, because it doesn't matter. It ends up being
good cover.
an outnumbered fight regardless from the side of the Trial. It's going to be a 4v3 or it's going to be a 5v3, and they're just looking to get as much tower push as possible. They're not there.
This next Gold Fury is an Ancient Fury, and for those who are tuning in who have not seen any Smite, I don't think there's many, but just in case, Ancient Fury, the fourth Gold Fury will disable every tower against the team who lost it. So if the Trial were to secure this next Gold Fury, all of the Goblins' towers would be turned off for a certain amount of time. A very, very OP off as push bait.
Oh, good freeze. Unfortunately missing Yo-Truck there, but it looks like there's not going to be too much happening. The bush baits.
Nice try. I do like them.
Another thing coming with Smite too that, Fenrir coming out. Who's he got? He had half guy there, the Amaterasu, but the dash is just too long and he is safe. It looks like they're just going to be falling back, but they really, really don't want to be giving this Ancient Fury over to the side of the Trial. It's going to spell chaos for them. But luckily, they've still got 2 towers in the solo lane.
Yeah, nice.
Being able to really, really clutch out there and keep that as live as much as possible.
Performance this game, I think, from Osmay. It looks like they're moving all of their tempo to the mid solo side. They're giving duo tier 2 and trying to trade a mid tier 1. This is super risky. Boris has been taught though.
Putting under the tower aggro. She's lost her ult, but they're able to secure out this mid tier.
Oh, this is rough. I think a really big misplay here from the Goblins. I think the game was still not too bad. Are they going to lose
to the end? Yeah, the Ghost is just going to keep them there, and they're just going to finish the game. 12,000 health on this Titan here left. They're just half guy's trying to distract them for as long as possible. Hopefully he can, but Osmay coming back in. 2,000 health left on the Titan, and it looks like the Trial will be your game 1 winners of APAC. Absolutely crazy. Unfortunate for the side of Goblins. They just were caught out and just kept getting their back stopped. They couldn't do anything about that. They really couldn't. So the Trial just kept pushing. They just said, okay, I'll keep going.
A really good capitalization from the Trial there. Seeing the tempo move from Gold Fury duo side down to mid and solo side, trying to trade these towers, they just say, why don't we just group as 4? Gorus, go die. Go stall as long as you can, and we'll just end. And it pays off perfectly.
Yeah. You want to take that chance. They can. They're ahead. They're not going to be missing out on too much. They've got Ancient Fury. They're fine to push as much as they want. It's Goblins that have to be careful. They can't be taking those risks when there's these objectives that have been secured in the game. They need to be playing for that team fight and just and just hoping they can outplay them, or using as many as they of the wins that they can take to clutch out that game, but really wasn't able to clutch out there, unfortunately. So the
Well,
Trial
ladies
is
and
your
gentlemen,
game one winners.
good job to the trial moving further along in the bracket. We will see them again, hopefully. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back. It is Jay Better on the desk, joined again by Devane. And we had a pretty interesting game there, Devane. Walk me through what we just
Yes,
saw.
I agree. Well, it was looking pretty even most of the game.
Mm,
But then we saw that the Soul getting ahead by a fair bit. I saw like I think she was like 6-0, eight and
yeah.
0, pretty much unstoppable. They couldn't shut her down.
Mm,
And then we definitely saw the Order side because they had two ADCs. They were able to take down the objectives pretty quickly, the
mm.
towers down pretty quickly. Yeah, it was interesting game.
Yeah, I think super close towards the mid game. Pretty slow game. Started snowballing and then just kind of felt unstoppable.
Yeah, it really you saw that, the chaos side, they really wanted to trade
Mm,
objectives, like they're trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
get whatever they could, like they're like maybe a tower here and there. But it was just not enough to stop the snowball.
All right, well, if I have a look at my watch here, it looks like it's time for picks and bans for our next game. We have Fish up against the Smite Ruse. Now,
Yes.
this is, if I have a quick look at the names, we've got some good names across the board again. We're seeing Weave and Frenzy, who have been our Daisuke's, like just champions multiple weeks in a row, playing super well. And I think that Fish is, looking at the names, going to be a top team contention for the entire APAC. I just need just really solid roster across the board. Is it
Yeah,
a
I
flex
mean, I'm
carry?
really hoping that Yada's trial period, he made the best selection for himself.
That was funny.
Yeah,
Looking at our bands here, we've got an Ares band similar to last game, but a Shark band as well coming through. Pretty interesting.
that is
Um,
interesting.
not
Don't know if it's
sure.
a target ban or if
Yeah, it could
they
be a target band,
just don't want to deal with the shark.
but
Odin pick for
Odin
fish.
coming through. We did see Odin in the last series from Osme. Unfortunately, lost that game, but looked super good on it. I think that Odin is really strong in solo, like almost unmatched. The
Yeah,
other really good solo laner or flex
Amaterasu.
potential, yeah, from Armor. So it could
Yeah,
go lots of places, same as the Odin.
yeah. One could say there's a lot of good solo options.
Mm,
Fenrir from the Smiteroos,
mm.
which is another really great jungle pick. Um,
Yeah, I'm assuming this is going to lock Armor into either solo or support, probably solo.
yeah,
But Bark is being picked up here
for
again.
support.
Could go solo, could go support. I'm assuming it's going to be Odin solo, Barker support, but still has the flex potential. And Mordred picked up too, so we've got a flex here. These three could go anywhere,
Yeah,
and they're locking in their front line early. Want to get some information on the carries before they lock them in. The carries on the other side. Cernanos locked in.
interesting.
Yeah, this could go mid or duo. I've seen crit build. I've seen the intelligence build as well, depending on however you want to play. I'm not too sure which one's better. Haven't really seen a lot of it.
Yeah,
Soul
well,
locked in as
seeing the
well.
soul pick, and I do usually see soul ADC, so it might be a Sononos mid.
Hmm. I think pretty good with Fenrir and Armor. Lots of CC potential setup for the Cernanos ult. 2 Bramble Blast doing majority of the damage. Order's not going to be doing too much. And the Neath, again, we just saw Neath, pretty strong. Very versatile mid laner. Very safe with the backflip. Can get over a lot of walls now, which is really nice for her. Good quality of life change. And the Hakade locked in, so taking away another huge team fighter. Cernanos already being locked in, so not taking away from the other team, but locking in a very strong team fight team. As there, we might be looking at Neath ADC here.
Uh, yeah, potentially considering they have Hecate. Don't
Hmm.
often see Neath ADC. Smiteroos, don't know if they have a support yet, if that's what they're looking for. Okay, so
Yeah,
we've got a
Weave.
Ymir.
I'm
Yep.
assuming this is going to be Weave's and me. He's been playing it a lot in Daisuke's, and he's been looking really good on it.
Yeah, I'm expecting some really good freezes, really good walls. Just trying to lock down those carries as fast as they can. And it would be possible with the soul.
Hmm. Now we do have a double ADC on one side, which we did see win the game last game. So point of note, a lot of setup for this double ADC, but I do really like the dive from Fish, as it looks like it's going to be pretty easy to get onto this CERN. He's going to most likely have to go beads this game, or some form of defensive relic. You know, I don't think a shell is appropriate here. If he goes shell against Odin, I think he's just permanently dead.
Yeah, you might see a couple of phantoms and spideries as well because of the Odin. So
Yeah. All
yeah.
right. Well, what do you think? Just looking at picks and bans, whose comp do you prefer?
Well, I made the wrong pick last game, I think. But you know, I feel like again, the one I always think the one with the Odin has a better team play potential, and you do have Hecate as well, which is really big ults, can really change up those team fights. And yeah, but then you do have two ADCs on Smitearoos, and you know they do have good objective potential there. So
All right. Well,
I mean,
ladies
I
and
don't.
gentlemen, we are ready to jump into our second game of the APAC Founder Series, throwing it over to Nuxul and Osme on the cast.
Hello again. Jumping straight into it. How you feeling, Osme?
Good. Unfortunately, couldn't get the win in that last game, but I'm very interested to see how this game goes here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Hecate again. So, but Hecate paired up with the Odin this time. So, interesting to see whether there'll be some like teleporty ult combos, or if we'll get like an Odin cage and then Hecate will teleport them in the Odin cage. I'm talking crazy, but who knows what's going to happen. I'm excited though. But it looks like on the side of Smitearoos, they've got a bit of a pick comp. You know, Amir could get some pretty good AoE stuns, but also with that Fenrir. And then a bit of a mix coming out on the side of Fish. But it looks like this is some real old school stuff. Roaming as a 5-man, seeing if they can get some picks or invades, but on both sides of the teams. So that's really exciting.
Yeah, I really like both teams' comps here. They definitely have different things going for them. I'm just a bit curious or a bit concerned for Carter in these late game team fights. He may have to rely on the Emir quite a lot with the beads relic pickup to stay safe from these Hecate ults, because we know Yada can be proficient on lots of gods, and we've seen, if you've been around the rank scene, you may have seen a little bit of the Yada Hecate, and he's deadly with those big portal ults.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Sunders on the side of Smitearoos, 3 on the side of Fish, rather. 2 beads, and then, yeah, literally, there's no purification beads on the side of Smitearoos. So that's going to be really interesting. We do have 2 shells to get out of that cage, and then Akata chose to pick up the Aegis. So, yeah, it leaves way for lots of potential. So I'm really excited to see how these team fights play out. Not too surprising here that the Sodanos has a bit more of a push on the Hecate being the champ that, or the god that he is, simply being able to secure the mid camps here. And Fenrir already jumping on Simply and doing a fair bit of damage, but it looks like they're just going to be backing off and going back to their own stuff.
Yeah, I do enjoy this flex. We typically see the Neath in the mid lane, but such a strong god, taking that into ADC is flex. I think he's still going to have the same impact as you kind of want from the mid lane Neath. Getting those ults just to help
fight coming out, and Carter getting a first blood already onto an Automaton. Barker's falling. Unfortunate for the side of Smitearoos.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened.
Sorry, other way
there.
around, on the side of Fish. I did not either, but it looks like there was just... it looks like they caught them out in jungle and then just got some good CC off. You know, no beads onto the Barker, so he's a fairly easy character to just fall on top of, and it looks like they were able to clutch that out pretty easily.
Both mid laners being ambushed here. I think neither are the wiser, so let's see who gets the first blood.
Jump. It looks like we're falling outside of that. Let's see how that's going. And Whitey Clack's falling here, being absolutely outplayed. They did not know that Simply was sitting there into the bush, and unfortunate that it's now a 1-for-1 on, not in that fight, but in total. So 1 kill to Smitearoos, 1 kill to Fish. We'll see how they take that away, but yeah, falling back on what we were mentioning about with the Neath and, you know, with the ADCs and stuff like that, the only thing that's, I guess, a bit troublesome is their objective damage. I'm not too sure what that looks like on the side of Hecate, like if they have decent objective damage or not. But you know, the side around that is they have those triple sunders. So whether they all time it up and just burst it in the last like you know, true damage of health, or but it depends on, I guess, how fast they take it in the first place.
Yeah, we see the 5 Sunders in this match here, so we could see a little bit of confusion around these objective secures.
Coming out onto Osha, he's jumping on and getting the stun off onto Osha. Osha's in a bad position here, and he's ulting away, seeing if he can get out of there, popping the shield, but he's just dancing around them. Does he get away? And unfortunately not. KD's able to secure that kill. Fenrir is going to walk out and just see if there's any buffs up, but he's going to walk straight into Simply here, and they're going to have a brawl out. Simply's getting the damage off a lot better than YC Klax here, and Automaton's coming out to clutch out the kill. Simply able to get the last hit though, and that's really good for him. Simply a known player to be able to snowball a game.
Yeah, and this is what you would hope your jungler's doing while playing Fenrir. You want them to be getting in there and getting into these fights and trying to find themselves early game in scuffles, because that's where Fenrir really thrives, but he's just not matching the damage that Simply has. There's a few more items on board there, possibly bad back timing or bad engage there, just not knowing how many items it Simply had. But yeah, hopefully Klax keeps this pressure up, but just has a little bit more luck going forward.
We're seeing Mordred ult coming out, CC immunity from the Amir ult, so he's not getting stunned by that, but so much damage coming out, and the teleport is just, oh, yeah, teleport from the Yada, so he was able to secure that kill.
Yeah, I think that's one of many to come.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously Mordred being a very new god, maybe the damage, you know, the damage numbers aren't just quite in the minds on the side of YT Klax. Doesn't know how much he's going to be doing to him, so he's just taking the fight. Unfortunately, even so, Automaton was there before, but good fight there. Good secure out from Yada. He's 1-0, and he'll take that as far as he can.
It's good look getting this invade off here on the left side. Maybe they'll look to transition that into an early gold, but Weave, no ult, still has the Sunder, could be a threat there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing gold come up now. Some wards getting down for vision. Not too much presence on the side of Smiteroos, but they're collapsing on this Hecate here. We can see it in the mid lane on the map there. Can't really see what's going on. I don't know how much damage is happening, and Yada's getting killed. YC Klax able to get that trade, get his revenge kill there from Yada killing his teammate from before. And they're just going to be taking the mid camps and backing. Gold Fury's still up. I wonder if that'll be getting looked at.
Yeah, we've seen teams be very keen on getting these early golds.
And he's able to just... Oh, he's getting out of there! What? Can Flix get... Yeah, Flix gets the secure. He's able to precision that Neath one and secure
Got an armor rotation here. There's a pincer going on.
So much fighting. That dash is just way too far for Amaterasu. She's able to get there quite safely. But now, with another pick, we're seeing the Gold Fury be getting looked at.
Yeah, they got some good resources out there trying to dive. Or we've got the resources out, I suppose you could say, being dived. And then we see the KD making the rotation over through the teleporter and then just into a clean gold. That's a very nice map play by Smiteroos.
Absolutely. Very back and forth. You know, we're seeing it seemingly favorable for the side of Fish. But Smiteroos being able to clutch out there and then and get that objective, the Gold Fury, and now they're up. Albeit 500 gold, you know, it all makes a difference, right?
For sure. And we see the double pickup on the Smiteroos, the double shell pickup. It is good for Odin, but it also is just a very strong relic in general. After getting buffed in the last, I don't know if it's like a full patch or just like a small patch, but collapse here by Klax.
Does not know. Oh, and Mordred's just getting absolutely beamed. Simply dead. And they're going to keep walking. Barkers and Hecate are around. Osha's able to secure that War Thorn though. The Horn. Horn Thunder? What's it called? The Warhorn.
Something like the Warhorn. Yeah, I had a blank there. I should know.
Killed in his own jungle. Wait, no, killed in their jungle. He's pushed up too much.
I'm happy to see that Klax is trying to keep this tempo up. We know Klax is a tempo god, and he isn't letting those early falls get to him, and he's just continuing on his way as a Fenrir should.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see him walking up to Simply and denying that, and his team there to follow up. I don't know if his team if his team wasn't there, whether that would have gone as nicely, but really good communication coming out for the side of Smiteroo to be able to get on top of Simply as fast as possible. And the final boss getting looked at for Smiteroo. Just looking to take as much gold on the map as possible. Yada trying to ult, and he's teleporting them into themselves. Barker's coming in and getting the flop, and Yada's getting that secure kill back onto YT Klax. They're looking like they're going to want to pick up the weave kill as well. He's running away as fast as he can, bouncing himself around, and it doesn't matter. Yada picked up the double kill, and he is now 3-1.
Fish might be a question, but I know Yada isn't questioning himself with those ults there. So great to see these mechanics coming out. Relatively new god, but yeah, some players have become very accustomed to it. And these big, I'm not too sure of the name of the actual ability, but these big portal ults can have so much impact in teamfights, just as we saw.
Yeah. People, playing as much as possible, but still aren't used to, Yada likes to bounce around and play champs in very different ways to outclass his enemy. And we can see that it was just not expected at all for them to be teleported on top of the Hecate, and then Barker's CC just going straight onto them. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this use of the new tech. Looks like KD is just hiding in here, and he's just gonna walk away. We was staring at him for a little bit.
It's a bit of a cat and mouse vibe, but Simply's had this pressure. He showed that he wants to pressure this solo lane from trying to invade that blue before where he fell. And he keeps finding himself back there. So maybe this is a game plan from Fish.
Yeah, Simply's looking at YT Klax. Wants to get that revenge kill again. And they're brawling out. Barker's Flop's coming out. And Odin jumping in. Fenrir just getting out of that, the Odin cage. And it looks like Sodanos is able to get out too. Amazing old polymorphing the whole of Fish fight there. Osha's got the kill onto YT Klax. What happened?
I think Klax might have pulled a camp.
Oh no. Oh, poor Klax. Good for Osha though.
Mm-hmm.
We can see.
You never know. It's a new game. Some people aren't fully familiar. Junglers don't know how much damage the camps do.
No,
but
no.
That is a bit brutal. That leads into a big farm gap on the right side of the map, being no jungler to secure those camps.
Making the game dead even now. 7 for 5 on the side of Fish. And they're dancing around this Gold Fury right now. Smiteroos want to look at it. Both Sol and Amaterasu hitting it. And they are aware. They're walking over, seeing what they can do. Yada ult is up. Maybe they can get some more teleport plays, but Yada's just caught out of position. Amaterasu ult just coming in and securing that with Carter just getting that last auto. Sononos pushing out flicks. And YT Klax wants this kill, and he's going to get it. He might be out of position here, simply wanting to get that traded kill, and it looks like he'll be getting it unless Automaton steals that, but it does not look like that'll be the case. Simply getting another kill in his arsenal, and they're coming back to the Gold Fury fight. It looks like Smiteroos were able to secure that out because they were distracted looking at getting the kill back onto YT Klax there. So that was actually a smart move from the Fenrir, being able to get himself a kill, but also distract their team so that they could pick up the Gold Fury. And they are now 2-0 for Gold Furies, and very closely getting an Ancient Fury to maybe get some more tower push. There's been no towers taken at all yet. So
I really love that play altogether from Weave. He started winding up around the side and got the info that they're going to contest, and good team cohesion. They just dropped gold straight away and just commit to the fight, and then helped Klax find that pick, and then went straight back to gold afterwards and picked it up.
Yeah,
so yeah, that's
absolutely.
really nice team play.
That's some good macro, good bouncing around, and some outbraining there. I think is a good way to put that. But yeah, looks like we're falling into a bit of a default here. Gold lead not too crazy, even though the amount of wins we've seen the Smiteroos been getting. Looks like it's fairly even, but we've coming up, trying to get aggressive here, but Yada's able to dance around his freeze, and they're not able to pick up anything quite yet.
So what do you think of this kind of trend we've been seeing a bit lately of the tank junglers?
Yeah. I mean, it's reminiscent of a lot of older Smite 1 stuff, you know, you think of like, you know, CC tank junglers being able to set up for their carries, and you know, especially when we're seeing a lot of double ADC, you know, maybe not particularly in this game except for the side of Smite Ruse, but like it's just being able to just put someone in one position on those pick comps and just have the ADCs just absolutely beaming them with their autos. Like, it looks like it's been the favored sort of team comp for a lot of these APAC teams lately. But what are your thoughts?
Just makes them so annoying to kill. It's like these junglers are in your face, super tanky, starting these team fights off super aggressively.
Good stuns out
Good
from
damage
Flix.
from Flix.
And he's going to be getting the ult. Simply's walking up, and he's going to be getting the last kill. That was a great bait from Flix to just get as much damage on as possible, and Simply getting the last hit there. That was really well played, and looks like they'll be pushing up and hopefully taking that tier 1 tower on the duo side. And
Yeah, there's
getting the first push
so much
off.
more outplay now or outplay potential in the side lanes and mid lane
Ooh, good
with
wall.
these
Weave's looking up.
bushes. We see Flix just sitting in the bush there, waiting for Carter to step up just that little bit too far.
Yeah.
He falls for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the CC from an ADC, you know, the outplay potential can just be a lot, or it can be, you know, nothing. We're seeing Flix play
huge.
very well. We're getting a... I can't talk. We're getting Federal coming out, and he's able to secure Automaton. Yada doing as much damage as he can to Frenzy, and Simply being able to secure that kill. Evening it out here, but it is a 3v3, and Fish is looking like they have a bit of a health disparity, so they're just trying to poke out as much as possible. But it doesn't look like too much is going to be happening here. We're looking at Fire Giant and Pyromancer coming up very shortly. 4 people on the right-hand side of the map that could maybe grip around that, and they look like they're taking Pyromancer right now.
Yeah, Soul's made that rotation. They've committed to that call. Neath staying in the left lane. They may lose... I don't think they'll lose a whole tower here. No, not at all. Neath thinks wiser of it, but I do like that from the Neath. She can still impact the team fight from across the map. So just choosing not to rotate to that, and you can't always match the pressure of a Soul anyway. So I like that from Flix. And now we see this gold fight imminent.
Yeah, this is a big fight. You know, third Gold Fury can spark some very bad things on the side of Fish if Smiteroos are able to get that. So they need to be there. Matarasu looks like she's just going to be pushing out the tier 1 on the solo side, and they're just going to be giving up Gold Fury on the side for a bit more macro plays. It looks like they're like, okay, we'll get it later. We just want to get some tower push because they don't have any at the moment.
Weave could be caught out here.
Yeah, looks like Weave is just getting as much damage taken to him as possible, simply getting another kill. He is 6-1 at the moment and did not even have to use ult. And it looks like they're dancing around this tier 1 mid tower. Carter's going to back. Is there going to be potential? We've got Yada ult still up, so Hecate could be doing some pretty interesting things here. It is a 3v2 in the mid lane. Sorry, 3v3 I believe it is. And they're just wanting to get this tower push.
Yeah, Amaterasu did get the pressure in right there, taking that tower, but maybe she stayed there a little bit too long.
Good damage. Got the separate out and the Aegis, and Carter's going to be falling. Some more good CC out from the carries. Yada being able to get that. YT Cracks was able to kill Simply though, unfortunately. Getting a shutdown, and that's a massive gold jump for him. He is 5-5, and he's going to back off maybe and get some nice items for himself.
Yeah, Fish really transitioning their group and team play into some good map pressure. We saw that. Obviously, it's easy to see from our perspective, but that was a 5-man commit to that gold from maybe like 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
And they're still together. They got towers in left, towers in mid, gold. It's looking good for Fish.
And we can see now, like, if we look up at the gold disparity, like Smiteroos, they were up in wins most of this game, but only up maybe 600 gold at one point, maybe at most 1,000. But Fish able to clutch out, you know, get a Gold Fury, get a bunch of towers, and really macro out the Smiteroos, and now they're up 2k.
It's kind of asking a question like, we're going to raise our tempo, can you match it? And so far, it hasn't seemed that Smiteroos can really keep up, but I'd like to see if they keep their foot on the pedal or if they just kind of slow down a bit, get back into farming. But a good grouping coming out here in left from Smartaroos.
Yeah, 3 in the left lane. Jumping onto Flix. That's some good damage coming off. He's still got a tower to run under, and he's going to be beating the Fenrir ult. He's jumping away. That is the wrong way, Flix. Where are you going? His team's coming to save him. He's walking towards them. Mordred ult coming out. Unfortunately missing anyone, but it looks like they're just going to be backing off.
Yeah, really heads up by Flex. Usually you would probably think that you'd jump back towards your tower, but he had his eyes on the map. He was communicating with his team, and yeah, they got nothing from it.
Smart plays. Yeah, props to Flix there. That was really smart. I think that they just dive him under tower if that was the way that he jumps, but looks like Odin jumping on to Frenzy there, getting a stun off, but he's just going to be walking away. He doesn't realize the rest of the team is there. There's a lot of people hiding on his side, and he's going to be jumping back with his ult. Kate ult coming out, not being able to get anything though. That shell spelling the end of the fight on the side of Fish.
Osher just seems to be commanding so much more space in comparison to the Amaterasu. You saw him walking up there, and 4 members of the Smartaroos hit their S key to walk backwards.
Yeah.
It's fire pool now.
Yeah,
I like this. I'm pretty sure they still have all their Sunders up.
Yeah, I'd like to see them. I'm watching the left side on the bottom left and using it all at the same time, possibly. Big fight coming out here, and Automaton's going to be the one that, yeah, look, you can see they're all been used, and they're going to be backing off right now. Some great communication. They just want to go back, spend their gold, and then come out swinging. And unfortunately, Smiteroos are not going to be able to chase anything down. 4k gold lead on the side of Fish, but amazing communication there, like... it looks like they've practiced that quite a bit. You know, this was a game plan ahead of time, which is good. It's good to see in APAC.
Well, I really like the return here from Smartaroos. They saw the enemy team reset. They're rushing to that Ancient Fury, but
yeah,
Fish is really coming in fast to try and stop them.
Ooh. The thing is, you know, they have fire. They have the stronger fight. Neathol coming out, they're going to be CCing all of Weave, and he looks like he's going to be getting taken down. Getting the kill over to Yada. Another bit of gold for him to get as many items on as possible. And they're looking at duo side here.
Yeah, simply just going to shove mid up, get this split push going, and... well, maybe not. It's ever-changing. But yeah, that's a nice response to that Ancient Fury pickup there. You would think that Ancient Fury is to be advantageous, but it also can be just to kind of slow the burning a little bit. We saw the FG pickup, and I really like the heads up play to say, actually, if they get this Ancient as well, we're screwed. So yeah, heads up play by Smartaroos.
Absolutely. If they, you know, if Smartaroos getting the Ancient, but on the side of Fish looking at that, if they can't get to the towers, if they have Ancient, what are they going to do? We have the better fight. We're ahead. We've got Fire Giant. So, I mean, we'll take the fight to you if you want to push. I don't care that my tower's not hitting you. You know?
I'd like to see a grouping now from Fish. Just get these towers off the map with their FG.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much. It probably still has a few minutes. Time goes fast. But I reckon if they get these right towers off the map and some mid presence from Yada at the same time, it's a good look.
Yeah. I think what I'd like to see, you know, Smiteroos, they need to get back into this game. They're going to be needing to make some risky plays. Good teleport coming out. He's not going to be taking that. Yada's trying to get out of dodge. Looks like he was able to bait the Fenrir away. He thought he was going to take the teleport, and now he's just going to fall back to his team, and they're pushing right tower and solo lane.
Well, meanwhile, we got this TP over from left. Sol and Ymir wrapping around the back.
Good ammo. She's coming up, walking as far ahead as possible. It looks like she's going to be getting taken down, but they've got the Sol behind them doing a buttload of damage. Flix has been taken, and he's dead. Carter got the kill there. Carter's going to get traded, though, from Yada, and it looks like Weed's going to get taken down as well, and YT Clax is just wanting to get out of there. Simply not looking like he's winning this. Oh, it's so close. The life's still coming out. Frenzy's just wanting to get the kill. He's able to get it. Is he going to get out of there? He's running back towards his Phoenix. He's trying to sprint, but Osho's just gunning it down, and he's going to jump away. Good job from Frenzy. Unfortunately, not a win from the side of Smiteroos, but, you know, these are the risks that they need to take. They need to get back into the game and take these team fights and just hopefully outplay.
Yeah, despite that pick, despite those picks that just happened, they still got 2 right towers off that FG push there. So you're maybe a little bit upset that you lost some of your teammates, but overall, you can't be too down bad because you did get a lot of map pressure, a lot of map proactivity off that FG, and it's probably going to be looking back to the next one now and just farming up until then.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's lots of standing gold here on the side of Smite Ruse. There's still 2 T1 towers that they could be taking. So, you know, 4k gold lead, almost 5 on the side of Fish, but it's not out yet. You know, they're playing, Fish is playing their tempo really, really well. And they know what they're doing to be able to snowball the rest of this game. But Smite Ruse isn't out yet. They could definitely come back here. You know, there's more ancient furies to be had and more fights around the fire giant. So Sunder could really make the difference here, but we need to see them being able to communicate as well as we're seeing Fish. Fish? I'm trying to think of the best way to say their team name.
Fish question mark?
Fish question mark? Maybe like that. We're seeing how good they are.
Oh yeah, Carter escaping just in time there. Such a temperamental time of the game when there's no big objectives up. You need to try and find your farm for that next fight to get your power spike. Grouping, obviously, you might not get as much farm, but we saw Carter there and left just sitting by himself, and every member of the Fish squad just slowly meandering over towards him, but he got out just in time.
Yeah, you know, there's no
Laps here in mid. It's gonna be big.
It looks like they're just trying to get away as fast as possible, and the root's gonna dispel their want to fight. But yeah,
FG's up.
It looks like they're gonna get it. They're dancing around it. They want to get a pick. They're hiding in the bush. Automaton's walking up. He knows that they're there. They're falling back again. Good stun on from Osha onto Weave, and they're just falling back. They don't want to take this yet. So now, tempo is in Fish's hands. Warhorn over to the side of Smite Ruse. What's going to be happening here? They're dancing around. We've got stunned. His freeze is still up, I believe, though. Good wall, and missing the freeze, unfortunately. But they're going to be walking back. They're not taking Fire Giant quite yet. They're just dancing around this fight. They want to pick, but 3 Sunders is better than 2. So
yeah, this is such an important fight here. It's probably going to lead to whoever comes out victorious in this fight will probably just snowball the game because there's all ults, all relics. It's going to be a true test for both teams to see who can perform better as a group.
I'd be getting aggressive here. Osha's really pushing out Smite Ruse by himself, it feels like. Ooh, Fenrir is having to pop his ult to get away. That's great. That's a
massive cooldown.
Yeah, they're walking back over to Fire Giant. No Fenrir ult. That's a massive thing to not have in this fight. And Osha's still going to be stepping up. Good stun up. And missing the freeze, unfortunately, for Weave. Yada's just going to be doing as much poke damage as he can. Not going to get taken back from Carter, unfortunately.
Yeah, they really want more before they commit to this FG. So very good from both teams not to commit too much, but just try and pounce on an enemy mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. No fighting happening yet. Oh, good stun out. It looks like they're jumping onto Osha here. That's Automaton. My bad. Amazing pick over to the side of Smite Ruse. The tempo's in their favor. Osha's trying to push him out. He's just going to be jumping away. It is now a 5v4 in the favor of Smite Ruse, but still no Fenrir ult. It looks like the ult... Oh, Weave getting a massive freeze! And ulting out! Yada getting the kill onto him, and he's able to teleport his team away. Simply trying to get the kill onto KD, and it looks like he's going to be picked up from Carter. Osha's trying to get as many kills back as he can, but this is amazing for Smite Ruse. They can swing the tempo back in their favor. Osha's just trying to get out of here as best as he can. And YT Clack's wrapping around the corner. He's got his ult back. Osha's the only one left on the side of Fish question mark. And they're wanting to get secured on this Fire Giant. He's dancing around. He might be able to do something, but he doesn't know that there's a Fenrir behind him.
He has the Sunder up, so this is all...
Oh, good Fenrir ult. Unfortunately, it looks like he'll be getting killed here.
Yeah, that all just stemmed from... We saw these teams being so careful, and then the backers just stepped one little bit too far out of position, and he was pounced upon. And then they really used that to kind of change all the tempo, or like where they could stand in the jungle. And then,
yeah, absolutely.
Clax found a pick in mid as well while all that was going on.
That was great for Smite Ruse, and they've still got that standing gold. They've evened out the game. They've got a little bit of a lead. They're looking towards a gold fury. If they can get this ancient fury, that is amazing for Smite Ruse. They're going to be snowballing the game back into their favor. They've got the tempo here, so they're going to be taking it. And it looks like there's going to be no contestation on the side of Fish Western, but that is amazing for them. They're just going to keep taking it. 2k on their side, and they're going to be looking towards these towers now.
Yeah, and there's still so much gold to get off the map. So this gold lead, although it's not as important at this stage in the game, it will definitely be quite substantially in the favor of Smideroos. They're going to be able to get their full builds online probably way before. And this Bacchus is only level 16, so he's really going to be struggling trying to tank into these full build enemies.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be pushing this down, trying to get as much gold as possible. I'd like to see them hopefully not commit too much. You know, they need to spend that gold. We did see them back after Fire Giant, but they're getting a lot of gold just doing this. I want to see them back, spend that gold, and then come back swinging. They do so much damage to that tower, and they're going to be backing up. Yeah, they're looking at mid-tier 2, and then we'll see what they do. They might keep pushing towards a Phoenix now that they're a 5v5. I think that's probably the best idea for them. They probably need the wave to get put in there, though.
Yeah, I'd like to see them take all the towers off the map with their FG and then just kind of reset and get their game plan together for the next big objective.
I'm surprised at the amount of damage this armor's doing to that right tier 2. I was like, there's no wave for them, but she just demolished that tower.
Yeah, armor pumps.
That's crazy. Oh, they've got the tempo now. Final boss is just hanging around. You can see the health bar at the back there, and it looks like that's what they're looking towards. Yeah,
And yeah,
this is
that's
great
good.
for the side of Smideroos.
Good discipline to back up there. They very easily could have thrown if they kept pushing down mid for a Phoenix. That Odin ult is so potent on a defense, regardless of... it's maybe not as potent when the enemy team has 2 shells, but
Yeah.
they still have a very good defense on their side with the Hecate and all the damage from the Neath on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still many fights, many plays to be had that could go either way. Yeah, I mean, obviously we saw that pick come out from this was a while ago, but a pick come out from YT Clax that's just started this whole snowball. But it looks like they maybe like picked up more. You know, they're reacting to how Fish play. They're able to accustom to them, and looks like their communication is getting a lot better as the game's progressed.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. This is a relatively new roster. These players haven't played together apart from Carter and Weave, and I know that they formed this full team only in the past maybe 2 weeks. I'm really impressed that they're standing up to this, what may be considered as like a star-studded lineup in OCE. We know that Yada and Flex, Simply and Osha. I'm not too familiar with Ultimaton, but I know that that team has lots of higher tier players in all of their roles. So I'm actually really impressed at the kind of chemistry that Smideroos has going at the moment and is bringing the fight to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Slingshotting their way back into the game, and they're backing off, just sussing it out, wanting to spend their gold, have that lead, so when the fight comes, they'll be doing more damage than the side of Fish ? But looks like Ancient Fury will be the next thing that's probably going to be looked at. But Fire Giant is on a very similar timer. So I wonder where the eyes of Smideroos will be looking towards. They're on either side of the map. It looks like the guessing game for Fish is
It's
wrong.
like the start of the match all over again.
Yeah. I'm getting some. I can't think of the name.
No, Smideroos is just really getting some good map ward pressure.
Yeah.
Grouping up. This is a really important time, trying to get your vision out and maybe finding a pick. If you stay really grouped, just catching one person out again can lead to the whole game unraveling. So both teams really don't want to get picked here. And choosing the Ancient over FG, maybe they're going to send Clax over just to defend by himself, but I'm not too sure about that play.
I think because the timer was sooner, they can take that faster and then just sprint their way over. They're pretty fast. 5 seconds on the timer of Fire Giant.
Oh,
I don't
it's going to
think
work
Fish
out for him, I think.
can do it fast enough. It's only up now, and they're in mid lane walking over. They do a lot of damage, though. They're just going to take this. Sunders are up. And Odinop coming out. Armor trying to get onto the back line, and she's stuck in the Odin cage, and Automaton is able to get it secured. Fenrirol coming out and walking onto Yada. Yada's able to teleport away, though, with his ult. Massive wall coming in from Weave. Unfortunately, the freeze isn't really going to be taken off now, but they've got their Fire Giant. They're trying to get away.
Yeah, Yada took that portal into 5 unknowingly.
YT Clax. Automaton's going to get killed here. He's walking back, trying to dodge, and Carter coming out. It's now a 5v4 here, walking towards the Phoenix. Their wave is a little bit pushed away. They're wanting it to come up, but it looks like they'll just be taking that anyways because they have the Ancient Fury.
Yeah, gonna take all the Phoenixes off. They could potentially go for the end. But it might be a little bit risky seeing that there's still 3 members up. So taking all these Phoenixes here is probably the smart play.
We've got the right side wave pushing up. That'll be the spell of whether they can end the game or not. But look how low Frenzy is. And look at the minions just taking the Phoenix in left lane for Fish ? So it's 3 Phoenixes for 1.
Yeah, but it's good. Good to see. Oh, they're gonna chase here, but it's good to see from Fish not committing too much.
Breaking the heals of Simply, but it doesn't matter. It looks like he'll be getting killed anyways. Osher securing that kill. Fenrir not being able to do too much. Good wall. Odin trying to get a cage off, trying to get something happening here.
Ooh.
Good solo smoke to just get him off of himself. But Simply's able to secure that kill and kill Frenzy there. Unfortunate for the side of Smiteroos, but they've got what they wanted. Unfortunate that they died, but they're just trying to get out, spend their gold. They got 3 Phoenixes now. They just need to clutch out the rest of the game. But
Yeah,
Fish ? They've got the tempo in their hands now, and they look like they know what they're doing with it.
Yeah, I really think that they needed to exit all as a group. Carter split off to try and get the wave in mid, and then all these team members from Fish just came up and picked them in mid, and that led into another. And now we're here, and I think that might have just been enough
I think they want to end.
Fish to win here.
They're fighting around the dead Phoenix. Amazing ult here. And they're getting Automaton to come in and clutch out the rest of that. This is make or break, and they know it. There's minions on their Titan, and they're just wanting to end the game here and here. This is an amazing play for the side of Fish ? They've been down the past like 10 minutes, and this is their make or break situation. And it looks like they're going to be clutching out the game. Amazing. That was really smart for the side of Fish ? Knowing that the damage that they had could just clutch that out. They didn't have minions. They just had their own damage, and they killed the Titan by themselves.
Yeah, finding those staggered picks there really, really hurt Smiteroos. And I think we've seen a lot of OCE throws in the past of overcommitting on sieges, but it might not necessarily be exactly that, but maybe just a little bit of a confusion as they were exiting after the 3 Phoenixes.
Yeah, unfortunate. But amazing game. Back and forth between the 2 teams. It was really close there. That was really enjoyable to watch. If you had an MVP, who would you give it to?
Oof, I don't even know. I think I was really impressed with both teams. Maybe, just for the sake, I'd just give it to Klax because he's just got the most tempo we've ever seen in the region.
Yeah, definitely. Klax and Weave, I think, are some of the highlighted players in that game for me. There was an amazing play there for Flix, and as much as I'd like to give it to the winning team, there was just some really flashy stuff that happened on the side of Smiteroos that definitely impressed me. Unfortunately, that they couldn't clutch out there in the end, but congratulations to Fish ? For clutching out the end of the game. That was really smart for them. But it looks
GG.
like we'll be going back into a break before we jump into the next game, so we'll see you all soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the APAC Founders Series. Osme and I are joined on the desk for this one. Osme, you were casting that game. I'm speechless. Cinema.
It was hectic, back and forth, both teams clawing their way back into it. But yeah, we just saw Fish get those picks in the end, and it really led to the win for them.
Yeah, what a crazy end to that game. A crazy just all the way through. I did not expect that at all. Um, Yes, a lot to go over. I think that maybe a bit of decision, like hesitance on the play that's being made, maybe cost him the end there. But it is, I think it's really hard to make a call like that, especially in a best of one where if you lose, you're out for the week. So that's a rough. I don't envy that position to be in, but I think a great showing from the chaos side on that one. I'm keen to
Both
see
teams,
them.
man.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying I did expect Fish to perform pretty well. So I was very, very impressed, specifically by Carter up until he got caught at the end there. That was unfortunate, but played really well. Even with no beats, I was really shocked that he was able to play as freely as he was. Some really good macro. With the Ancient Fury at the end, timing it with the Fire Giant, and they lost Fire and still were able to win that fight.
Yeah, well, should we head on into the next game that we've got lined up here?
Yeah, so this is the second semi-finals. The winner of this game will be playing against Fish that we just saw win that last game in a very close barn burner, if you will. Now we have the Trial up against Sunday School. I believe we did see the Trial before play earlier on. Goris on his Fenrir was a key pointer for me. Also Furin on the Soul. So just some notes, maybe those are looked at. Armor band coming through.
Yeah, definitely.
Um,
I think they had a good performance in that game earlier, but we haven't seen Sunday School yet, and we know this team has some big names on it for the OC region. And yeah, starting it off with two strong bands here. I think we've seen teams we either see teams go for a strategy of taking away what they really don't want to play against, or just leaving it all open.
Yeah.
I'm kind of torn on what's better. Depends what pick you're picking from, but yeah, what is your
Yeah.
opinion on that?
I think that when you're first pick, you have like more of a room to, focus out one person. Other team is forced to ban away something that they really don't want to play against, and then you get what's left over. I think that like as we see the Odin getting picked here, I think that something like Odin or something like Fenrir is able to carry the weight of having a first pick up against the second picks. Um, I do think that being second pick allows for. I mean, we don't have a second ban phase in Smite 2, but if we were, you have first pick after second ban phase and 10th pick, which can be really good if you've got a good god pool.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's not happening yet in Smite 2, but looking for that as more gods get added, as we get to see more bans hopefully soon. Maybe another 10, 20 gods get added. We'll see that as Neath Emir locked in. We did see the Emir last game. Did look. We've seen it quite a bit today. It looks pretty good. Does get caught sometimes. Actually, no, we didn't see the Emir. Did we? We did.
I think so.
We did. I've seen too many games, but we've seen Neath every game so far. So we know what we're expecting. Ares and Hecate, again, this Hecate handshake. What do you think about the Neath Hecate handshake that we've been seeing so far?
Yeah, it's definitely makes the drafts interesting because you can take both. We saw that in the last game and leave the mid because there's a few like a small amount of strong gods in mid at the moment. Some people could argue that you could play some assassins there, but we don't really see that in any competitive sense. So Hecate and Neath are getting a very high prio. I personally value the Hecate more, but Neath still has those strengths of being able to just impact any gank across the map.
I think that global pressure, pardon me, can be very good, but you really have to have team synergy across the early game, the mid game. That Hecate is just such a strong team fighting champion. Sorry, God. As we saw, Yada had quite a few really good ults. He had one where he sent himself into 5 people, which was a bit unfortunate at the Fire Giant fight at the end there. But luckily, didn't lose in the game. Loki and Shark on Sunday School for their 3-4, and got Jingwei on 4, and 5 is going to be could be this Hades. I'm a Hades doubter, Osman. I got to say, I've played it a bit. I don't. It's definitely not what it once was. I will say.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we have all these gods that are being priored so highly in solo, and Hades has kind of fallen a little bit, but
Hmm.
it looks like this Odin might be getting put into the jungle. So what else is there really to put in solo? So Hades is the option, and I'm keen to
Yeah,
see
you're
how
right.
it holds up.
Ooh, Kukul Khan being locked in at 10th pick for Sunday School. This means that Neath going back into the duo lane, like we just saw from Flix, who had it. And we finally are able to see a confirmed mage. So there's only one in the game. That's Kukul Khan, and I'm interested to see how the teams pivot around this because we've seen the Sunder flip every game so far. Seen no steals to my knowledge. I don't recall seeing any fire steals. But with the Kukul Khan in, it seems, or sorry, it becomes very hard to Sunder steal away because let's say you have 2 Sunders or even 3. You just say like 3, 2, 1 at 2k and it's gone. And unless you're really lucky with your flip, it's
It's going to
pretty
be
hard.
it's going to be good to see how these objectives play out. Hopefully, no one needs to take a breather afterwards, and we get these confirms on lock.
Good one, good one. Looking at these teams, Osman, I'm going to have to say the Trial. I really like this team comp. Again, little on the back foot for this Hades pick, but I think that it does really work with the kind of circles comp that's being built. Hecate, Odin, Ares, with the Hades as well. There's a lot of kind of circle team fighty gods. Kukul Khan can be caught super easily. Neath can be caught really, really easily too. So, sorry, not Neath. Amir. Amir can be caught really, really easily. Both of those gods having a difficult time from getting out of the cage and the circles ults. But what about you? What do you think?
I really like the combination of Odin and Ares because it really asks the question on what relic are you going to get, and then if you're not getting Shell in the backline, you have a very high likelihood of getting trapped and or if you put a lot of more pressure on your support to beads you with his beads item. So I really like that frontline pairing. So my preference would probably go towards the Trial team comp.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we will not keep you waiting any longer. It's time to get into our second semi-finals match. Throwing it over to Connor and Devane.
Hello.
Hello.
It looks like we're already getting a bit of fighting action here. MD taking a bit of damage here from the... it looks like the names have changed a little bit. Pesto the Penguin, or better known as Shank, and Tilly here, or Platinum.
Is that Kukulkan in the ADC lane?
That just clicked in my brain as well.
I was just expecting that in mid. I was so confused. I thought I was looking at middle lane, but no.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, Tilly, well-known mid player, definitely has the champ pull to be able to play the Kukulkan, but a good freeze coming onto Furin here, and good damage getting the tornado proc onto Furin. Ares is just going to be walking him down.
Yeah, I'm going to be expecting this Furin to be pressured a lot by the damage from the Kukulkan. He has a lot of wave pressure, and the Jingwei doesn't have a lot of lane pressure, or like she only really starts to turn up later in the game. So I'm wondering if that's going to keep Jingwei in the
and good freeze coming on Amir, wanting to get some damage off. Tornado's just getting on that wave, a good proc, jumping onto the Amir, but nothing happening there. So yeah, like, I mean, as you're saying, like, the Kukulkan just has amazing wave clear, and it seems like that might be the game plan,
Yeah, I was also thinking, because of the Kukulkan pick, there's not a lot of lockdown on Sunday School for Kukulkan in terms of like ults and stuff, but pairing him up with the Amir will probably help that happen a bit more with the freezes.
Some big walls, some big freezes. We could definitely see some pretty interesting stuff coming out there. But yeah, I feel like the Kukulkan is wanting to make his presence known in other places other than the duo lane. Chucking his tornado onto the wave and then just getting out of dodge there and seeing where he can make his presence known.
Yeah, I mean, this is the experimentation that I'm kind of like talking about when we got like Smite 2, new game, new mechanics. So now we're seeing guards in different lanes that we wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, and if there's any team to be doing that more experimental stuff, it's definitely going to be Sunday School here. Good fight coming out,
Yeah.
starting in the mid lane. It looks like Shank
There
has
is.
rotated over and
Getting
given
picked
Platinum
off.
Pete the first kill. That's amazing for the Loki. Not even level 5 yet, and he's got his first kill. As soon as he gets that ticked over, I imagine he's going to want to be changing that into a second kill, at least for someone else on this team, or maybe for himself. But
so some big names in this game. I'm expecting a lot of big plays. Also noted, Sunday School is coached by Sharks, so
Oh.
I'm sure they might have a few strategies up their sleeve potentially.
Yeah, some insight, some good stuff
Yeah.
there. Well, hopefully that's not the difference maker in this game. I'm sure we'll see some exciting stuff. But if we look up at the gold disparity, we can already see a 1,700 gold lead coming over from Sunday School with not much happening. And these are the kind of things that Sunday School always tend to do, is they'll just suddenly spike. Like, they'll get their presence well known across the map and amongst the mid camps, and they'll suddenly have this massive gold lead on you, and you feel like you've just been having a normal game. Although, what I do want to mention, because the first thing I wanted to look at when this game started, but we jumped straight into a fight, was the looks on how many Sunders that we have. So it looks like the trial is still favoring that 3 Sunder gameplay. Only 2 coming out from Sunday School. But they've got 2 beads and an Aegis on the Loki as well.
Yes, and is that a Hades on the jungle as well?
I was expecting to
Wondering
see
where he
Odin
was.
jungle,
Yeah.
and then the solo Hades, but again my expectations have been
Yeah,
changed. so-
interesting from both sides. Where
Good fight here, coming underneath, and Swifty's able to get that kill with his ult, and he's just gonna walk on out of there with a kill in his hand.
Swift his way out.
Swifting around, the Gora's walking up, trying to make something happen. Ares is the
Is
one that's
that
getting turned on
MD
now.
getting trouble?
Emir just making his presence known, and Platinum Pete getting another kill,
Another
and
one
he still
for
has his
Loki.
ult. So we might be seeing some more stuff happening there. If he can get as much as he can without using his ult, that's great for him, because then when time comes, he can either ult away or ult straight back onto someone else and just keep the tempo going. Keep the snowball happening, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and it's good to get Loki get that pressure early, because sometimes he does fall off a bit later on in the game.
Yeah.
So you got to really make your presence known early on.
Absolutely. Ooh, good fight. Looks like
And
Yochuk's going to be going down
talking
to
about
Madness Inflictor.
Making your presence known, he walked right over to Solo and just.
And that's where his ult went.
Yep.
That's where his
That's
ult
where it
went.
went.
So 3 kills from the Loki. He didn't get the last hit on the last one, but another fight coming out here. And Amir's just going to be turning it around. The Goris is out of there, though. He is dashing away. But this is the thing. Amir is everywhere right now except the solo lane. And Kukulkan can just... He can just get the way... He doesn't need any help. He just wants to sit there, farm, and get to late game, you know?
He has definitely been keeping the pressure up in that Jingwei lane. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Jingwei is going to have a hard time for most of this game. She's going to probably have to wait until it's her time to maybe make some plays.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, Amir's really been the difference maker. Just surprising, I think, the trial in a lot of different spots. You can see where he is at the moment. He's got the most confidence in the world. And
I was wondering if it was going to come behind the tower for a second there with his pathing. But
yeah, that was scary. No blink there, so he won't be blinking over tower, but he wants that purple buff, and it looks like he's going to take it. And he took it for himself too. Off he goes to get his own purple buff now. He's got his timers on fleek, I guess. But more mid camps on the way of Sunday School, and they are up 3k already.
Yeah, strong start from Sunday School so far, but as we have seen in games earlier today, it can turn around. You know, you just need one good team fight or one good objective pick.
Ooh, that looks like charcoal being used there. The 2 solo laners just batting out as much as possible. Unfortunately, a level disparity between them, so Chark should be winning these matchups. Good wave clear. Chunking him down as much as he can, and he's just going to walk on out of there. But, you know, the things that we can see, as much as Kukulkan can feel safe and just clear the waves, there's also these teleporters. And I wonder you know,
Yes.
Yotruck can be jumping over the walls. He can be getting the jump on this Kukulkan maybe as much as he as much as he'd really want to, but it's
Yeah,
hard.
that is definitely something that the trial should be looking at, is when you have someone like Kukulkan who is easy to dive at, maybe trying to get that pick when you can, like everyone rotating and getting that pick to stop him from potentially snowballing.
Yeah, I think the thing that you have to keep in mind, also great ward coverage on the side of Sunday School. Good, amazing wall
Swifty
coming from
getting walled
Amir,
off.
and he's waiting for the Aegis to end, and Swifty will be getting that last kill, and both beads coming out. No air result will be happening there. That was amazing. Knocked
That
him
was
back outside of tower range.
Excellent wall from the Ymir, unfortunately for Swifty.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Swifty, but so yeah, I mean, this is the thing. They're up, and they're up a lot right now, but they're going to be having confidence. So the thing is, at least in my eyes, that you have to play off of that is, you know, maybe Furin baits out the dash, and that's where Yotruck, if he can get the jump on, whether that's through the teleporter or the jungler in any other ways, it's hard. Hades is going to have to do a lot to get this secure there, but, you know, if he can get on top of him and ult him and he doesn't have dash, he might be doing a lot of work there. Although Tilly does have beads, so there's a lot to consider when ganking the Kukulkan.
Right,
But playing off his own confidence, I think, is the thing you have to consider, and try to bait out as much as you can.
Yes, I think the... Well, is the Gold Fury getting looked at the moment?
It looks
Yes,
like
it is. It looks like
Yeah.
they're looking at the Gold Fury.
Travel
If-
taking a step forward and using as much as the tempo as they can muster. Odinot coming out, and Kukulkan getting the secure,
Kukulkan.
and he's gonna take it! These
No sons
are
needed for that,
the
yeah.
Kukulkan ult steals that Jbetter was talking about on the desk. They're happening already at minute... We're just about to clock over to minute 10.
The subjective already a Kukulkan ult still probably the best use of his ult that he can do.
Absolutely.
I was just thinking it would be really good if Trialed was to maybe get a Gold Fury to get them back into this game, like stop the snowball, stop the gold lead from
Oh. Chunking out Chark damage. The Ghost is going to try to get out of there as
Crashing
fast as he can. And Chark already used his 1-2 combo, so he's going to be wanting to get out of there now that they're chasing him. Furin wanting to get this kill. Yotruck is trying to get as much damage on and stuns, but looks like Chark, now he has his 1-2 combo, and he is scooting on out of there. Looks like there's maybe a fight in the mid lane starting, though. Ares
Yeah,
coming
Ares
out, trying to
ult.
pull as many people as he can, and he's going to be taking... Who's that? The Loki! But
And
not enough damage coming out. And
unfortunate.
they're gonna be walking away.
He was able to get a couple on the tower, but not enough damage coming out from his team to secure that. Oh,
Yeah.
but here's a Glorious maybe coming back in. No, okay.
Just farming along here,
Just-
but yeah, unfortunately not enough damage there in that mid tower. And the slow and the tornado is just going to be chunking half of Furin's health. And this is what it's
Feels
been
so
looking
rough.
like all game for Furin, unfortunately. But Tilly
Oh,
there, right at
Glorious
the
might
tower.
looking. No, I think.
Nah, you can see that the Emir's coming
think
over.
he
Although
saw
there's
the
no wards,
Ymir,
but he could
yeah.
feel it. He knows. Oh! 451 damage there onto Furin. Oh my, that was very close. If he had his tornado there and was up a little bit further, he probably would have gotten the kill onto Furin. Furin's having a rough time there into the Kukulkan. Ares is just trying to soak up this golden XP while the tower's taking it. Not going to be getting too much, and the tower's getting low, but Jingwei's back with her passive, and they're pushing back up.
Yeah, slow game for the Jingwei, unfortunately. I don't know. There's not a lot of objectives happening at the moment, so I guess we're just all going to be looking after the picks, trying to just get the farm back up.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the Book of Thoth there on the side of Tilly. Probably has for a bit, but it is fully stacked out. If you know Kukulkan. Good fight coming out. Had to use Aegis. Swifty's dead anyways. And Loki is getting on out of there with his disappearance. His one that just makes him invisible.
Oh, almost missed that. He went down so quickly.
He took a lot of damage. And Tilly got the kill on Furin! That happened over in the Dura
Oh,
lane.
we
It
didn't
was
even
bound
get
to
to see
happen
that.
eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
And that looks like it might be a tier 1 on the side of Sunday School over in the duo lane. Yotruck and Chark fighting it out in the solo lane. We can see it there on the right side. He wants something to happen there. It's really quite low, actually. It looks like he won't be getting that tower. And Amir's just soloing that purple buff. He's got Sunder. He can do whatever he wants. He's ahead. Doris coming in and securing it for himself. Doing a bit of damage, but there's only a 1 level difference between him and the support. So Amir's chilling. He does a lot of damage with his passive there. Just frost autos. If he stayed there, I don't think he wins that.
I think he just wanted to let the Amir know that he can't just do everything that he wants.
He's low.
Almost, not
Neve
quite.
getting a heal off there, which is nice for her, and she's going to jump over the wall. Hikaru's going to be getting the
got the
teleport.
kill,
She's
though.
not using it. Lucky for her, because Loki's now on top of her, and she's just going to be getting killed anyways, even after using the teleport. Unfortunate for Swifty there. Rough game. We're looking at a
Rough
9k
game.
gold lead in 13 minutes.
Yes, it is. I don't know, what are you thinking that the trial can do to turn it around? I'm kind of waiting for a team fight maybe that can work in their favor. Even like this Gold Fury is already going to Sunday School, which is just furthering their gold lead.
It's hard though. Like, as we saw in the last
Yeah.
game, you know, the gold disparity, it was there. It was about 5k, but there was a lot of standing gold between towers and stuff like that on the other
Yeah.
team, where if you look at here, there's not many towers taken on either side. We don't even have a dual lane tower, and we can see how much that lane's been getting stomped from the side of Furin. So there's still standing gold out. Furin getting chunked out, but there's still standing gold on the side of Sunday School, so they can push out their lead even further if they really want to. So it's going to be really difficult for the Trial to come back in this game. Maybe trying to get people out of position and getting a few picks off, but they're going to be needing to group up. They need 5 of them to kill one of them, you know. Unless
Yeah,
they can
yeah,
really,
it does feel like that at the moment.
unless they can really get some good moments off. But you know, I don't think the Kukulkan has used bees once this game, so he's been chilling. Not been much happening. Good teleport
There was
coming out onto the
teleport.
Loki bees. Sorry, his ult. He's just chilling.
Yeah,
Ult coming out.
Odin ult, maybe
How
getting a
much
pick on
damage
a
did he
Loki.
deny?
but I think-
Charcoal. Another Aegis. There's just lots of damage coming either side. This seems to be going pretty well on either side of the fight. Both support
Yeah.
players are dead, and Chark is just going to be cleaning up Furin there. And Loki has to be careful. Oh, Figueroa's trying to get the kill, but he's going to be getting chunked out, and Chark is just the one running this fight now. And Tilly has popped his head around, and he's going to say, I think I'll be getting these cleanup kills, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And that looks like a fresh mid-tier 1 tower for the side of Sunday School.
It was. I almost didn't realize what happened. There was so many opportunities to get kills on both sides of the team.
It looked
But,
good there to start, and then the
yeah.
Chark just came in, and he came in full health, while Loki was like a quarter.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I
Loki just
saw.
needed to stay back. Chuck his 2s in if he really wanted to. The Chark was the one that was really headlining it there, and he just really did the works there.
I think there were opportunities for the trial to get out, but they didn't take those opportunities. I think they wanted to try and actually get a pick, and it didn't happen for them.
Trying to get as much gold and XP as they can. They're looking at final boss while Sunday School are resetting, getting their own camps, getting their own stuff, so they can come back into the lanes and do their fights. So hopefully this gives them a little bit. Maybe we can get some more
Hopefully.
items online, but
Yeah,
Sunday
Sundering
used
went
their-
out there. Yeah.
I was scared of the Chark. Makes sense. Level 17 Chark in 16 minutes is very scary.
Yeah, the
Um,
trial's trying to take what they can there.
I wonder, do you think the Hades would have been a better matchup into this Chark? Do you think it wouldn't have mattered either way? What are your sort of thoughts on that?
I have not seen a lot of Hades in general, in fairness. I do think
Good
he's
area.
a-
I think they need out of
Okay,
position.
yeah.
Doesn't look like there's too much happening on the side of Trial trying to get some kills, and they're just going to be backing off.
I think they're going to be trying to play it safe for a bit. They don't really have a lot of, like, the team fights are not going their way, so they really just need to farm up and try to maybe try their chances later on in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I'm loving these bluestone the procs on the minions. It's just very satisfying to look at as Odin was clearing
Yeah.
wave there. I don't know if you feel the same way, but that was just seeing all the damage numbers.
The
is
number
good.
ticks, yeah, it is
Yeah, it's
satisfying to
good.
look at. Good animation too now.
Yeah, it's good. It's enjoyable. So it looks like Gold Fury is coming up, and this will be the Ancient Fury on the side of the of Sunday School. They're going to be wanting to get that, and they can really start looking to end this game. It's only 18 minutes, but the amount of gold that they're ahead, and on top of this Ancient Fury, if they get it, they can really make some damage, even more done on the side of Child. But it looks like
Yeah,
their
that would be
grouping
really
wasn't
huge
that
at this
great.
stage.
They're looking for the kills instead. Durin's getting ulted, but luckily he has a CC immunity in his own ult. But they're still going to be getting walked out. Hades trying to do as much as he can, but he's going to be getting beamed out from the Tilly ult. Aegis coming out from Hecate. She's able to get a traded kill onto the Neath, but she's getting killed herself. And it looks like Sunday School are finishing up. Good Ares ult there.
It was good
Ares
Ares
damage, but not
Unfortunately, most of the team members are already down, no one to do the damage, because they did have a lot of people on Sunday School low in health, but there wasn't anyone to follow up by that point.
Yeah.
And I think Sunday still has a couple of members taking down the Ancient Fury, and taken down the tier 2 in mid lane as well.
Yeah.
So that's a team fight win and an Ancient Fury and a tier 2 in mid.
Yeah. And they're
Like,
stealing
that's
all their
big
camps. It looks
win
like.
on their side.
Just denying as much as they can. They're going
That
to get their
is-
camps, deny them gold, back up, spend their own gold, and then they're
Almost
probably
total
going to look
domination.
at
Yeah.
finishing up here. Fire Giant is up as well. I wonder if they even look at it at all. Probably, you know, without a minion wave, if they just want to walk up to these towers, they're going to need a little bit of help just to remove those defenses. Your truck looking up to get towards, excuse me, just so they know whether it's going to be happening or not. But very spread out. Unfortunately, you know, they're trying to soak up as much gold as possible, and really, they're not in a position that they'd like to be in, I think, to be grouping up and taking these 5v5s. But I think this needed to be happening earlier. The rotation matches and catching, you know, Sunday School out of position, like that needed to be happening at like before minute 10, you know, because that's
it is
Sunday
a
School
difficult
pressure had.
difficult position. Like, the best you can do is really disengage in these fights as best you can and just try to essentially delay the game for as long as you can at this point. And like, I think, yeah, looks like Sunday School is going to get the Fire Giant.
Yeah, they're around it. It looks like it's not really going to be contested. We've got Jingwei up in the top left, and the rest of the team just trying to dance around, see what they can do. This Yotruck is just absolutely in their back line, and he's going to be getting absolutely demolished. He's ulting, but there's not much that they can do. And it looks like Swifty's taking a little bit of an aggressive standpoint. Maybe not so much. They walked up towards him and just killed him. The Goris is a little bit scared now. The Fire Giant's not quite out yet. That one auto did a fairly decent chunk to the Goris there.
Yeah. In the meantime, Jingwei took that duo lane tier 2 in the left lane. Obviously trying to get as much as they can, maybe away from team fights.
Yeah, trying to get as much gold as XP as
It's
possible.
the best you can do, yeah.
She's going to need to be translating that into some team fights soon, because it's rough.
Yeah.
It's really rough. It's gonna take a miracle for them to come back. A really good team fight, but maybe they can grasp onto that miracle and make something happen. But we'll have to see. They're going to be needing to communicate effectively and really take these 5v5s together, but they can't do that. Unfortunately, I think the game might be ended for them already.
Yeah, rough game. Like I said, Jingwei, she shows up late game, so maybe, you know, Jingwei might start doing a lot of damage late game. Maybe if the, you know, the Child has a very big circle comp. If they were able to communicate and, you know, pull all those ultimates together, you just never know.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The beads pickups on both the Neath and the Kukulkan is rough, because, you know, everyone else in their ults have CC immunity. So you look at like Hecate and she wants to get some clutch ults off, but it doesn't matter. If she's popping her ult, they've got CC immunity anyways. So they're needing to bait things, but it's so hard because they like, there's no reason for Sunday School to be using these really crucial relics or ults until they need to. And by the time that they're needing to, they're killing you. They're on top of you. They're looking for left tier, on tier 2 rather. And there's another Ancient Fury coming up very soon. Ooh, Chark getting aggressive here, taking a fair bit of damage. They're going to be walking back and looking at that Ancient Fury clutch out the game there.
Sunday School does still have that Fire Giant, so they still got the sustain, and you know, this is just their time to be taking towers, taking phoenixes,
Yeah.
taking Gold Fury. Like, it's no problem for them at this point.
Definitely, it's all turn-based, right?
Yeah.
They're getting out of there, but it's still, as I said, their turn. They're pushing up their waves, they're walking up. There's no phoenixes to defend the Trial here. Buren's going to get ulted, but it doesn't matter. He's going to use his own to get out of there. Neatholt's going to be coming.
Neath,
Whoa, wait, what?
man. That did a lot of damage.
Oh, it came from base. He thought it was going to be coming way sooner. Chark could have kept chasing, but he didn't. He got hit by the back of that, but he's just going to back off. Get
Maybe a
healed
bit
up
of
by Fountain.
miscommunication there. Didn't realize that he could have maybe stayed on that a little bit more longer.
Possibly. The rough thing is they don't have a lot of ward coverage, so they didn't really know where the Neef was. Didn't see her back, but this is where the things are going to either come in clutch for the Trial, or it's going to absolutely break apart and the game's about to end. So
Yeah,
let's
the
see.
Phoenix don't have
Amir
any.
getting a little bit aggressive, and there Odin is absolutely just jumping in. Good cage. Amir's taking a lot of damage, and he'll be the first to go down. Fearing getting that kill. Odin cage now falling down. Degoris and MD taking a lot of damage, and Kugel ult coming down and doing Yotruck most of his health. More kills coming out on the side of Sunday School, and they're going to keep running it down now that they've taken that Phoenix and clutch out the rest of these kills. Loki getting some more for himself, killing Furin, and this looks like the end of the game. Well, GG's. Sunday School take that, and that's another win. That's the second semi-final game. So our next ones will be the final. So it'll look like it'll be Sunday School, and I'm trying to remember.
Sunday School and Fish.
Fish, that's right. What do you think? What do you think about that game?
Definitely a different game to the last one. We did see that Sunday School was very good at playing around the map, taking the objectives, keeping their gold lead, getting the picks. Loki obviously had a very strong start. You know, getting those picks early game, which I think really helped him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of holes in their, in their game plan. They really did everything they did perfectly almost. But the mistakes they made weren't really taken advantage of. They weren't really covered on the side of the Trial, unfortunately. So they were just able to keep going, taking their tempo to the next level and really clutch out there. I think personally, what sort of started off that, all those kills and started really the snowball in that, like MVP wise, I think I'm going to be having to give it to the Amir, to Shank. At least that's my opinion. I think there's very much some clutch moments on individually on the whole of Sunday School. Like we saw that Chuck in the mid lane being able to clutch out on a team fight and walk forward while the rest of his team could fall back and do all their damage that they already had done. I think obviously with the Loki, he got his presence really made the difference in a lot of those early picks. And obviously that gold steal early from Kukulkan. But I think the presence early on, the unexpectedness of the Emir to get a lot of those kills early or gift them to his team really sort of started that snowball. So I think personally I'll give it to Shank. What do you think?
For me personally, I would happily give it to Kukulkan, Tilly.
Yeah.
I think it's an unusual pick, and it really worked out well for them. I feel like that was something that really furthered their game. Just being able to have control over the gold fury, duo lane control. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we've seen in past games what Furin can do if he gets a lead, and just seeing Tilly absolutely not only hold his own but really push back Furin as much as possible. Like, he played really well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
great players on both sides. But you saw Sunday School had a good strategy.
Good game. Good strategy. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that'll be our second semi-final game. We'll take a short break and then we'll go straight into the finals, which will be a best of 3. So we'll see you all very soon.
Hello and welcome back. We've made it this far. We're up to the finals now. We've got Fish against Sunday School. Both teams have played pretty well so far. We saw a pretty back and forth game earlier for Fish against the Child, who against Smartaroos, who put up a very good fight. And Sunday School playing just then looked like they put on a bit of a
Yeah.
masterclass. So I'm super interested to see this game.
Yeah, so I am. Um, just like even with the game with Fish earlier, they absolutely surprised me with the way they turned that around and was just like, you know what, we're just gonna end it here. Um, that was a kind of big brain game plan there.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think we're going to see another one of Shark's cooked up drafts? Some
Yeah, like
more unconventional
Cuckoo
picks?
in ADC, I don't know. I don't know if Fish got the memo that trying stuff like that. So
Yeah, probably know Tilly as more of a mid lane player anyway, so it's probably not a bad look chucking him on these less conventional ADC picks and just seeing how that goes. And he
yeah,
really had a good impact on the Cuckoo.
I mean, I guess we have been seeing ADCs and mids kind of swapping between, especially when we only have about 25 gods to pick from. A lot of those roles can be interchanged.
For sure. I think having a dedicated coach is also a very powerful thing. And with such a small amount of gods, you've really got to make your picks count. And we know Sharks has had experience in the higher end of play. So yeah, let's get into these picks and bans here and see what happens.
Yeah, so just only one ban per team. I don't know if we're going to see an Odin ban yet because we haven't yet today. And Odin has been in every game.
It's interesting. We see lots of priority put towards these Odin and Fenrir bans, but this game kind of veering away from that, maybe thinking these teams want to get their hands on them instead. And from first pick, you've got a very important choice to make is how you want to kind of prioritize your whole draft. And the Odin is not a bad way to do that. We
Yeah,
saw Osha in the previous game absolutely commanding so
he
much
did really
space in these
well.
team fights.
Yeah, he did really well on the Odin, and they've got it again. I'm assuming that Osha will playing him again. Looks like Sunday School is looking at Fenrir, also another big pick.
Yeah, they're
Um,
kind of just tradable picks at the moment. And following that up with Neath, we could see this Fenrir go to a variety of roles. That's probably one of the reasons he's got such high priority. He's got such flexibility in roles that he can be played. Probably most likely going to be heading towards the jungle, but I wouldn't be surprised if I saw that in the support role or the solo lane.
yeah, Ymir on the Fish side, and Shark, which now I don't know if Shark's going to be solo or jungle.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
They banned the Ares, but then gave the Fenrir, which is quite an interesting thought process to me because, you know, Ares is such a good counter pick, but maybe they're just really comfortable on the Ymir pick and they think Ares is just too strong. But this top three from Sunday School is awesome. So many top tier gods. We know Amma has that same flexibility, being able to be played in multiple roles. And it looks like they're going back to that same backline of the Nathan Cuckoo. We might see Tilly
Yeah, it looks
getting
like
more solo kills on this Cuckoo Khan.
and Hecate on Fish. So Yada's great on Hecate, so I'm sure that will do very well for them. Cernanos.
Yeah, it's very frontline focused, engaged
Yeah.
comp. Maybe the Hecate just wants this Odin cage to secure those big TP ults. And there is quite a few ADCs open, so I'm surprised that the top pick of the bunch is the Cernanos there.
Cernanos, well maybe they're confident on Cernanos or they want more circle comp.
Circles are good.
So
And the Loki. We saw Sean or Platinum Pete popping off on that Loki last game, finding really good damage throughout the entirety of the game. Yeah, I really like these two team comps here. Personally, I'm leaning towards the Sunday School comp. I just love that Fenrir, that Amaterasu. It's a beautiful comp. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, there's actually not a lot of frontline on Sunday School. Two very different comps here. I do feel like Sunday School is going to do a lot more damage in general, as you like. That's what you'd expect. So it's a little bit more interesting. But I would vote for Fish. Maybe biased, but
Yeah,
guess we'll
well,
wait and see.
we don't have to wait any longer. We can just chuck it right to the casters and see how this game goes here. So, yeah. Hello, Nixel. Take it away.
Thank you, Osme and Devane. Some great analysis over there on the desk. Luxel, it's good to be back.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the cast. Yeah, some amazing names, some amazing teams. I'm really keen to see how this plays out. Interesting that the two teams that came to the finals are the teams that are opting out of the double ADC.
Yeah, now I'm not gonna lie, after watching that last game, I am a Kukulkan believer.
Hmm.
I saw some of that poke onto Furin in that last game. Didn't look very fun to be Furin.
No, no. I wonder how the Cernanos is going to fare into that. Looks like Fish is going to be the ones that are staying around in that 5-man group, seeing if they can get a pick maybe, while Sunday School are just defaulting, just walking around, getting a bit of vision, not walking up too far, doing
Yeah, just
their normal stuff.
trying to anticipate maybe a 5-man on speed, but just very spread out starts. We see the Kukulkan and the Armor both positioning to counter the proxy strat that I mentioned, I think, in game 1. So obviously no proxy strat, but they don't know that. Only we do.
Yeah. Interesting to look at. We see flicks with Aegis into both, Armor, Loki, and Ephenria,
Yeah,
opting for the Aegis instead of the beads, where
that is
Yada
very
obviously doing the
risky.
opposite. So I wonder how that's going to play out. Again, 3 Sunders there, 2 on Sunday School side. It seems to always be 2 on Chaos side and 3 on Order side, which is bizarre, but it just
Yeah,
is how it's playing out. But now it's Automaton on the Emir, and um we've got Pesto the Penguin on the Fenrir support, which is interesting.
yeah, very nice. Good to see. But a lot of team fight for both of these teams, I will say. So I am looking forward to seeing how these team fights play out.
Yeah, yeah,
The
absolutely.
Odin jungle finally.
Yeah,
one
the
of these
first.
picks.
Oh, good fight coming out. Pesto looking like he has just jumped in a little bit too far, and Flick's being able to get a decent amount of damage in return to him. So they're just going to be pushing out a little bit more, getting a bit of heals from their pots, and going back to wave, it looks like.
Yeah, just trading out some of those pots in the early game. There's really, really good wave
Ooh.
clear on Kukulkan.
So he got his 3 first, and now he's jumping onto Flicks, canceling his dash. There's not much more that they can do, though, unfortunately, and they're just going to go and take those priority mids that they have very well earned. Very impressive there.
Yeah, that was a really good catch. Super unfortunate for Flix. Dust doesn't have enough damage to get that kill, but some good fighting over in duo so far. Oracles look like they were
Ooh, I think
both secured.
one was
Or-
stolen.
Okay, I didn't quite see it there, and unfortunately we don't have can't see it on the map right now. But something happening over there. This solo lane matchup, I think, is pretty sleeper. I think that nothing too crazy is gonna happen. Osha
Yep.
actually
They're
played that
just
pretty
smacking
low
each
there,
other
but
as usual.
lots of
but-
healing for both. This mid lane as well, like we've seen it quite a bit. The Neath and Hikade handshake that's been going on.
Yeah, walking by each other in favor of the wave. Not much hitting happening, but I'm keen to see more potential of the Odin and
good solo.
Hikate, but a good fight coming out here. Amaterasu maybe getting caught out, and they're just on her and getting the first blood over to Osha. So hopefully he can take that off and either snowball that lane, as we saw the Chalk in in Sunday School last game.
Really good gank from Simply there.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to clutch out there. We can see the gold lead coming along with it. Amir coming back into lane. Saving Flicks. I'm like, okay, I got you now. And we can see Purple Buff
Oh,
coming
kill
up
onto
soon.
Yada in the mid lane. Looks like a 2v1. Very
Surprising.
nice pickup.
The CC must have just been there. Unfortunate for Yada.
Yeah, it looks like his relic is now down as well. So wasn't even able to use it to get out. That is something with the Hokage, you know, it is super strong in these team fights, but before ult, you have absolutely no way of like getting out, no mobility on that character at all until she can TP herself out, which is, you know,
Yeah.
you have to use your ult for that. So she's very, very not safe.
Yeah, and it looks like there was the recognition made that, you know, Yada was just walking behind the Neath to take the wave, and I'd say probably Loki just walked up and was like, actually you can't do that, and then just killed her.
Yeah, some good jungle players so far from both teams, getting active on the map, making some impact. Pretty even game across the board. Nothing too crazy other than those 2 first kills. Although, as you did mention, Osher does have the first blood. He has a level advantage now in solo, and that pressure is going to be mounting. Securing more buffs. Looks like potentially a blue invade might be coming forward here, but might just be securing their own buffs as that is the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And not too much happening on the side with the Sunders, unfortunately. We saw a lot of aggression in some of the last games, but
Yeah,
you know,
this is the
Kukulkan,
finals, so
yeah, you know, there's that wariness. This is where the points are really coming from.
and the diamonds. God, I love me some diamonds.
And the diamonds for sure. But Kukulkan's just, you know, ramping up. He's going to start doing his thing, just tag and wave and then walking away. And then maybe we'll see Fenrir making a bit more of an impact on the other sides of the map now that he has his ult up. So
I'm really, really keen
level
to
5s
see
across the board, yeah.
some Fenrir ulting with Kukulkan and some, you know, chain CC from the Loki ult. I feel like
Yeah.
that's just gonna absolutely insta kill anybody.
Ooh.
Someone like Flix.
2v1
just
over
can't
here
live
on the
through that.
Oracles. Simply is able to get out. Didn't have to use his ult or anything. What are we thinking? Obviously, this is the first time these games today that we've seen the Odin in jungle. Odin has been solo every single other game. How are we feeling about that? How do you think that'll differ? Also, Gold Fury coming up.
Well, it looks like his build is gonna be slightly different, so I'm not too sure about the damage spikes.
Taken from Fish question mark straight away. Going to be using their Sunders to secure that out, and Sunday School just looked like they weren't ready for it. There's not going to be another steal here, but a fight breaking out. Fenrir getting an ult off and trying to get this kill straight onto the Odin, but he's just walking away. Simply is fine, and Osher getting the kill onto the Fenrir. Walking a little bit too far up. Unfortunate for
His health.
And
look at his health.
I know, Odin's able to get out there just about fine. Oh.
Nah, no sweat. He wasn't even close to dying.
As
That's
long as he's
that
got one
Odin
health,
jungle.
that's all he needs.
Oh.
Just needs to walk away. And Cuckoo doing Cuckoo things. Unfortunately, it wasn't there to get that ult still as we saw in last game, which would have been clutch and really taking it back for Sunday School as we saw Fish question mark, you know, getting that first blood and having that slight lead, but they're pushing it that little bit further. And we can see that being apparent here in the mid lane with the level disparity. But
Yeah,
far
a really,
back on
really,
Sunday School. And,
a really nice ability to be able to take that Gold Fury super quick away from the Kukulkan. I mentioned in the draft previously that you know, the objectives are really, really hard to secure when you've got, you know, double Smite and a Kukulkan, but they are able to take that away before the Kukulkan's able to get there.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
So something worth mentioning, we see like I believe at least Kukulkan being a lot less safe here. Ooh, Matarasu coming out onto Osher here. Well, Odin can jump away. He's getting Neath ulted as well, and he's got the Fenrir on top of him. He's getting killed, and it's going to go for the Platinum Pete. Another kill.
That's super unlucky. So many, technically 4 people fighting him.
Yeah.
Then showing off the Neath, like how valuable that ult is to be able to, you know, create a numbers disadvantage. I mean, there was a numbers disadvantage regardless, but, you know, you can see what I'm talking about. There's a potential invade coming through. Looks like it's just going to be secured away.
Yep, just walking away, but yeah. Needed to shut down that 2-0. Odin didn't want to get that 2 out of hand, so doing it. Sorry, Chuck, to get it 2 out of hand straight away. Final boss getting looked at for the side of
I do really like that
now.
play. Unfortunate on the invade, and I will say I'm not the biggest fan of the final boss spawning on a side of the map and just being able to get pulled at random. It feels really strange. Just is that a solo kill?
Tilly getting no. It looks like
Fenrir was
Pesco
there.
was there to help out that, but he wouldn't have had ult. So looks like Flix might have just been out of position and gotten a bit greedy there. But
didn't
this is
even
what you
egg
don't
it.
want. You don't want, you know, the Kukulkan to be getting ahead and getting those ones off, like with the amount of damage that we saw in last game. You know, he's going to be tagging wave and walking out of there, getting as you know, as much gold as he can. But if he gets that lead, he'll be chunking you and he'll be soloing you without the Fenrir.
Yeah, we saw in that last game, Tilly able to use the Kukulkan very effectively. I think it was Devane that mentioned that that the Kukulkan is a comfort pick for Tilly, as he is more of a traditional mage mid player. So yeah, I do agree with that, and obviously he's putting into very good work in this in both games actually so far. The last one
Yeah.
and this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously still with the ADC there in mid. And yeah, great to see, like, because, you know, underneath mids, you have the choice of going either way to make your presence known, like as a god. But you know, you've also got your ult way if you wanted to stay in and farm, excuse me, you can just ult and make an impact in those fights. But we see a bit of a grouping here on the oracles on the left side here. Not too much going on. They're just going to be backing off. The oracles are taken.
Can't exactly see the timer. Looks like oracles are in the way, but Goldtree looks like it's going to be spawning fairly shortly. Armor, there is like essentially two proxies going on. I know Sharks is actually a proxy and Armor's in front of the tower, but it looks like Sharks going to be TPing first. Armor, I'm assuming is going to be following shortly, as this could be a 5v5 around this Gold Fury.
They're going to need to be grouping around this. They've seen the Chark now. Chark is on top of the Kukulkan. He's fine though. He's just going to be speeding on out of there. But how they're going to get a hold of that Kukulkan is by baiting out his dash, and then hopefully Hecate or possibly even the Xerxes is getting some good CC on him.
Fish question mark just first of the objective. Macro really good from them. Trading a wave and some plates in solo to get that Gold Fury buff stacked. But just no answer from Sunday School so far on the Gold Fury department.
Yeah, absolutely. Not too much of a gold disparity we're seeing, but next Gold Fury is an Ancient Fury. And that's what's going to be scary.
The one after that. 4.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
But the God Furies do offer permanent buffs now. If you have a look under the kills at the top of the screen, those little circles that are highlighting are permanent buffs. Buffs to I believe it's minions and tower damage, or I think there's a bit of a, you know, the text isn't super clear, but they do offer permanent buffs. So trading a bit of gold on top of the armor for those buffs, and yeah, a bit of gold as well. For the, you know, obviously it's called Gold Fury.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see solo order side tower getting really low here. Tilly wanting to get a little bit aggressive here, maybe on the Xerxes. He's going to be tagging the wave with his tornadoes, just getting the last hits on the wave, and Flix is just going to be chilling in the bush. Not much he can do. He doesn't want to risk it. Fenrir is hanging around, and they're walking up. Fenrir has ult, and he's leaping on the tower, but there's not much he can do there. There's a good reaction from Flix as they back off and hit their wave.
Yeah, Flix has to play super scared like the whole game because he has no beads.
Yeah.
So you know, it does feel pretty bad, but you know, they've obviously decided that the CERN is good and they're happy to sack lane. Oh, Loki just walking through. Nothing to see here.
Ooh, Aegis coming out from Xerxes, and they're on top of him. I didn't even see until I just saw the Aegis get used, and they killed the Xerxes anyways. Flix is dead. This is really bad for the side of Fish question mark. Like, they have gotten the objectives and they've done everything that they can, but unfortunately without the beads on the side of Flix, he's really just getting camped over here, and there's not much that he can do.
Yeah, I'm really a little confused as to the CERN pickup. I don't think Jingwei was banned, was it? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. It was Ares and something else on the other side.
Ares and
but it wasn't Jingwei.
Bacchus,
So
Ares and Bacchus.
Yeah, right. I'm not quite sure why why the CERN is being looked at, especially as it was picked later on into the comp against a team that Sunday School has built. And then I understand the Aegis against Neath Kukulkan, but no beads is really hard to play this play like the lane any of the game. Late game it's going to be just as difficult until maybe Ulti is able to get the beads item. But even then, that's a lot of pressure to put on your support to essentially like have to play next to you so that he can protect you.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a must though if they want to continue out this game. Still a lead though, coming in from the side of Fish question mark. They're just chilling. They're not making too much happen at the moment. Neither on the side of Sunday School, other than that nice kill onto Flix. Just waiting for objectives to be up. There's not really a lot of picks, anyone caught out or anything like that.
Yeah, gold seems to have evened out as well after some, some laning. Like almost even completely. 300 gold is absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So I think this next team fight is a really good indicator as to how this game 1 is going to go. Remember, this is a 3-game series. This is a best of 3. So not maximum of 3
Potentially.
games. Yeah,
Yeah.
potentially. Could be 2-0, but yeah, taking, what, even if you lose this game, what can you take from it? Was the CERN an issue? Was it not an issue? We have yet to see. What side are you going to take? Maybe the Odin is looked at, maybe something like the Fenrir. Obviously, we don't know yet. The game is still in the early stages. Goal is, what, 150 now? Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Osha, maybe caught
Ooh,
here.
Osha getting caught out and Nethal coming into him anyways. It doesn't matter if he's got CC immunity because he's just going to get killed. In Sunday School, getting all the kills, but
Immunity
all the
from CC, but
objectives
not
coming
immunity
over to
from
Fish
death.
question mark, and Odin's just zoning out their team while they take Gold Fury, and he's going to get it secured anyways.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, the Kukulkan ult isn't quite enough to get hit, at least early enough, but Automaton taking a lot of health
Another
damage.
proxy on armor.
Fenrir is
just
walking up. He's
looking
getting
to trade
aggressive.
those.
Is he going to be getting greedy?
Ooh.
Flix is still there. And the
No
Odin's there as
Kukulkan ult.
well. That's his... Oh, the 3 goes over the wall, so he is chilling.
Really nice.
And he's walking up again. Flix just wants his wave. He doesn't know what's going on.
This is super easy to dive. Amir is really low. No Sunder on him either, and with no beads on the CERN.
Oh,
There he is.
super
He's
low,
picked up and he's
that's
gone.
him dead. Oh,
Oh!
Aegis. Oh, I think he's dead
Oh!
anyways. Yeah.
Rough.
Just really going to show that, like I think the beads would have been the better pickup instead of the
I just think that
Aegis.
this CERN is a mistake, in my opinion. I really think a bit of a draft oversight, maybe a comfort pick for sure, but like, how do you play this game as CERN? Like, we just saw it then. He's just locked under his tower. They know the dive is coming and he can't even leave.
Yeah, and Amir can't do anything. He's too low health, and even if he walked up, I think he just gets killed anyways.
So now 3 Gold Furies being secured by Fish question mark, but a 3k lead due to, 4 more kills and both tier 1s and side lanes now being dropped. Mid tower still very, very healthy, so that's probably quite far away from dying. But, ooh, another objective for Fish. Really feels like Sunday School's macro hasn't been the best other than when they're trading towers.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. But, next Gold Fury is Ancient Fury now. I apologize for my mistake before. But yeah, they've got the 3 buffs for their side. They're going to be starting to stack these Ancient Furies, and but they're going to have to be needing to do something with it, right? If they can't get close to these towers, then there's not much that, what was the point in the first place other than denying it from Sunday School? But that in itself is important, I believe, because otherwise they'll keep steamrolling their own lead from that.
Yeah,
but
a
Fight here
big
coming
grouping
out,
on the
looks
duo
like
side, the solo side,
Armor ult's
sorry.
coming out onto Osha. He doesn't have a tower to sit under. And Loki's coming out, ulting the Chark, and there's not much he can do.
Nice.
Odin's trying to save. He's just going to walk out of his ults, and they're going to be stuck in the cage there. Unfortunately, couldn't save that Chark from imminent death.
I will say, Osha, scoreline 2-3 doesn't really represent how he's been playing the lane. Looks like he's had pressure a lot of the game, but he's just getting focused down by the team. They're choosing to put a lot of their resources onto him.
This Fire Giant's getting looked at. 16 minutes into the game, Pesto Pete's tanking that up.
Yeah, huge grouping on the right side from Sunday School. CERN is
I don't
left
think-
still.
Yeah, I don't think Fish question mark are ready for this. If they can maybe get a pick off, but Simply doesn't have ult. And they're
Triple
just
Sunder
dancing
is
around,
up.
making sure that they cannot get into there, even with the Triple Sunder. Pesto taking a lot of damage though, and now they're all on top of it. That's the Fire Giant. No one was there to
What a
contest,
play.
and that's where they could push. But good macro coming out from Flix just in trade of that, taking the tier 1 tower on the left side. But what's going to happen coming from this is what's really going to change, who's leading the game now.
Yeah, that was. I just said that I wasn't super happy with the macro from Sunday School, and they, get a pick on Osha and just pull fire straight away after. Great call. Flix is still in duo. Hakade is stuck on a mid tower after getting the wave pushed. Really, really, really good play
Fenrir
from
coming on. Good damage and good ult, and he's just going to be getting absolutely bullied. Hekate out coming out, trying to teleport the Fenrir towards her, but there's not really any point when there's not much that you can do in terms of damage there. And he's just going to be walking at her now, and nothing as to avail. Automaton, I feel like could have walled there. He's got his team around him, but
He
again,
does have the beads item now, so they are able to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Fenrir ult is down for a little bit, but I think that Pesto has been playing really well on this Fenrir, like always in the right spots. Ults have all gotten value.
And this is going to
Oh,
be that
this is
Ancient
big.
Fury. This is really bad
Yeah,
for the side of
this is a rough
Fish
spot.
question mark. This is both Ancient Fury and Fire Giant. This is where they're taking their towers, taking that standing gold, and really, really taking their tempo to the next level. Pushing up those waves. We got Chark pushing up right lane. That's good for him. If he can take that tower, that's awesome. Unfortunately, nothing really that's going to get him into the fight that fast. He's going to have to back, which it looks like. Oh, wait. Where'd he go? Oh, he backed.
He based. Just
I was gonna
disappeared
say
off the map.
he could use the teleport, but he just backed and he's walking up.
I
anyways.
think that he should have stayed for tier 1. I think that trading that off and then basing, like if your team's not going to defend tier 2, just get the gold and then base after that.
I think I agree. I think he may have thought that the wave would get the tower, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They are soft defending their tier 2 towers. It doesn't look like much is happening from it. They want their phoenixes more than anything though, and they're going to be trying to circle around them, making sure that they get this tier 2 tower before anything happens. And looks like
Yeah,
they're just
really
going to back
hard.
off.
Really hard to defend against this. Well, you know, Ancient Fury plus Fire Giant.
Little
You know,
tag
you're
there,
losing.
stopping the back over to the Fenrir, but he's got enough jumps to get him way far away. Odin trying, and he's going to have to ult to get away, but that's not too much of a loss. There's not too much happening around the map. Sunday School got what they wanted, and
Yeah, they can just stall out now. Yeah, they still
yeah.
have fire. Fenrir will come back up eventually. It's not that long of a cooldown. But yeah, good disengage. Almost caught, but not.
not quite, yeah. But yeah, I mean, still potential here from Fish question mark to be doing stuff. We've seen this kind of rather gold difference on the side of like Chaos or the other team before, and you know,
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
team fight can really dispel what the lead is and where the game is heading. So they're definitely not out for the count, but
No.
they're going to be needing to put in some work here.
I really think a quiet day, just as a whole, for Flick so far. I think that he's quite a good ADC, like one of the better mechanical players, but he just feels so locked out of the games today. His Neath, you know, they won, but like, I don't even think he was in that game, and this game is kind of the same thing, like just a really, really quiet game from him. So I hope towards this next game, you know, if this is finished by Sunday School, you know, even if Fish managed to win this game, I hope that some more resources are put over to Flix, because I do think that he can really take over a game if he's given the resources, if he's given the right picks. Like, he's played Neath and now CERN. Like, I feel like I want to put him on Anher, or, you know, I don't even know if Anher is that good, but I want to put him on a fighting god, someone who's going to be a playmaker or a carry.
Yeah, Anho not really been picked up at all this today. We've seen it throughout the week in some of the other games that have been played, Anho being picked up a couple times, but today none at all, which is interesting. Really favoring the Neath and the Jingwei and the Soul, and
And Sol is still so good.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like it's just a sort of fall back. Let's play default. We're waiting for objectives to come back up, and then we can look at the Phoenixes afterwards, is I believe what Sunday School are planning. But Fire Giant, hard to tell with that ward on top of it, but I think it's not too far off coming up. And then
that is a bit
Ancient
rough.
Fury not far off from that. So trying to get as
worst
much gold
case-
and XP over to the side of Fish question mark. We can see it's a little bit of it's a little bit lower, not a massive. It's doable, right?
It is playable. It is definitely playable, and they
Yeah.
are looking for a pick. This Odin has a, you know, massive pick potential with his 3 stun into cage. You know, the Chark has a lot of space creation, you know, onto this Kukulkan. Hopefully he can keep him out, force
Ooh,
the Neath
Loki.
backlit, something like that.
Good Neath ult. And Loki's coming in to get the clutch on the kill. Had to use his Aegis. Loki's getting out of there, and Fenrir is just coming in. You got no beads, bud. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna kill you.
How is this playable?
Unfortunately, Emir's not got many behind him to follow up on damage, but still getting a lot coming off from Yada. Simply is very low, and he's going to get dashed on and killed from Madness Inflictor. And the Emir will be chasing
from
up.
Madness.
Yada, there's not much that he can do. He's just staying behind his Emir, making sure he's outside of damage. And it looks like the side of Sunday School has won this fight. They're falling back to the Fire Giant. This is a 3v4 right now. There's still potential to be had. Yada still has his ult, so there's potential to be had, but unfortunately, damage coming out. Yaga's getting the trade onto the Loki, but then getting taken down by the Fenrir, really clutching out on the end of that fight. And then
That might be game, Nixel.
yeah, I think you're right. Pesto Penguin on the lowest amount of health, getting a little bit of heals off the wave, but I think you're right. I think that's the clutch out end for game 1 to Sunday School. They kind of need their wave to walk in, and maybe there could be a bit of clutch coming in. Who have we got alive at the moment? We've got Flix. Still got some damage coming off. Not his ult, getting a double kill.
Oh, big step up.
You guys don't have the health to do this. And maybe getting the triple kill right onto the Neath. Is he going to do it? And unfortunately, she gets the trade-off. Triple kill over to Flix, though. He kind of does need that for his levels and his gold. So able to even it out a little bit more if you look at the levels between Tilly and Flix. But still have their Phoenix. That's the good thing. And only one person
is
with
still
Fire
up, I
Giant.
believe.
What is?
I think Fire Giant's still up. I don't think they did it.
You might be right. You might be right.
So a recontest around Fire Giant. I believe that Ancient Fury also still up, so it's still a very tense game state right now. Let's see what these teams choose to prioritize. There's maybe some split vision accrual happening right now, simply doing these oracles. Yada and Osha over towards the solo fire side. Just, you know, having a look, securing some buffs. We do see red side wards all in that jungle, so they know that they're there. Some really good vision right there. And I am curious to see, as in 5 seconds, every single person on the map will be up. Almost every ult will be up as well, but a lot of relic. The relic situation not looking too hot.
No, not at all. Ults back up for the for everyone here. Looks like there's a bit of a regroup around this Fire Giant on the side of Sunday School. Smite Tour maybe just getting some camps along the way, but Fish question mark really just having to defend these lanes, making sure they're not pushed too far up, so the worst could happen.
I've got a hypothetical here. They have double bomb with Cuckoo and double Sunder. Do you just flip fire in their face and just never lose it here?
I guess it depends on how much damage that they get received. You know, as Devane was saying in the P's and B's, there's not a lot of tankiness over on the side of Sunday School. There's a lot of damage, but I think that they may just take enough that it might not be worth it. But definitely, if Fish question mark take that, I think that like they just can flip that easy. But it looks like they've got the tempo here. They're going to be looking at Fire Giant, or at least doing a bait. Grouping up happening. Yada pushing up onto his tanks. Seeing if he can get a bit of damage off, but not quite anyone in range. Automaton taking a little bit of poke. And he's walled himself off, and unfortunately he's going to be getting killed. Federal coming out. Lots of good damage coming off. Amaterasu ult going down, and Loki getting a bit of damage off onto the Chark as well. Falling back. This is a 5v4. Odin's got his ult off, and lots of good damage coming out as well. Flix coming up. Yada as well. Damage going absolutely crazy, and hitting the Cuckoo ult onto the Chark. Madness Inflictor able to secure that kill out on that 1 HP Chark. This is going a little bit 50-50, but it looks like in favor of Sunday School. Flix getting another kill, but unfortunately dying to the Neath and simply having to run away. Otherwise, he will be losing his life. We're now at a 3v2, and they'll be looking at the Fire Giant now, but I don't know if they have the help to do that.
No Cuckoo ult. Osha does... sorry. Simply is still alive. Coming back from base, does still have his Sunder.
We do have the Sunder on the side of Amaterasu as well, but I just don't think they have the health to safely do that. Three people are up back from Fish question mark. They're walking straight to the Fire Giant, and it looks like Sunday School are walking over to the Gold Fury, or are they backing off?
Looks like they might just be resetting, waiting for these for these allies of theirs to respawn, and what a fight! Back and forth.
This could have been a mistake, though.
Crazy clutch ult.
I feel like Fish question mark, if they walk straight to Fire Giant, they might have been able to take it. I don't know. Like, I guess they don't have their ADC. Maybe their damage isn't quite enough.
Yeah, Neath doesn't have too much. Oh yeah, Neath was dead.
Neath was dead.
They don't have really a lot of burn. They have secure.
Someone is what I meant with Fish question mark, if they were to just take it while they were backing off. But looks like everyone's healthy. Everyone's got ults. Relics not amazing on the carries of Fish question mark.
No, not at all.
I'm sure relics have been used on the side of Sunday School, but
yes, Tilly's shell was used.
I'm not too sure.
So maybe this Odin Cage can go big in the next fight. I'm fairly certain that Phantom Shell was used, and that is the only one. So could be getting caught in this next engage.
Still double bomb as well. It's anyone's game here. I'm looking at the Fire Giant, not the most grouping. It doesn't look like there's a fight that's about to ensue quite yet, but they are ready. If anyone jumps on that and starts it, they're going to be walking straight over. And Ancient Fury is still up as well. Getting a
Very
little bit
tense
aggressive here in the
game
mid
right
lane.
now.
Loki's pushed up a little bit. Matarasu is covering off his sides. And he's going to be slippery with his invisibility. Simply trying to get on top of him. Getting the stun onto Loki. And it's a bit of a fight ensuing. Smite, Neath getting the kill onto Chark. And another ult coming out. Matarasu, Neath getting another kill onto Flix. She's walking forward, Tilly getting a kill. It is just absolute disaster on the side of Fish question mark. Sunday School getting 3 kills. They're very low, but no trades coming out at all. Simply looking for it. He can see he's hungry. He wants the kills. He can see that they're low, but nothing, unfortunately, is going to be happening here.
What a fight. I'm hoping that Sunday School can reset here, come out of base, and start up this Fire Giant. They do not have Kukulkan up, but it will be coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, they need to defend left lane, and Sunday School know it. They're straight on that Fire Giant. They know that they need to back off and defend that. This is an easy Fire Giant for them, and I wonder if they're going to go straight to the Ancient Fury or have a look at one of the Phoenixes. Looks like
Ancient Fury is still up, like you just said, so I'm assuming, considering that Fish question mark are just only respawning now, but they are resetting. No, they're not resetting.
Not quite. They're just having to defend the lanes on the side of Fish question mark, unfortunately. It's rough. It's rough here. They're not looking at the Ancient Fury, it looks like, but there's certainly going to be a strong push soon that they're going to have to defend, and I believe we'll be coming up to our last team fight here very soon.
Triple bomb on Sunday School, going to be securing this. Or actually, there might be a fight around this Ancient Fury. Maybe
I think
Fish
they need to do it here.
That the game is over if they lose this.
They want to save their bombs. Their bombs want to be used on the Phoenix. They won't be using them here. So if they take the fight to them right here, it's hard. They've got Fire Giant, but if they can make a play here, they might be able to clutch it out. Ancient Fury up as well. They could walk straight down left lane.
Oof, I think this is a mistake. I think giving this is game over.
No.
Triple bomb and Ancient Fury Fire Giant. I think this is so unwinnable. It's such a brutal fight to take, but I think that you have to do it, and they do choose to give away the Ancient Fury. It's a really rough game state.
They'll just be pushing up the waves, getting as close to the Phoenixes as they can, and they've got the bombs, they've got the damage. There's nothing coming back towards them from the Phoenixes, just from the gods. And we can see if the gods can take that miracle and push it as far as they can to in this next team fight. 12k up on the side of Sunday School. This is going to be rough.
Yada has had some great ults so far across his games so far. So let's see, can he make a miracle happen? Can Ultimaton get some, crazy walls? Is Osher going to be able to zone the backline, or is this coffins for Fish question mark?
Are the Phoenixes up? No, they're sleeping.
Shouldn't be.
I don't think there's usually the barrier around.
Odin used. Well, I'm assuming Loki didn't walk on the tower by himself there and kill the
I
Phoenix.
didn't see that. Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they're down. It's just, just a vision bug.
Weird.
Anyway.
Yeah, fight coming out. Matarasu going on, taking the beats of Hecate. Flix walking forward, trying to do as much damage until he's getting the kill onto Simply. Doing as much damage as he can. Fenrir has jumped on them. They're going to be taking all 3 Phoenixes, walking forward with their waves and looking at that Titan. They want to finish this game here and now. They've got the damage, they've got the health, but they don't quite have the ult. Tilly ult's still there. Kukulkan ult could really make the difference here, but Fish question mark can maybe make a play here and use some of their ults in return. Already 1,000 health coming down on that Titan. They're wanting to make this play. They're wanting to push in these waves and putting as much pressure as they can, but there's a good wall here. You're doing as much damage as they can over to that god, that side. I didn't see quite who that was, but splitting up the attention. They're everywhere. They're not in one place. And a good Cuckoo ult, and they have finished the game. Sunday School taking out the first game of the best of 3. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. Really good early, really good mid. We really saw a lot of even stuff happening back and forth, but again, reminiscent of last game, we see the tempo just being taken and snowballing into that finish there on the side of Sunday School. What did you think about that?
I think, what I'll say is, towards the end, the decisions felt very just not there. I'll say, for lack of better Frez. They
Yep.
just felt like they were kind of frozen. That Fish had opportunities, and they just kind of rolled over and fell apart. After that Ancient Fury was taken, they have Triple Bomb, they have Fire, they have Ancient Fury, their Phoenixes are gone. Other than that wall, it kind of looked very meh towards the end. Like it didn't even really look like they had a fight at all. I know
it's
that
hard.
Simply got caught and was able to and unfortunately fell down towards the start of the fight. But yeah, I think that game one's done. Take a deep breath, reset, sort out around this Cernanos pick that we were highlighting, and unfortunately he really was out of the game. He couldn't play the game. I don't necessarily think that he lost the game for them, but he absolutely didn't do anything to promote a win, I will say.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I think we'll get into picks and bans for the next game then, shall we?
Yeah, let's throw it over to the desk to quickly go over that game while we run into picks and bans for Osme and Devane.
You made it. Hello. So that was quite an interesting game. Very exciting.
Apologies. Yeah, I thought that was an awesome game.
Yep.
There was lots of pressure coming from the side of Sunday School, and Fish were doing really well keeping up with that and not
Yeah.
letting this gold lead get too big. But it's pretty hard to keep that up consistently. And we saw that this map state just kept transforming into the favor of a Sunday School, and a few messy fights here and there, and it really kind of flipped into their favor.
Yeah,
And
it was interesting to see how Fish seemed to had control, like map controls, like early on in the game, but they were losing out on the trades every time, and then you saw that shift, and then Sunday School starting to get those like the Fire Giant and then all the Gold Furies and everything. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. I think these picks for next game will be super important. So let's get into it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if we go back to this Cuckoo again. It's almost like they have a monopoly
like
on the ADC draft because they don't need to prioritize any ADCs.
Yeah, it looks like they worked out a formula because you're always seeing the ADC Soul, Jingwei, maybe Neith. Like that's it. It's like Soul, Jingwei, Soul, Jingwei.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you just kind of take that out if you're putting a Kukulkan there. And then it was interesting to see Cernanos get picked instead of Soul Jingwei.
Yeah, I think these are the same bands as we had last game.
On the same sides. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
both
interesting.
teams seem to have what they want in mind, and they're just going back to it. Maybe they didn't think it was a comp diff; it was more of just a gameplay diff. But this Fenrir pick, you can never complain about that. We saw Pesto doing very well on that pick, finding
Yeah.
flicks so many times in duo, and really getting Tilly that kind of comfortable game state that he needed on the Cuckoo.
Yeah, and also the Odin again coming out from Fish. So
Yeah, I wouldn't
same.
mind. Yeah,
Deja
I
vu at
wouldn't.
the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind maybe seeing that going towards Osha. We saw he was like so potent on that in the previous set. Simply definitely didn't have a bad time, but I don't know if he had as much impact as he probably wanted. So this Amaterasu pick, taking that away from Madness Inflictor, who really was getting in the backline there, finding lots of farm. I think that's a good look for the draft.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick for Fish. I think that would really switch things up. And it gives him some chase potential.
Mm. And
Neat
yeah, Smite Tour, just playing Neath every game. So
again.
very fun. It just gives so much potential for Sean to capitalize on all these ganks. We see he's already having an impact, and just chucking a Neath on top of that amplifies
Yeah,
everything
just
he wants to do.
the global presence as well. Really helpful. Ymir coming out from Sunday School this time round. It's a different pick. And
It's happening again.
is that a Kukulkan on Fish?
Yeah.
Is that Yada on Kukulkan? Wow.
They kind of are taking the draft into their own hands. I don't know if
think if they're gonna do it in ADC lane, I don't think they're
Yeah.
gonna try and do the same thing. I do know that Yada likes Kukulkan a lot. And Jingwei, so I would much prefer Jingwei over Cernanos. I hope it works in their favor.
I definitely was going to say I didn't think Flicks had that in him, but I think the Jingwei, yeah, is definitely a better look for Fish ADC, and they have a potent backline together. They can really do a lot of damage to whoever's diving them, and Jingwei is so slippery as well.
Yeah, very very safe guard too. And so we got Hecate for the mid lane. So they got a strong mid pick and Sha.
You never know. That could be a Hecate ADC with how things have been going.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I
this-
why am I? Especially with Tilly liking mid laners. Yeah.
This Mordred pick we've seen simply on the Odin, but I think maybe that Mordred pick might be going to him. I think it's a lot more of a has a lot more potential, and I'm actually very keen to see if he can kind of get more picks, because I know Odin's trying to set up, but Mordred's definitely going to be helping them with finding these picks that they really need.
Yeah, Fish also has, like, we're not even 100% certain where all these guards are going. They have a lot of flex picks here. You know, I don't know who their support would be looking at this. Maybe Amaterasu, but it could be an Odin support. Yeah, I don't. It'll be interesting to see. Mordred, sometimes you see in the solo lane as well.
That's true. Yeah. Which comp do you prefer, Devan?
I'm trying to let my bias get ahead of me.
No
Yeah,
names.
I don't know. No names. I do think I like Fish comp a bit more. I feel like this time round Sunday School has the tankiness, but I feel like from last game, the tank comp doesn't seem to be doing enough damage. Maybe that's an issue. I don't know. In Smite 2, like maybe it's better to have more power over health. So, but it would be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, let's just chuck it straight back to our two wonderful casters, Jay Beto and Nuxel. Take it away for game 2.
Oh, thank you, Osme. You are wonderful as well. Thank you for that analysis, Domain. And Osme, I wanted to touch on a few things, Nuxel, that I agreed with. The tankiness of Sunday School being a lot more in force. However, we did see the squishier team did win last game. We also are seeing very interesting draft for Fish question mark here.
We're seeing our first blink of the whole day.
True. Blink Fenrir. We got Odin support this time. Got our armor solo finally. And our Flicks on more of a playmaking ADC, which is something that I did want to see.
Tilly, known, like, Neath is another one of those comfort picks, I believe, for him. Being able to take away. This is really bad for Platinum Feed here. Oh no! He was able to blink away, but they're still getting first blood. Oh no, not quite. They're all walking away. This is crazy. But using 2 relics already on the side of Sunday School. That was scary. That could have been first blood then and there.
That could have been first blood, second blood, third blood.
Who knows? That was if Platinum Pete did not have blink there, he would have been.
Yeah, he was gone.
Nice it's almost like he had a premonition. He was like, "Nah, I'm picking blink," and I just my gut told me why, and that was why. And maybe
he had a dream about going blink in game 2 weeks ago. He knew.
And that's why he was my MVP 2 games ago. Anyways.
Yada. Picking up the Cuckoo Khan for himself this time. We do see it in mid this time, more of a traditional position.
Mage versus mage. We have not seen this all day.
Yeah, you did highlight the Tilly on the Neath, more of a him pick than the Hokade. I would agree. I think that Tilly on Neath seems pretty standard to me.
Yeah, 100%. Especially being in the ADC role. But yeah, some interesting stuff that'll come out of here. Pesto back on. Sorry. Pesto back on the Amir. We saw before how good he. Oh wait, I got my freaking people mixed up. I'm sorry, man. I thought Pesto was Platinum and Platinum was Pesto. Pesto's my goat. Pesto back on the Emir. We saw how well he played the Emir a couple games ago. Ooh, good damage.
Yeah,
Good
this matchup's
fade
pretty armor sided for the
Oh.
first bit until Char gets
Unfortunately,
some items on, and then he can win
Fenrir
that
coming
one.
out, trying to get the last hit there onto Simply, but not quite there. Good stun, good damage off in the mid lane. But yeah, I'm keen to see some clutch Amir stuff, some early rotates, and some stuff happening. Good damage, pushing it out under their tower.
Ooh,
Taking a lot there,
yeah, that was good.
and looks like they're resetting,
Yeah.
they're falling back. They've gotten their mids.
Some very conservative players from across the board so far today, other than that one game where there was like 4 kills in like the first few minutes. But
Yeah.
a lot of just farming going on. Looks like jungle resetting, coming out of base with items. Solo lane, nothing too crazy. You know, pretty standard. Just winning a matchup, losing a matchup kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Just getting in the way, falling back, hitting each other a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
healing from
normal
this lane.
things. Yeah, but
Not
Fenrir
too much kill
poking
potential.
his head around. He wants to have a look at this armor. No wards there.
Cool.
She doesn't know.
Asha was focused really heavily during the
Oh,
last
and he's
game.
dashed in. He's used his
Yeah,
dash.
he has dashed
Fenrir
in.
sees that immediately, and he's straight on it. Misses his dash, unfortunately, but he's still got his 3, doing a lot of damage, and it looks like this is going to be Asha dead. Oh, he's so fast, though. Can he get the kill? Oh, nice.
First blood
And
onto the Chark.
that is really good for the Chark. We saw how much he can get ahead just with a little bit of a lead, so we'll see if that can keep going onto the Amaterasu. But really unfortunate. You do not want to be dashing the wave when you don't have vision of their jungler.
It's so hard though, you know, with the bushes. Armor dash is kind of really important for a clear right now. But yeah, solo right now is very, in my opinion, like which jungle ganks you first.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it was on the side of Sunday School that got the gank.
Yeah.
You know, I see why it wasn't expected. You know, there was you know, there's not really anything coming up, but there wasn't also anything really better to do. So,
Yeah.
hello, Fenrir, I'm here. You dashed.
Bit of an
I'm gonna kill you
engage on the
now.
left side there.
Oh, good stun. We're seeing that Pesto Amir that I'm talking about, and a good kill onto Simply, and Pesto's getting that last hit.
Neath thought was so good, and Neath just honestly feels like the most impactful pick so far in like all of today. It just feels like every team that has Neath is winning, other
Yeah.
than that time Flick played it.
That was really smart though. Like Neath and the Cuckoo Khan were the first people to tick over to level 5 there, and just instantly was able to take advantage of that as much as possible. And then I don't know if you're looking, but after that team fight, everyone else ticked over afterwards. So
Yeah.
really taking advantage of the Neath presence. Oh, good. Oh, Platinum Pete trying to kill this Cuckoo. It looks like he's going to do it, and he blinks
Blink.
forward and gets the auto. That's another use of the blink. Crazy
blink.
there. I know I said Pesto was my goat, but the blink is also crazy.
Pete.
No,
My
no,
goat,
I
Pete.
know what I said. I said the right thing.
No, there's my goat is Pete.
Yeah. Pete's playing very well. He is up 1-0 so
1-0.
far.
He scored once.
He scored once. Unfortunately, nothing on the side of Simply quite yet.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested because obviously we haven't had enough time today to cover every game, but I would be really interested as to the win rate of Neath in these games because I do honestly think that she is just the most impactful pick there is. I know that like they have Hikade and Neath this game, which I think is really, really good, but it feels like Neath is the most impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting to see as well, like we've got the Hikade but without the Odin.
Yeah.
Ooh, Neath coming out onto the Cuckoo. Cuckoo ult missing, but they're not going to keep continuing that. I find that weird. Cuckoo could just...
Bit of drifting going on. Revoke his license, please. Suspend it.
Yum. Walking over to the Gold Fury here. They're just going to walk through it. They don't want to
That's
take
2
it.
today. We've seen 2 complete misses.
Got the
Rough.
breaking the heels. But
And
falling back into a default. Gold
There's
Fury
a
is up.
2k lead already. Gold
I
Fury
know,
hasn't
and
even
they're
been
looking at it.
taken yet.
They want it now.
Yeah, they are.
Damage taken. They saw the red team
Oh, this is
backed off,
gone.
and
Yeah, they're all
it's all
reset coming
theirs.
out of base.
They're hungry.
Wow.
And they're filling their stomachs, and I feel like they
Almost a
want some more
3k
too.
lead right now.
Yeah, already. I mean, this is just the kind of thing that you see from Sunday School, being able to take that tempo and chase it up as far as you can. Obviously, not to say that Fish are down and out for the count, but Sunday School are very, very good at using their tempo to the fullest ability.
Yeah, that reset coming in from like almost every member of Fish means there's just absolutely no one who can step up. So, pretty clean play and back to farming.
Fenrir looking at mid, getting the dash off and doing as much damage as possible.
Oh.
No beads on the Cuckoo, and he's just gonna die. Cuckoo's having a rough game. Oh, so far.
Okay,
Zero
Fenrir
and two
also
so
feels like it's been winning a lot. Fenrir feels really, really strong too.
Well, we've seen a lot of... Oh, good stun. He just wants to get that purple buff, and he took it. Pesto, my goat, took the purple buff. And he's walking
what a
around. He's
Chad
just
move.
swinging around. He doesn't care. And he's just going to fall back. And he's got what he's wanted. The
He's
team having to
got
back
what
off.
he's wanted.
Yep,
True.
I can say things.
Asha looks like he just invaded blue buff. Pretty unfortunate for Madness Inflicted. Does feel pretty bad to not have blue buff on
Red buff on Chuck,
on
though.
Shark.
He does a
Yeah,
lot
but he
of
does
damage.
have red buff. Oh, it looks like
Yeah, I'll take that
if
blue
I'm
buff over
if I'm
there.
Mordred and Cuckoo, I'm just running straight to blue. This is
I
a
think that's
3v1
what's
if they
happening.
rotate.
Maybe not the
Looks
Cuckoo,
like they're
but
gonna be too
Mordred.
late.
Mordred doesn't know. He's just going to take
Oh,
red buff. He doesn't have
that
any
does
mana.
feel pretty bad. Double buffs on Chalk now.
He's just going to walk back over the lane. Full health. He's
And get his
chilling.
Warhorn.
I think that's how it sounds. Anyways,
Nice.
mid
That was
camps getting
crazy.
taken over the side of Sunday School. They're just going to back off. Not a lot going on here. We can see Flix playing up a fair bit here, just wanting to get the tags on the wave. Good dodge from the Neath one, and he's dashing forward. He wants this fight. Neath is backing off, and it looks like there won't be too much more coming in. But Neath ult can't quite see the vision, but Emir's sprinting over. That's Neath ult in, and Fenrir's walking over. He wants the kill. Jingwei ult coming out, and she's just trying to get away, but Fenrir is coming to clutching to get that kill. Platinum Pete getting the last hit, and he is now 3-0.
The peas, bro. The peas.
Ah, it's just they're
Platinum
doing
Pete
it on
and Pest for
purpose.
the Penguin. They do. I'm sure.
Pest
these
for the
days
Penguin,
it's
Platinum
pretty
Pete. Something,
It's a
something.
good tongue twister.
Yeah, I'll get used to it. It's fine.
Well, a
Okay.
really good use of the Neath ult again.
Yeah, absolutely. Tried to hide in the bush, but Emir was sprinting his way over. He wanted to get the vision as fast as he could, and the Fenrir was there as well to get the rest of that kill, which is really good. They definitely needed that, though. Otherwise, Flix would have gotten away. And we're seeing a 4k gold disparity here. Still not much a tower push on either side. We've got a nice chunky wave coming into left side, but they're just backing off. Not really taking much prior over that. They just want to get their mid camps. And then do the other ones too. Oop, they missed that. I didn't look. I didn't see that. I didn't see
I
that.
didn't see that.
No, that's fine.
I'm not looking.
Flix is walking over. He wants to get something here. See if he can steal something. But Pesto's just walking up. He's like, you can't do that. I'm just gonna wall you, and then I'm gonna ult you, and now you're dead. Goodbye. Unfortunate for Flix.
Flix seems to be really struggling this
Yeah.
today. I'm not sure if maybe there's just a I'm not sure how recently made this team is. Maybe he's not super comfortable with these players yet. But yeah, I think that he's really been just had a bad day. I'll also say had a bad day today.
Yeah, for sure. Good ult coming out from Madness Inflicted. That's doing a lot of damage from Chalk, but he's just walking away. He's going to heal up with his slow. And he wants to get a bit cheeky here on the red buff, but Armor and the Mordred are there. There's not much he can really do there other than just distract, which he doesn't really seem to be doing too well. Kade's just wanting to get a bit of farm. You can see Yada there hiding, but does not know that there's a Odin there, but she's fine. She's falling back. Gold Fury taken. Slid under their noses.
This game feels to be slipping away very,
It's rough.
very
Chuck has
quickly.
had eyes on that Mordred this whole time, so they knew that that Gold Fury was just free, and they're 2 for 0 on that Gold Fury. Jingwei's just going to get out of there, and that's no Jingwei ult again. So next time that they find Flix out of position, that's most likely just going to be a kill, unfortunately. And Emir, what's going on over in the dual lane? Oh, they're just getting final boss. Finally getting some damage to the tower other than the wave. Taking that final boss, looking at purple buff, but there's a little bit of a grouping here from the Odin and the Flix. But it looks like they're just wanting to back off and Reset. Oh, Fenrir coming in. Not really doing too much. Emir getting a nice freeze off, and that's Flick's beads as well. I don't think he needed to beads. That's really unfortunate. No ult, no beads. He'll be looking over at that left side lane, I'm sure, very shortly.
Sitting in base until Jingwei ult comes back.
Flix will be holding onto his life for as long as he can, but he needs to be very careful. Unfortunate. We got Mordred coming over, but they don't know that they're just gone. They backed. They're not there anymore. Neither's on the tower. Unfortunate, and Chaka's proxying.
Yeah,
what
it
we
looks
could
like
see,
a lot of
which would be interesting.
TP over. This is a
they're
4-man
diving.
dive.
This is really interesting.
Oh,
On the
that's
tower,
so
good Mordred
brutal.
ult, and goodbye Tilly. But Federal coming out. He's not the one tanking though. And we've got 2 people versus 3. I don't think too much is going to be happening here. He's able to, Osh is able to walk out of that Ymir ult pretty safely. And Platinum P is taking a lot of damage. He's having to walk out of there. Osh has dashed forward, but unfortunately missed. And they're still so low of the tower, but Chark is back here, and he's ulting. He's got his first kill onto Simply, and he's looking at Automaton. He wants that kill, but he's not quite getting it yet. Slowing down. Flix is low. He's luckily got his ult back up, and that's another kill over to Chark. And Hakade is walking forward, but now he sees both Kuku Khan and Aegis. Flix, and it's not quite enough with that Aegis. Yada getting that kill, which he so desperately needed, and Chark is beelining towards Flix, but what just happened there? What was that? Pesco getting a kill into Osha, but what just happened?
Oh no, dude.
I'm so confused. He tried to teleport to his axe, but did he get knocked up as well? What just happened?
Oh, dude, I can't.
Okay. Well,
Lord.
that was weird. That wasn't supposed to happen. But Flick saved his life, and he's going back to farming. And Chuck is just gonna brush that one off and hope it doesn't happen again. Okay.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I've completely forgotten what happened in that fight. Oh no! Chuck got a really nice double kill before entering the Matrix.
That fight was
Didn't know Neo was in this
Sunday
game.
School. Yeah, yeah, Neo.
That was a really good dive. I think they could have gone a bit harder. But you know, it's really hard to see. We didn't. It's hard to see when you don't have all the angles. It's
hard.
We're kind of stuck on the tower watching, but a good play
coming out. They're looking over at this Cuckoo. Hakade and Amir are there, and Sibley's going to be getting the kill into Platinum Pete. Shark is doing a lot of damage. Osha's just wanting to get on top of him to do as much damage with his autos as possible, and he's just like, nah, I'm just going to hit the wave, actually. And they're still hitting each other a little bit, but not much happening here. Cuckoo's just tagging the wave. They can see that there's a Odin pestering them around on those mid camps, but not much going to be happening. Flick's getting a kill onto Tilly on the tower.
Nice.
Amazing work here, and a lot of damage going over to Osha here, rather. He's going to be chasing him out. He's got the slow. He's got the damage. If Osha can't do anything here, he should be having his dash up shortly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just so fast as well. That's, yeah, not much that you can do there. Good damage, but not quite enough coming over onto the Hecate from the Cuckoo. Cuckoo really wanting to be ahead here, but there's just not much that he can do. Walking back and looking at that Gold Fury. This will be the first for the Cyberfish question mark. And it looks like Sunday School just aren't quite ready for that. But the next one will be Ancient Fury. So that's where it's going to get scary. And we see that Fire Giant is now, or very shortly, up. So there's going to be some interesting things happening now with Fire Giant and Ancient Fury up. Not quite at the same time, but we'll see what is going to be happening here. No tower on the side of Flix, and no tower on the side of Osha now too. But nevertheless, Jingwei playing up. Wondering how... Wait, that was weird. I don't think he just ulted. I think that was from before, so possibly that's how that fight went before. But Tilly's now just chilling on his double buff. And a good Odin ult, and Fenrir ult as well. Massive Mordred ult going on. This is a 1v3 though. There's not enough damage that can happen, and Platinum Peak getting the secure on that kill.
No.
It's Cuckoo just not quite getting enough there, and unfortunate for Fish question mark. They just couldn't quite do enough. Look at the health of Amir and Yada, luckily getting that kill. Akade just making the confusion happen as much as possible, and getting a double kill as well. Really changing that around. And it looks like they're just going to be chasing out that Odin, but We got Flix here now, trying to do damage, but getting as much damage as he's giving, taken to himself, and he's ulting, trying to get out of dodge, but there's not much that can really happen here.
He's still
They're still chasing, and Flix is dead! Oh, so much damage happening, like, literally at the border of the jump was that, and Flix just getting unlucky there, and...
So tanky. He tanked that tower for so long. He has so much fence prot. It's so unfortunate that, a really nice split push from Tilly. Really unfortunate that Cuckoo ult wasn't able to land because the Mordred ult was so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether he just wasn't there fast enough or what happened there, but simply trying to get a little bit, just to push the Neath back a bit and just get out of my jungle, get off this tower. I don't need you here right now. But no towers taken on the side of Fish ? There's a lot of standing gold there, but they're down 9k at the moment, unfortunately. So this is going to be a rough thing to get back into. And even if they take something like an Ancient Fury, I don't know how much that they can use that with words. But yeah, Fire Giant is what they need, and a good team
They do
fight
have
with
Cuckoo
that.
ult, so they can try to flip it with the Cuckoo ult and some Sunders. Because
gonna
I
be
think
hard.
that you're always trying to take fire at this point. If
Yeah.
you're Sunday School and Fish go to Ancient Fury, I think you just take that trade. Like, you just keep them under their towers. It doesn't matter that yours are turned off. They're not going to be able to take it. You just end the game.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 people here on Fish ? On the
Tilly,
side.
A
of
really good
Duo.
read.
They're looking, but
If there's not a ward there, that was really smart from Tilly.
yeah, he's
Oh,
chilling.
there is
He
a ward.
doesn't
There is
want
a
us.
ward. Okay.
And he's channeling his ult. But there's a fight that's wanting to get broken out. There's a good freeze onto Automaton and a good stun as well. And Fenrir ult coming down. It looks like they're going to be getting the kill because he does not have a jump anymore. And Platinum Pete getting that kill. And now they're down to a 5v4. Although the solo lanes are in the right side. But good Neath ult. There's not much happening here. They're just kind of smacking each other, and there's not much that can happen. Mordred ult having to get away using it, so he won't have his ult for when that Gold Fury comes back up. So, or will he? Oh, there's a lot of ults over the side of Fish ? Compared to Sunday School now, so this is very doable. We've got about 30-20 seconds on until the Ancient Fury's up, so this is very fightable. If they're aware of this, they might be able to make something happen. But both Aegises on the carries are still up, so it's going to be difficult, even with all the ults that they have. Better.
Sorry.
Yeah, but they're grouping around. Looking at that Ancient Fury, it's up now. Simply is maybe a little bit out of position, but he's getting away.
This is
Good
Ancient
stun
Fury.
onto Platinum Pete, but yeah, they really don't want
Oh,
Sunday School
Armor's
to be
basing.
taking this. This is a 5v5, except Armor's not here. So this is going to be a 5v4 fight. They're looking to get this pick, and they're walking up with the Emir wall. Good Hecate ult, but there's not much happening here. They're walking into their backline. Chark's just doing as much damage as he can onto Flix, and Flix is going to get taken down. This is now looking really terrible for Fish ? Sunday School and doing as much damage as possible, but good damage from Yada. They're still on the Ancient Fury. They took it, and they're just doing as much damage as they can. They're surviving, and they got kills with that. Osha in the backline got a kill for himself, but this is crazy. Like, I don't know if that was worth it. Do you like this? It was a split fight. You take the fight or you take the Gold Fury, but they were doing both at the same time.
You sprint straight to fire here? I feel like this dive is not good. I mean, no, they're
wanting to take
respawning.
tier 1 here, it looks like, but I think you're right. They've got the health, they've got the damage. They need to just get to Fire Giant, but I think Chuck is going to get annoying here.
I hate that reset.
4
from
people
Russia.
walking their way up to Fire Giant. They don't have the time, that's for sure.
I'm not quite sure what happened around that and why they were so disconnected. Maybe he called, yo, I'm resetting, I can't be there. But even still, it's Ancient Fury. Why aren't you there?
Yeah, I think.
And then they take the fight anyway. It doesn't look very good. 2 fall for 1. It is unfortunate that Smite on that thing. Okay, that's a name. It was like fell down, but yeah, I think that's a really strange fight to be taking as O-Fish when your armor bases as it spawns.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a bit weird communication issues, or just like tunnel vision, right? That, like, we've all been there when we're looking at certain things, but when we're in game, whether it's a team fight or the objective, and you just don't listen to other people. which is not good because you're in the finals, and this is make or break right now.
Yeah.
For week 1 APAC. But
Yeah,
not too much happening here being used out of that Ancient Fury quite yet. They're getting aggressive though. They want something to happen.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure I'm correct. Production can tell me in my ear if I am correct that the seeding of this is going to be important for next week's matches, depending on who they're up against in the first round. So,
For sure.
yeah, I think that, you know, it's not the end of the world if you lose
Ooh.
this game.
I thought I saw
You know, you're
Cooper
both
up.
getting decent points, but yeah, you definitely want to be winning this your first as many as you can to get the best seeding possible for playoffs and the best seeding possible for every week coming up.
Yeah, definitely. So it's you know, it's not like they're out for the count, but God, it makes a big difference if they can
They're
win
out for the
this.
round.
Yeah, absolutely. And out for the gems, although they'll still get some.
True. Diamonds.
But
I
Hakase
do-
walking past Flicks here. He's just gonna yoink that tower and get out of
Nice.
dodge there. It doesn't look like he's really gonna get looked at from the Cuckoo. I saw him looking, but I think he just wants to tag wave, get as much gold and XP as possible. 22 minutes in, and we can see that the gold is sort of closed a little bit, but it's still gonna be really difficult on the side of Fish question mark to close this out, but it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, it is a pretty rough position to be in. I don't want to be all like too negative. I think that that Ofish have a really, really good team fight. I think their late game is still really good. You know, if Flix is able to get full build, I think that with Kukulkan Khan ult, you being able to either secure or combo with his team.
Ooh. Nethel coming out onto Flix.
boy.
Good jump, but he's just going to ult away, but I don't think
We
it's
hit him
quite
as
enough.
he lands.
He's ulting back. Can he outplay this Fenrir? I don't think quite yet. He's still going to get stunned anyways, and Flix is going to get taken down. Simply's there, but he's just too scared of the level 19. Level 20 now, Fenrir. Oh, never mind. He's going to take the aggression, and he's got his team to back him up. They're not walking towards him, though. What are they doing?
They're respecting the 1v1 is what they're doing, alright?
Expecting the 1v. Oh, they're on Fire Giant. That's why.
This is so smart.
Oh, the macro on the side of Sunday School. They just knew, and they're going to be taking this Fire Giant so they can...
Osha clips this. Osha steals this.
Oh,
Osha gets walled
good
off.
wall. How much damage is left on the Fire Giant? They've got... Oh my god! Absolutely crazy from that Amaterasu. That is absolutely massive. We can see the gold disparity closing out massively. Fenrir jumping on him. He might be losing his life, but god, that was the miracle that Fish question mark need to get back into the game, and he is alive. He is out of there. 4 people up on the side of Fish question mark. 5 people up on the side of Sunday School. They can get the Ancient Fury, but they don't have a Fire Giant. Crazy.
Crazy steal. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes, a flip in the favor of Ofish. We get to see one in the first week, and they're gripped up, ready to go. Jingwei's respawned. You know, she's got almost has her ult back. So some good teamfight ultimates available for Ofish. Fenrir ult is not backup. He just used it. So this is a really good fight for
Good
Ofish. If they're able
damage.
to take it.
Really good. Amaterasu getting as much aggression as possible. They're having to play back, and that's an Ancient Fury over to the side of Fish question mark, as well as a Fire Giant. The game is in their hands now. They've got the tempo. They can get the towers. Can they clutch out the game? This is crazy. What a crazy comeback. Osha really carrying that on the back of his shoulders, and hopefully the rest of his team can come back with the rest of that as well. They're grouping up. They had to back off, spend their gold, and now they can make something happen. They need to push the waves though.
Yeah, the thing is about this position is that it's really, you know, we're allowed to get excited, but as a team in this position, you can't get excited because then you make mistakes.
Yeah.
You allow the team back in. You cannot give them any breathing room here. The gold is basically back to even.
And it's
All of the ults are up for Fish. Fish question mark.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you cannot let a split push happen, which they're not allowing here. They're all pushing up duo side. You can't let like your ADC just get one shot. You can't let Yada get caught. You can't miss like a really, really important ult. You can't get caught by this bush bait.
Oh.
If they do,
this
it's
is
really,
happening.
really rough.
They're walking up. Automaton's going to be the first one to see the team, and now he knows. Hekate coming in.
Yes.
There's not much happening from it, but Chark's going in. This is a team fight. Odinol coming out. Kukuon hitting a few people and absolutely demolishing Pesto the Penguin. Chark is getting killed from Automaton. This is Fish question mark's fight. absolutely demolishing kills onto Sunday School and taking that tower. They're walking up towards the Phoenix. They want this fight. They want this Phoenix, and they want this game. Tilly trying to get as much damage as he can, and they're just going to be taking the Phoenix in their face. They're going to keep going. Fenrir getting a good jump onto Flix, and he's having to jump away. They're turning on him. That's his blink out of there, and he's just trying to distract them for as long as possible so that their team can come back and take the fight with him. But looks like they'll be taking mid-tier 2 now, and they're wanting to get this Phoenix. They want to close out this game. This is what they need. They cannot have any holes in their plan, because Sunday School will take advantage of that.
Yeah,
And
you
they're walking
can't
back.
overextend here. I like the disengage onto this final boss, and hopefully Pyromancer afterwards. Don't overextend. Don't play too greedy. You know, you're in a really good state map-wise, but look at the gold. It's dead even. You're only up a little bit of gold, and a lot of that gold that you just got is in pocket, so you haven't spent it yet. Take the Pyromancer, reset. This is perfect play from Fish right now. You have to keep it up, though. You have to keep this level up. You no longer have Fire Giant. For, you know, after, you know, maybe another minute, you're probably not going to get any more towers. You have to keep calm, reset, breathe, go towards the next fight. Talk about, okay, we stole fire. That was lucky. They gave Ancient Fury. That was really lucky. What are we going to do to win this game from an even state now? How are we going to do it? Are we going to try to, you know, catch out the Hekade, catch out the Neath? Are we going to you got to make sure you're playing together so that Neath ult can't catch one on side lane. There's a lot of factors going into this next fight, as Fire Giant has just fallen off, and this is such a stressful position to be in if you're Fish ? I really don't envy this position.
Yeah, simply leading the pack with Automaton, wanting to look out, see if they can maybe get a pick. Team falling not too far behind them, but this is the state of the game. These are the 5v5s. These are the team fights that are going to be closing out this game here. They're walking around as a team. They're using the best of their abilities to close us out. But this is... They're wary. They're wary of these bush baits, but they're in a different bush. They're looking at that red buff, and their whole team is there. They got the ward there, so they know. They know that they're there, and that's a Karte ult. Hitting one person, Ocha's getting caught out, and that's Fenrir ult at him. Tilly getting that kill, but a good Mordred ult coming out to get as much damage as possible. Fenrir getting into the back line. Platinum Peak getting the kill on the Simply, and this is not looking good
so big
for
here.
Fish ? Walking forward is Sunday School, trying to get as much damage as they can, and they are winning the fight 2-0 for Sunday School.
Oh,
This
Neutral,
isn't
this
the
game's on a
worst.
knife's edge. Either team can win from this position. Fire Giant is still up and about to be looked at by both teams. Unfortunately, Simply and Osha are both down. This is such a stressful position to be in.
This is hard. They've still got Sunder up on Automaton. It doesn't look like they're straight on the Fire Giant quite yet. Ancient Fury is up as well. There's still potential to be made here. They need to wait another 20 seconds for the rest of their team to come up. And it looks like they're on Fire Giant right now.
Looks like they're giving.
Look like they're giving it. They kind of need to. This is a really hard position to be in. But if they can win the next team fight, then this could be game for the side of Fish ?
Triple is walking up. They'll still have ultimate available. Getting
good
zoned out.
damage.
Can't get help
Automaton
up.
wanted something here, and the Fire Giant's still up. He could be getting... He's got Sunder. Yada's getting the kill onto Platinum P. He's evening out the team fight. Automaton still up. Charcoal coming onto him, and it looks like he might be losing his life. He's very low, maybe getting out there. Lots of CC immunity. Amir ult coming down. This fight is everything for the side of Fish ? And Yada carrying the fight and getting another kill.
Flix!
Walking up and trying to get as much damage as he can. The crits aren't quite enough. He is low himself, but they are walking up. This is a 3v2 right now. Lots of good damage, but also taking lots of damage. Yada still alive, but Osha getting the last kill. They need to back off. They don't have the health to do this, and did you see who got Fire Giant? Fire Giant's down.
On Sunday School, but only 2 members of that Fire Giant remaining. Ancient Fury being looked at by Fish ? This game state is unbearable. Still so even across the board. Flix really needs to step up in these fights, and he did in that fight.
They can do this. This is still potential really for both sides. But they've got the Ancient Fury. They can turn this into tempo. It sucks. It sucks that the Fire Giant is still on the side of Sunday School, but they got a lot of kills, so they might be not as much on this, like on the bus on them. So they can walk up to this last tower. They can walk up to these Phoenixes, and they might be able to clutch it out. But in terms of us, they're at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Pyromancer is spawning shortly, and Fire Giant only on 2. You did just mention that. do you take the fight? Do you, if you're Sunday School, do you give them Ancient Fury plus this Pyromancer bomb? Do you try to bunker under your towers? The Phoenix in left respawned and died because they weren't there to defend it. That's a free Phoenix down on for Fish. They didn't even need to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Taking the Pyromancer, they've got that bomb that is really going to help them sort of maybe getting a pick out here on the Fenrir. Fenrir is okay, but they're walking up. This is it. This is what's going to really determine what the last fight is going to look like. Osha playing a little bit far up, Platinum Pete just matching that, and they're looking at this right Phoenix. Still, Ancient Fury's up. There's not going to be damage from that. Simply taking a lot of damage. Platinum Pete getting the ult off, and B's coming out. Mordred ult's getting away, and Fenrir missed his ult. Mordred coming up. Where's the rest of his team? Simply going
Where is his
down.
team?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, gets caught in between those the spawn gates, and his team just can do nothing but watch. That's the entire play gone. Fire Giant falling shortly off of Sunday School. I think this is going to be the end of the play until next fire.
It looks
what
like
a game!
It looks like it. This is crazy. We've got a 5k gold lead on the side of Fish question mark. If you're Sunday School, what are you looking at right now?
I don't know. Like, I'd be so stressed. I feel like you really have to try to take a fight. I feel like this 5-man group, I mean, it worked that time, sort of. They did end up kind of losing the fight at that last bush play. They got the fire from it, but I feel like in a straight-up 5v5 at this point in the game, Sunday School loses. I feel like the Neath ult can get body blocked. The Fenrir is doing a lot, but isn't quite getting as much value in a 5v5 versus just like a solo, like a side lane catch. I feel like they really need to try to catch them out. Which is that going to happen? Are Fish question mark going to give you that opportunity? I don't think so. I feel like this team fight is really, really difficult for Sunday School to play, although Simply was caught in that engage, so it does still have potential to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to get as much vision as possible on both sides. There's going to be a vision battle on the lead up. There's nothing else up for them. So the people with the vision are going to be making the plays off of this. And it looks like Fish question mark have a little bit more sort of room to work with.
Yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Here. And they're just hoping that they can group up and catch someone out possibly.
Yeah, Fenrir has been seen on that wave, so you know Fish know that they have a numbers advantage. As you can see, like they're playing this style. Neath is just charging ult at back camps, and they're looking for a pick. They're looking, is anyone going to step out of position? Can we just all in this person who we can catch? However, I think that if you're hitting Osha or Ulti, I don't think you can kill him. Especially Ulti has this beads item. I don't know what the graphics look like for that, but he can just beads his team out of it.
I think they can see them. I feel like this isn't quite hidden enough.
Yeah, they're on the ward
up now. And Fenrir, Simply... Oh, yeah,
sorry. Simply...
not Simply.
Pete!
Platinum Pete is walking up to that Phoenix. Someone's going to have to contest him on that. Who's it going to be? He's just taking this Phoenix. Sunday School is just getting the advantage off of doing nothing. The Fenrir carrying that on his back. Osha's backed for that Fenrir, but he's got enough leaps to get out of there. Although, movement speed on the Amaterasu, she's getting the chase off. And maybe something happening here.
The Fenrir is so important to their team comp. She can just chase him out all game while Fish question mark decide to fight around the fire.
Yeah, Fire Giant's coming up, so there can't be any side of them that are going to leave to help out one of their teammates. They have to stay around this Fire Giant, because otherwise the other team is going to take it, and that's what's going to be ending the game. 5v5s here. We're closing it up a little bit more onto a bit more of a default position. We're playing more on the back foot now on the side of Fish question mark. Looking at that Fire Giant, but trying to just keep the waves pushed up as well. Decent wall, having to use Mordred ult. It looks like good damage coming off as well. Odin ult and Emir ult being used. Osha is just kind of chilling right now. Good juke shoes, and Chunk is in the backline doing a lot of damage. Fenrir getting a kill, and Pesto getting the last hit onto Simply, but taking a lot of damage himself. Automaton walking up, wanting to get this Chunk, but they're just getting out of dodge. Fish question mark walking up, wanting to try and get any resemblance of what just happened? What is that? Amir killed himself? What just happened? They're walking up. It's just so hard. Automaton's so low, and Akane is trying to do as much as she can to walk back.
Fenrir is still split pushing. He's in mid, taking a tier 2 now. They're panicking. I feel like Fish question mark. They have to start fire here.
Yeah, this is what happens. Automaton, I don't know if you have the health for this, but like this is what the junglers can do.
See, look at another
They split
Phoenix.
the map. They're not there. They may have lost the fight, but God, it is invoking panic on the side of Fish question mark. They have the fire giant, but they need to get back.
Oh.
They're losing 2 Phoenixes from this fire giant. They really need to make this fire giant worth it because they
Yeah, this
just
is
lost
it.
so much from that.
I'm not quite sure about the spectator, but I'll be able to see in a second here. Is this Ancient Fury up? This is a huge, important
I believe it
thing.
is.
Because if it is up, the 2 Phoenixes aren't that big of a deal. You can just push the waves up. You can like get their Phoenixes. Obviously, they're down. And if you lose Ancient Fury, it doesn't feel too bad because your Phoenixes are already gone, and you do still have fire on 3. Simply, unfortunately, does not have fire. Ancient Fury is up, so. Oh, this feels like the end of the game to me. How are we only 36 minutes in? This feels like it's been 50 minutes.
I know. It's absolutely nuts. We're almost full build on most of everyone. Simply still looking to get
last item.
last of his item as well as Automaton there, and I imagine on the same.
Yeah,
is apparent on
Pesto
the
still
side of
missing
Underscore.
1 item.
So
Other than that, that's it.
yeah, Full
Looking to
ult's up.
reset here, or
One
just
more
grabbing the
level for
waves.
Pesto, but-
I feel like this is it. This is the play here. You either win here, or it's such a rough spot because now they've got 2 Phoenixes down.
so intense.
This
What-
is a crazy game.
Like, does Platinum Peak continue what he was doing? But you know, they've lost so much with fire and whatnot. Like at this point, with the way that they're positioned, they just lose the game. I feel like they need to take the 5v5. You can't split push off of this because the panic is just going to get like there won't be any panic. It'll just get ignored. They can just finish the game there. But what are they? I'm not quite sure what's going on the left side. Are they pushing up the wave? Very
It looks like
slowly,
it's
it
taking a
looks like.
real long. Remember, they do have fire waves. Fire waves are pretty tanky, so
Oh yeah, good point.
it is taking them some time. They're looking for a bit of a bush bait, maybe around this teleporter, but not happening. No one's opting to TP yet. Armor in the mid lane, split pushing up, just making sure that these fire waves aren't crashing into the Titan. Duo side fire waves going to be stopped spawning soon. I believe maybe 1 more wave, or that might have been it there. Fire wave still in mid.
They're pushing
And this
up.
is still stressful. This is still such a stressful position. The birds, I
And Mordred.
believe, are down. Oh, Neatholt's down.
Neatholt going down.
I don't know if that was a good ult. I feel like that's a
No.
really, really key
I think
part of the
she-
team fight that's gone.
She just got greedy. She looked at the low health Mordred, the half health, and wanted to do it. But his whole team's there. Of course, it's going to get blocked. And Mordred can just heal up. He's kind of.
And it looks like they're just using this fire giant to kind of get their phoenixes back up. This is super risky. You know,
Yeah.
you've got fire giant, you've got ancient fury, and you know, yeah, it's just kind of getting used to even out the game again.
This
which is
what
not a
they need
bad
to look
choice,
at
but
here. They've cleared out all the.
oh, Fenrir
all-
caught Odin
Oh.
right there. Used the beads item, I believe.
So risky. Ah. The Phoenixes are up.
Yeah, mid lane is going to continue to push now that no one is no one is holding the wave. We cannot see the waves on the spectator, but those fire waves are going to be pushing up. Fenrir ult is now down. Mordred ult is coming back up in just a second. Neath ult the same. That both teams are so cautious, so hesitant to engage because they know that this could be it. This is the game.
Yeah.
So the
Full
fight.
relics up. Almost full ults up, other than
He's charging ult.
Mordred and Fenrir.
Oh man, and Fish question mark choosing to disengage. Their mid Phoenix is about to respawn. They're gonna play for another fire here. This is such a scary position.
It is. They're playing so carefully, and they need
Another
to
bush
be.
bait over in right side. Looks like Amir Pesto might be walking in.
They're careful.
doesn't look
they
like it.
know.
So many bush baits this game.
It's
That
just
shield, is that just from back camps? That's absurd.
that is crazy. Karte super safe right now.
Yeah, really safe. Fenrir
Yeah.
ult back up. Mordred ult the same.
Phoenix ult. Phoenix ult. Phoenix
Phoenix
is up.
ult. Phoenix is
Phoenix-
up. It is
Phoenix ult is up.
it is low, won't be healed up for a while, but Fire Giant is going to be up. A reset coming through from Fish question mark, Armor pushing up 1 more wave in duo before hopefully maybe teleporting over behind looking for a TP play. Could be really big. If
Hmm.
Sunday School read this, they could be camping the TP.
Yeah,
Wow.
potentially.
Fish question mark
potentially.
are really scared here.
They are, and Fire Giant's coming up as well. Sunday School are prepared for it. They're getting their vision. They're
Oh,
getting their
Armor's
positions,
resetting.
and they're ready.
Oh,
This is really rough on the side of Fish question mark. They're leaving it a little bit too late. Fire Giant is very close to being up, and they're looking to get a bit of damage. And Chaka's gone in. He's going to take... Oh, he's just
so-
dodged that tornado. That was very lucky for him, but
yeah.
they've got the positioning. They've got their foot forward. They want to make something happen here.
And
They
I'm
want...
stressed watching this.
I know. They want to pit Platinum Pete looking out. He knows the beads on the side of Fish question mark. Yada, Flicks, Simply. They'll have them up.
Yeah.
So he needs to be playing smart, but it's just so scary.
Oh,
Yada does a
reset
lot
from
of damage, and you can see that, yeah, the Hecate
If they
has
saw
to
that, that would
back
be a good
off.
time to kind of push in and take over. But have a look at the Fenrir still split pushing in this mid lane.
Yeah,
Looks like
he's got the
Fish question mark
position.
doesn't quite have an answer to this
Ooh,
yet.
good
Stun out.
Good damage. He's just gonna jump out. I don't know if that Odin ult was worth it. That's a massive ult taken away. Good damage. Osha taking a lot of damage as well. Oh, that's really rough. And yeah, we're down an automaton ult and a Simply ult right now, unfortunately. Platinum Pete still looking for an angle here while his team push up and get that line across, and he's just going to push mid lane and put
Both
as much
teams
pressure
are-
on there as possible. But mid Phoenix is almost healed up to full health. That's
Yeah.
crazy fast, I feel like.
Mordred matching this mid lane player from the Fenrir. Both teams are so hesitant. If a team goes, you know, 5 for 1, 5 for 0, it's just game over.
You can really see, you can really notice, like, this is a new game. There's new mechanics. There's new ways that these characters are played and stuff. You know, the hesitation is there. Good engage, Neathol, and Fenrir coming out, but he's having to blink away. Hecate coming up to maybe get something on, but the wall just comes out. It looks like nothing quite is going to be happening. Mordred ult coming out, wanting to get Charg. Charg ult is just coming up for the CC immunity, and there's not too much happening on the side of Fish question mark quite yet, but a lot of ults have been used on the side of Sunday School. The ultimates are coming back up on the side of Fish question mark, so they have the advantage right now if
Yeah, they
they
do
want to be
all the
taking
ults.
it back to them.
How is Odin already back up?
I don't know.
They all reset to, I guess, refresh their wards, pathing back over towards Fire Giant. It's just such a stalemate game right now. Neither team really wants to pull the trigger too hard. You saw, you know, kind of a fight break out there, but neither team fully committing to chase out, you know, to try to finish off some of those low health bars. Ulti had to back off because he was low as well.
Yeah.
No mushroom on either of the supports.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Like I was-
not able to heal up during the fight. Fire Giant being started by Fish question mark.
Fish question mark.
Oh,
they're
and
able to secure
Tachilla
it.
finished.
They just weren't quite there, weren't quite ready. Sunday School, and neither were we apparently. Fish question mark now with Fire Giant looking over at that Fenrir. Can they catch him out of position, or will they just walk to Ancient Fury? They want him. Not anymore. They don't want to get distracted. They want to stick to their game plan. They're going to get Ancient Fury and then hopefully walk up to these Phoenixes. Like
Yeah,
I was
once-
saying
once
before, there's just so much nerves. There's so much to consider. There's so much difference compared to Smite 1. And like where, you know, in a team fight, an engagement might have looked a lot more confident back in the previous Smite game. Now we're seeing this hesitation to like even engage on that. And we're seeing, like, when we saw that Neath ult engage and then the Fenrir going on, and a good start to this fight. Amaterasu straight onto the backline with her ult. Hecate getting a lot of damage taken onto her. And Amaterasu very tanky, but she's getting killed. And that is the first kill of this fight. Order Phoenix is getting taken. It is now a 5v4. Ultimates not quite looking too good here. And they're just having to walk away.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's just so rough.
I think Amir was caught in the Odin cage there. Maybe a focus onto the Amir. I think Armor goes a bit too deep there onto, you know, trying to finish off that Hecate kill. No beads on him, so he can't get out of Fenrir ult once he's in. Even with that Spirit Robe, he's not able to live. And I guess his team take the mid Phoenix. Is this just a reset out of base and play again? Oh, she's still got 40 seconds on his respawn timer though. Oh man.
This is where Sunday School are looking to do as much as they can to put the tempo in their favor, but they're not the ones that got fire. They're not the ones that got the Ancient Fury, so they're really crawling back here, but luckily they got that pick. But they're walking towards the 4 people that are left on the side of Fish W, and it is just the 4 of them until this Hecate walks forward. She's in the bush. And a good fight's coming out. Good Fenrir jump. And a great getting to kill that. Oh my god! There's so much going on! Odinel coming out and getting the kill onto Chunk. It is
How
now
are they winning this? How is Fish question mark winning this? The Neethal and the Fenrir engage, but the Spirit of the Nine Winds kills everybody!
It's just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. 2 kills now. Sunday School down 2 players. What is the plan on Fish question mark? Like, what do they do? They're looking to walk forward. They've got 2 Phoenixes down. Do they push? Do they chill until Fire Giant? They're looking to get a little bit aggressive. Like, there's only 3 people left on Sunday School.
4. But I can't imagine that's up for very long, but they're looking to make a play, and the right side Phoenix pushing up this wave. Left side Phoenix is also respawning shortly.
This is what they need. They need to make a play here.
30
Otherwise,
seconds
it's going
on
to fall
Shark,
into the
20
same
seconds
things
on
that are
Amir.
happening. They really need this Phoenix.
Fenrir
and they
has a
really
flank
need to keep
engage,
pushing
though.
it.
Here's a flank
Looking
angle
for it.
here. I think it's spotted.
Fenrir
This
in the
Phoenix
backline,
is
looking to get
gone.
the Phoenix. He's just taking the wave, so he doesn't get pushed towards that Titan.
Looks like they're just going for an end, walking in.
Yeah, they're just wanting to do as much damage to that Titan as possible so that they can end the game. But Platinum Pete is getting the kill, and Yard is just trading it as well with his ult. But they're straight on that Titan, and they're wanting to kill it. They want this game over right here and right now. The shutdown that we saw before, and it looks like Fish question mark are going to be closing it down on game 2, clutching it out. They don't need the wave. Oh my god. Crazy game. What? Back and forth. 40, what was that? Almost a 50-minute game there. So much hesitance. But luckily, Fish question mark absolutely clutching that out. And that was on the back of Osh's Fire Giant steal we saw way earlier in that game. If there was not that Fire Giant steal, we would not have seen as an amazing game as that was. I don't think Fish question mark would have won that game without that.
There was so much back and forth across the whole game. I think that Fish question mark's comp was so good. Both teams were really, really hesitant, like for good reason. You know, neither team wanting to lose a game that's, you know, almost 50 minutes long, because now you got to go, you know, back to draft. And then you have to reset back to level 1, back to, you know, what's our start for the next game? What are we banning? Do we want to pivot to any picks there? Was, you know, I don't know, was the armor a problem? Was the Fenrir a problem for Fish question mark? I don't even know. I don't know where they're going. I think that Sharks is going to have his hands full from that game. You know, is it a draft diff? What are we going to look at the next game? Nukes, I don't know about you, but I need a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I think we'll be taking a 5-minute break here before we jump into the last game there. But absolutely crazy stuff coming out. We will see you guys soon for the 3rd and final game.
What a game we just had there. Welcome back to everybody. Hopefully you got to catch the extended OC masterclass that just went down in that game right there. What do you
Yeah,
reckon, Devane?
here I was thinking Sunday school had aced all their tests, and then like it just completely turned around. I was stunned watching that, quite honestly.
Yeah, both
Um,
teams throwing punches back and forth
yeah,
on the
and
edge of our seats.
it was interesting to see, like, so Sunday school had more of a pick based comp, so they were like getting a lot of picks in that early game, and then being able to get all the objectives off that. And I really thought it was like, GG game over for Fish. But then, yeah, Osher had that steal on the Fire Giant. And then from that, they got the Ancient Fury. And then I think they just managed to close out that gold lead that Sunday school had. And then when it hit to late game, Fish had the team comp to do the team fights. And they were able to turn it around. So that was
I'm
crazy.
I'm glad you kept up with everything because the end of
Yeah.
that game was just such a rush. It threw me for a loop, and I'm keen to see more. So
Oh,
why don't we
so
chuck
much.
it into these
Yeah,
picks
sure.
and bans and see what happens? Do you reckon they're going to stick with the same sort of comp identity? Yada looked very good on that Cuckoo and taking it away from Tilly, forcing him onto something else.
Yeah, especially because there's only one, you can only ban one god. And, Kuki ban isn't really a worthy pick. So yeah, I don't know. And I did feel like Kuki wasn't doing well at the start, but then it turned around when you could get those big ults. So it is still a risky pick, um, in general. So I guess it depends what they felt was working for them and what wasn't.
For sure. Some of those late game Cuckoo ults were absolutely thumping, but what's something
Yeah.
I want to touch on as we see the Amaterasu locked in is Platinum Pete on that Fenrir running the
Mm-hmm.
game. Looked
Yeah.
absolutely lights out on that pick.
Yeah, he was definitely running the game. Like the Fenrir and then the Neath ult as well. Just that combination was a killer combination.
And
Um,
going back to it seems. I'm very happy to see that for Sunday school.
yeah, and they both banned the same god, so I guess they're just sticking with that. And so we got Fenrir and Neath, so they're going with that same combo on Sunday school. So
They take the Cuckoo as
taking
soon
the
as they
Kiku
can.
again, yeah.
Over Odin. You see the value that they're putting on this pick. I'm quite surprised.
And still Mordred. Maybe they're not looking at the Odin. Maybe they're thinking of something else, like a different god.
Simply did have more impact on the Mordred pick last game, I think. So going
Yeah.
back to it, definitely not a bad thing. But we see this Odin that's so highly contested in all of the sets we've seen today. Just get left to a third pick for Sunday school. So if I'm on Sunday school in this position, I'm extremely happy with my top
Yeah,
three.
that's a big pick for Sunday school. And then we also got a Ymir for Sunday school. So they had Ymir last game, right? Yeah, they did.
Mm.
So yeah.
Kind of monopolizing the front line. They've got a very good front line here. With what's left, Amaterasu, I'm not too sure what they're going to go for Fish for that last slot to really bolster their support. But the Jingwei, a great pick.
Yeah, I was
Flicks looked
thinking
way better.
Athena, but like, yes, Athena can be a hit and miss, but also still has global presence, so that can kind of, counter the Neath's global presence. Still, kind of cover the map there. And I'm glad we got the Jingwei again on the Fish, because I feel like that did work out well for them.
Definitely. And Soul to round the draft out for Sunday School. In my opinion, I think Sunday School's run away with the draft here. Maybe this little mini meta within the set has prioritized this Cuckoo a little bit too much, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see. What do you think is who came away best in the draft here, Devane?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I do think Sunday School has a better looking draft. It was interesting to see Cuckoo get picked up early. But we still do have some other very strong picks. Like we got the Amma, we got the Mordred, Jingwei. Um, who knows? I'm expecting maybe another exciting game It's been an exciting set.
For
So I
sure.
can't wait to see what happens.
I don't know how much more our casters can handle, but
Yeah.
let's have a look. See, I'll throw it over to Nuxel and Jay Beto to take us out for this last game.
Thank you, Most, and handle it we will. Nuxel, we've got to go from that game back to level 1.
Level 1. It'll build up from here though, that's for sure. We got the five people on each side now grouping up towards each other. We saw that potential of last game almost, slipping up there, but luckily the Fenrir has beads, blink, but he
Oh,
does
they're going to
now
run
as
into each
well.
other here.
Yeah, a bit of a fight coming out, and Amir, it looks like he's going to be getting taken down first. And sorry, I am wrong. Platinum P getting the kill onto Simply for first blood, and that is really, really good for the jungler to be getting that at the start. He can really snowball that into the rest of the lanes here, and they're just going to be walking out with their first blood gold, and they're going to be happy with that.
Well, you
Straight
see, Fish
into it.
Question Mark really wanted to chase there to get that, trade back over, to even out the gold. Not too bad, but pretty unfortunate. Good. Kind of funny that both teams ended up kind of doing the same play 2 games in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they heard you when they said when you said that we're going back to level 1. They wanted
Yeah.
to bring that excitement. It's still there.
Yeah, and we're
But,
not going back to level 1. We're picking straight back up where we left
back
off.
into team fights straight away. But
I want to highlight.
interesting. Oh, sorry, I'll let you talk.
Oh, you go.
Okay, thanks. I was just gonna say, interesting to see that we've got the blink back on Fenrir. That's obviously was working well, and now we've got a bit of a switch up compared to the last 2 games, as we got the Soul and we've got an Athena, which is interesting.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Athena. Devane was mentioning it. Every time that Neith has been picked up, she's been saying, well, Athena is in the game. There is some global match potential, and we are seeing it. So we're gonna have to see how does the Athena match up into this Neith in terms of
Ooh,
global
Sesto
pressure.
getting super aggressive there, not being able to clutch that out, but there's 3 people on him right now.
Well, he's dead.
I don't think he's going to be living through this. Tilly trying to do as much damage as he can.
Oh, he's not
He's
dead.
so fast though. There's just nothing they can do to keep up with that Amir, and he's just going to pop pots, hit level 2 soon, and stay in lane.
That is really unfortunate. That's 2 times Pesta the Penguin has gotten away at 1 health on this Amir.
Ooh, good jump, and that speed's down on Yada. Decent amount of damage, but not quite enough to get that kill. But this is what I mean. This is the lead that Platinum Pete is going to keep on keeping on after that first blood, and we'll keep seeing that.
Fenrir
as the
early
game
game
goes
has just
on.
felt so oppressive. He's just been everywhere, forcing beads all over the board. Now, Yada's beads will be back up before Fenrir alters up, but, that pressure exuding out onto Yada is definitely going to be felt.
I'm not seeing too much happen out of it, but Amir's getting a
Ooh.
little bit low, chunking a couple autos. Oh, and it looks like
Never
Yada's getting
mind.
followed by the Neith, getting caught out, getting a little bit too greedy there. Yada getting soloed.
Man, he Smite tour on that thing.
Smite tour, damn. Crazy. But we're seeing that soul bug that we know so well from the other games, and that's going to be very close to an Athena kill. Flick's trying to get as much damage and wants to get. That's a good shell coming out, and Disapparate coming out from the soul to get back as far as they can. Low health on both sides of the duo lane here. They want it, but now they're going to back off. Osha trying to get damage off, but Platinum Pete is here yet again.
3 games in a row.
3
Caught by the
games.
jungle at 2 minutes. This has to be looked at. You can't be getting caught 3 games in a row by the jungle at the same time. I say that as I have done that, but
Simply here looking
unfortunate.
to get a little bit aggressive, but Neith has her backflip. There's not going to be too much happening here. And Fenrir is coming out, trying to get a little bit of damage, and lots of damage onto that Cool Khan. Wow, I did not expect that, but it looks like the Neith may have had one of her passives on the ground and then got that.
Yeah.
The weave just absolutely demolishing that damage onto the Cool Khan.
Neith weave now getting applied by the 2, not the backflip. So a lot easier to get those weaves down at tower line, play super aggressive. And I said that Yada's beads being down wasn't going to be impactful until Fenrir ults up. He's died twice since the beads have been done. A lot of aggression into that mid lane, and just getting absolutely shut down. I feel like Fish question mark had a really, really good late game, some incredible team fighting, and I would love to highlight that across the next upcoming weeks. Fish question mark's team fighting is, in my eyes, the best in the region, like from what we've seen. Their early game is not. It's not even second. It's not third. it's the early game is really really lacking in my opinion, just across the board. That's definitely something that I think this team should look at in the upcoming weeks, because their late game is just spot on, almost perfect.
Absolutely. A bit of aggression here coming onto the duo side. They want that purple buff. And Platinum Pete and is just getting his ult off, getting Automaton, walking away with that kill. And that's what he's going to continue to do. Oh, good damage coming out onto Osha. He just wants his blue buff. Go away, Amaterasu. Good ult coming out. Amaterasu can't get out of this. And they're going to get the kill onto that. Amaterasu. So...
Osha decides, you know what, it's time I die again. Walks into blue through own cage. And unfortunately falls down there.
So 6-0 on the side of
Huge
Sunday
lead
School.
so far, yeah. I mean, it's only 2K, but 2K in 4 minutes is pretty brutal. 6 kills in 4 minutes is a bit rough.
We've seen time and time again today that, you know, this can change, and it can change very quickly, but oh, good wall coming out onto Automaton, freeze and a bit of damage, but not too much happening after that. But yeah, it really depends. I'll have to see if they can make it to where they want to be, you know, to make those clutch plays and take their gold back, make the game even again, and make it potentially in their favor even.
Yeah, they are still playing, you know, this Armor and Cuckoo and Jingwei, which we saw them play last game. Very, very heavy late game presence. I think Osha's okay here, but they do have Athena this game, which I think late game is Godfrey is getting looked at. Cuckoo is in the area, so potentially using his ult to steal.
Solo just coming
Ult is down, but doesn't do much because he's building physical.
He does not have the time to go and chuck his ult over. Decent damage going over onto the Fenrir, and he's having to ult and get the beads of the Mordred. Nothing too much happening in terms of kills, but Gold Fury getting taken from Sunday
Great
School.
Fen ult.
Fenrir is just everywhere, 3-0 right now, and he's got his item completed compared to what we're looking at on the side of Fish question mark.
Double axe as well. That's really strong.
Yeah, really wanted to continue that, but Osha here getting a bit of decent damage onto the Neath, but not too much happening from that, unfortunately. She's able to just backflip away, and they're just going to secure their mid camps.
Very nice little buff secure there, evening out the gold deficit a bit. But yeah, I think that Fish question mark, if they're able to get to a similar position like they did last game, maybe not with a fire flip, maybe that's not going to happen again. But maybe. But if they're able to get into the same position, I think that they're still in a they've got a great team comp around. This time they've got the Athena instead of the Amir, which has amazing pick potential with the taunt. After you've taunted, you can just ult either a frontliner or a backliner and just keep them really tanky. The ult now goes through regardless of if the person's died or not, which is a really nice quality of life change. So I'm interested to see if Fish question mark are able to get to the late game. That this lead isn't, you know, they're able to stem the bleeding a bit. How the team
coming out. They want to look at this Amir here. What is going on? He is miles away, but still hit that Cuckoo Clown ult coming out and hitting the Amir as well. Decent damage, simply getting the kill, but getting traded by their own jungler on the side of Sunday School. Bit of an even trade, but unfortunately that is going to go in the favor of Sunday School because it is their jungler that died on Fish question mark. Good ult, and they're killing their own support on Sunday School as well.
He's putting on a jungle clinic, to be honest. Like you're right. He's everywhere. He's making impact all across the map. He's doing everything. He's put his whole team on his back. He's decided he wants to win this early game, and he's got a 4K lead. He has. I'm not going to do that I'm not going to do that math on cast. He has a very high percentage kill participation.
I think we're both trying to figure.
75, 80% maybe. He has a lot. He has a high kill participation.
5 out of 7. We'll do it as a fraction. You can't go lower than that.
He has 6 out of 8.
Huh?
Kill participation.
5 out of 5 out of 8. Assist? I don't see that as a 6. I think your stream.
That's 6. Okay. That counts.
There is. Wait, what? That math doesn't add up.
He has 6 of. He's been a part of 6 of the 8 kills.
Oh, a part of them. I didn't realize that's what you meant.
All right, there we go. That's what I mean. He's all over the map. He's making a huge impact across the board. He's been a part of 6 of the 8 kills. He's making a huge difference in this early game.
And he's got 5 of those kills. We see Osho just backing up. Backing up, not too much happening there. Just kind of falling into a bit of a default. Yada half health here. There's a couple Wiis there on the left. Not playing too far up is the Neath at all, but potentially could. There's no one around, but the ward coverage isn't the most amazing. But Fenrir is coming over to mid. Wants to look at that Yada. He knows that he's half health. He knows that he can get a lot of damage off him, potentially a kill, but Yada's just going to back, play it safe, and they're just going to get that little gold pot there.
Yeah, 30 team gold, 30 gold to each player is really nice. Like kind of like Totem from Smite 1, but a lot easier to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a
decent
three-man
amount of
grouping on the
grouping
left
here.
side, but
I
a
don't think too
really
much
good
is
Amir
going to
wall.
happen. I think it might be just simply wasting a little bit of his time. They're playing back, they're playing safe, but they're going to run into a Fenrir here. The big dog's coming out, and he's doing a lot of damage, but he is committing over to the Mordred. He's got his ult off, B's coming out for the Mordred, and they are backing off, and that looks like it's going to be a Gold Fury for the side of Sunday School.
Man, Fenrir it just looks so oppressive. Like how does Simply do anything there? It just gets walked out. He can't cancel Fenrir
He's
Brutalize.
still walking at them, and Flix is trying to
Holding
do
his
as much
ground.
auto damage as he can, but the trade is in favor of Platinum Pete right now, and now they've got their second Gold Fury. Ooh, good damage. I see how low Osh's health is. He wants to keep going.
This is risky.
This is very telegraphed. I don't know if it's going to work out the way that you want it to, but maybe.
Armor heal as well, and the one underrated does definitely quite a sizable amount.
Purple buff coming up.
Loses a wave there, loses probably some plates as well in solo. So some nice pressure from Madness Inflictor.
You can see that there's a 5 and a bit K gold lead on the side of
huge.
Sunday School, which is
That's
really
crazy.
making those difference. Platinum Pete's got quite a few items at the moment. He'll be doing a fair bit of damage to the squishies of Fish question mark here. But yeah.
And Madness was before that minion 2 levels up on Osha. He is crushing this lane. Obviously, you know, the 2 ganks in the early game. Nice, good spectator bug there. Oh, speaking of jungle, here he is again.
No stun, no passive proc there, but he's got the damage and Simply's there to try and contest.
No Fenrir ult.
Looks like there's
Wow,
not
he does
too much
so
happening
much
here.
damage.
Yeah. We see Odin's these games, when they've been put in the solo, they've been like really putting in the good effort. Odin's been looking really good these games. I feel like doing a buttload of damage and tanking even more, which is really nice to see.
Armor also went the conch item, the crab, which gives strength and intelligence, but no prots. So, you know, good for clearing the wave. But when Fenrir is hitting you, you're just getting torn to pieces. So, a bit of a risky start, but you know, common, I will say.
This is definitely more of a position that Flix, I believe, is used to. The Sol into Jingwei matchup. He's probably played a lot more than he's played into.
I'm glad that he's back on the
kind of
Jingwei.
characters. You know, the lack of CC from Tilly, I think, is definitely favorable in the side of Flix. To be able to try and make those plays and stay in the game for as long as possible.
Yeah, he has that. Both ADCs roughly the same spot and build, so I'm assuming very even across those two. A slight XP deficit in favor of Tilly, but you know, maybe to be expected. Sol winning that matchup, it seems. You know, with the stacking of the passive, does a lot more damage. Jingwei's going to scale later on.
Yeah, kills and assists. Ooh,
yeah,
Odin
also
Cage. And Neathult just going to come in and clutch out that last kill.
Rough.
And she's going to be getting that last hit with the Bluestone. And a good wall and freeze onto Automaton, but Automaton's pretty tanky. I don't think much is going to be happening there. But Flix may be getting caught out. I don't think he's really considering the fact that there's...
Oh, that beats!
Yeah, was that worth it? I'm not sure, but Mordredot coming out, trying to get onto the Amir, and a good Athena taunt. It looks like they'll be killing this Amir, or at least trying to. Amazing wall from the Amir. I think he might be still dead, but really good effort to just try and waste as much time as possible. Fenrir is going to be walking up.
Oh, denying the kill as well, walking away. If they don't kill him there, like he might be out, Wall might be coming up again. Flix doesn't get the kill. That's such a big takeaway for Peso there.
Difference. And Platinum Pete just staying around, wants to make his presence known and do something. And he's diving under tower. He grabs the mid laner there. The
That's Athena.
Sorry, my bad. No beads on that Athena.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I know that the Neath did lose last game, but I still think that Neath is like the most impactful pick. Obviously, Fenrir has been playing so well, but I feel like that's more of a player diff. You know, like he's just playing actually perfectly through the early game, but the Neath ults just look unbelievably impactful.
Yeah.
As long as there's like any kind of semblance of team synergy between the Neath and her team, it just looks like it's just getting value every ult.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with this Fenrir who wants to be forcing these 1v1s. He's just like, all right, I'm going on armor, and it's on armor, and she's dead.
It'd be nice to see some more of that, like, world ult map presence from, you know, the Athena. We're seeing so much of that come out for the Neath, but, you know, there's another map-wide ult that could potentially be used, you know, whether it's in the solo lane for that armor that's had a few unlucky encounters, or potentially in the mid lane as well, but... or, you know, on Simply is the biggest thing, you know, but it's rough. Simply is really finding it difficulties trying to, you know, get into those aggressive positions because, you know, here we are right now. Platinum Pete's just right there, popping his head around. He's like, actually, I'm here already, and I'm in your jungle. So if you want to step up, you're going through my team.
Platinum Pete looking like peak young adapting right now on this Fenrir. If you guys have watched that game, that's a crazy performance. I do agree with the Athena, and I also want to highlight the Athena has the beads item now as well, so maybe can step up a little more with the team. I think I saw, again, it's hard to tell because I don't really know what it looks like when the item's being used, but I'm fairly sure I saw some pretty good uses of that last game from Ulti. So I'm hoping, you know, Kul Khan is going to be able to step up a bit more aggressively now. You can only ult one target, and that beads item is on a very, very short cooldown. I think it's 90 seconds, something like that. So should be able to be pretty safe now. Still a very, very steep deficit right now for in the favor of Sunday School. What is that? 7k?
Yeah,
That's really rough.
About 7k. It is super rough. It looks like they'll be looking at this Gold Fury though.
This would be
That's
nice.
a win for them as long as they can get this. But they are getting collapsed on by Sunday School. There is 5 of them and only 4 of Fish ? Luckily, the Sunder came out from Automaton, was able to close that out, but Tilly getting the kill onto Simply, and then Fenrir is in their backline and absolutely demolishing the rest of them. Yada dying here, and they're just backing off after losing the Gold Fury. So they'll just be looking at their neutrals and getting as much gold off of this as possible. But Osher pushing up, trying to get some damage on that tower. He was not able to be there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, like, no value out of an Athena ult, you know? Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing there.
Can't ult there. I feel like I get it, you know, as a Solian, I get like, oh guys, don't worry, I get the treasure camp chest, I get some plates, but like, is it really worth it? You're losing 2.
Oh my god, good Jingwei ult.
Hits,
that was crazy,
hits.
but he's still stunned, and I think he might just be dead here. No, there's not the cooldowns quite on Platinum Pete, so he's going to be saved, but that was very close.
This matchup looks so hard.
Yeah.
You can't avoid it.
Yeah, really,
unless you're like
really
pixel
difficult.
perfect with the, you have to be CC, like, you have to be buffering it as it hits you, which is like almost impossible if it's going through a wall.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's super, super difficult for Jingwei to be doing that. Unfortunately,
he saves his beads though and does live, which is pretty lucky, I would say.
Yeah, otherwise they'd just be diving him on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean he's
6-0 and Offender is very scary. He's got his mystical mail now, so he's going to be super tanky too.
Yeah, sticking to you, just doing so much damage already now with the mystical mail as well. I will say can be silenced out of brutalized by armor and can be taunted out of it too. So there is some peel potential on top of this Fenrir, but once he's altered, there's like nothing that anyone could do. I mean, they can beads, they can, you know, Athena, like beads item. You could ult the target that's being bitten, but you're going in then as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you can do. You know, you've used a whole kit, you've used your active items.
Yeah, that's so rough. Automaton was able to get away, but like, it's Athena's such a great champ, but you really need to be on, like, you have to have your foot forward for it. If you're on the backhand, it's so rough as an Athena, because if your team can't follow up or do much damage, you're the person that's in on that.
Needs to Athena ult right now.
That's his beads. He's got no ult. Oh no, he does have ult, but I think he just might be dead anyways.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
That's really
he did as much as he can, bro. If I'm flicked, I'm screaming there. Where's my Athena ult?
Yeah.
Athena ult gives a lot of mitigations and a shield before it lands now.
It needed to be like as soon as the Fenrir was seen, Athena needed to be ulting there. I don't know if Athena was used.
I haven't seen one ult either.
It
I
needs to just be reactory, otherwise people are just dying left, right, and center, and we can see that now. It's
Yeah, I
13
think
and
the
2
two
on the
ways that you
side of
can
Sunday
use
School.
the two ways that you can use Athena ult is like A, you can make a proactive play by ganking a lane, kind of like what the Neath has been doing, or you can make a reactive play where you protect an ally. But I think that I haven't seen either of them so far. No proactive players and no defensive players as Fire
Already
Giant
on
being looked at by
Fire
Sunday
Giant.
School. Almost a 10k
90
gold lead as well.
minutes. Yeah, crazy. Good wall. CC immunity on the Mordred. He's going to get out of there, and Yada's
Ooh,
going to chuck
nice.
in as much damage as possible, but they're still on the Fire Giant, and they're just wanting to take that. Yada's trying to do as much damage as possible. They're off the Fire Giant now. Was able to dodge the Fenrir jump, but they're walking back. They're wanting damage, but there's not a lot going on quite yet.
Man, it is crazy that unfortunately Taunt misses there. It's crazy that Sunday School is kind of scared here. I know that they probably took some damage from fire, but they are 10,000 gold in the lead almost. 8, 9k gold in the lead. I'm very surprised that they opt out of that fight. Maybe they really do think that these guys are just going to team fight better than us. We just have to make macro plays around the map with our Fenrir and Neath. That's kind of been their whole game plan. Ancient Fury already spawning, so Armor TPing behind.
I'm surprised here. Like, we're leaving Fire Giant, like, straight open on both sides. Maybe just not enough vision, but Odin, good ult. Great taunt, all pulling into the Kukulkan ult and the Tornado. Trying to get as much damage as possible. Yada getting a great ult, and Flick's trying to get as much damage off as possible as well, but they're just running straight at them. There's not much that they can do.
He's coming.
And Armor is walking behind them. They're walking back up. They want these kills. They want this Gold Fury, and Odin is coming in. He dodged that Tornado, but he's taking a lot of damage. Osha with another steal, and that's going to be Odin dead in just a second. But there's 3 people left on Sunday School. Actually, he might not be dead. He's going to get baited. He's got his shield. Osha is not living anymore, and Fish question mark is having to be on the back foot there. But they got their second. They got the Ancient Fury.
Yeah, again, I want to say, imagine if they're not actually 10k gold down there. I've said it at the beginning. Their team fighting is so good, so good. I think there was a 3-man Cuckoo ult there. Unfortunately, the armor was a little slow on the rotation behind, but is still able to secure the Ancient Fury away from Sunday School. Put Fish question mark in a somewhat salvageable position from their just horrendous early game so far. I actually cannot believe how well that fight looked for them despite the gold deficit, and that he's still able to steal.
Yeah, Automaton getting a massive taunt in there, but was walled off. And just Cuckoo being able to get as much damage off as possible. Another good taunt, but not much damage going on. They're getting their backline walked out, and Automaton's getting absolutely Fenrir'd right now. Good ult, but it got Aegis, it looked like. No, not Aegis. Something happened, and Yada is dead, unfortunately. Split push over to Flicks. Good Mordred ult, wanting to get Tilly. Tilly's on very low health, and it looks like Osha's going to try and secure the kill. Not much happening on the outside of that. It's going to be a double kill over to Pesto. And a Phoenix maybe going down for Flicks. I don't know if this is worth it, though.
Yeah, I just praised the team fight from Fish question mark and how good they've been team fighting. And maybe this is more of a macro thing than a team fight thing, but like, what's the call here? Who's called what? Is Flick split pushing, or are we contesting Fire Giant? Because you don't all have to die. Like, 4 people are dead for Flicks to get towers and a Phoenix. Is that worth it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
If they're up in time for Fire Giant, it is, but I don't think they are. I think that they're going to be taking Fire Giant pretty easily for themselves, and then we'll see what happens after that. Nothing getting them closer. There's no teleportation or anything like that. Hard to... Yeah, there we go. That's the Sunder.
Yeah, pretty rough position right now for Fish question mark. However, we have seen them in a position like this. Maybe not with the kills going this way, but I still think their team fighting has been really good. Maybe they can pull something out of a hat here.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not a loss. Hopefully it's a rabbit.
Yeah, would like a rabbit. Rabbit would be nice.
But yeah, we'll see. Ancient Fury spawning relatively soon, maybe in a few minutes. Pyromancer also on the table too.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, pretty strong position for Sunday School. Pretty winning position. 5 on 5 objectives on the door front. They've ordered them. They're arriving shortly. And we'll
Just
have to see.
playing back, trying to get the waves pushed out, trying to not get caught out. Not much going on other than Pyromancer coming out, and we can see, I believe, there's a final boss over there, or maybe that's the Pyro. But just trying not to get caught out. 8k gold lead to Sunday School. We've seen worse, and we've seen like them come back from worse last game. So still potential. They're not out for the count. It looks like Sunday School are looking at this tier 2 tower in left lane, and they're going to be uncontested, at least at the moment. Fenrir distracting Fish ? In their own jungle, and Ancient Fury is coming up
looking
in
a bit
just
dizzy.
a second.
Fish
Yeah.
looking a bit dizzy right there. I really think that Sunday School's macro is just so much better. You know, we saw last game. I mean, I've said it like 4 times in a row now, but not as good at team fighting, it seems. I know that was a comp thing, but I still think after watching this game, I think the same thing. Neath missing backflip there. Nice little highlight.
Fenrir is just... There's no damage
He's
getting
just
taken
zoning
to him.
5 people
He's
away.
so tanky, and he's just yoinked someone away, and Automaton's going to die. Cuckoo ult missed, unfortunately. Odin's just going to walk at them. There's just not enough damage that's getting taken on Sunday School's side. Fish ? Just can't output enough while they keep walking on forward. Like, I literally did not see the health bar go down on that guy.
Yeah, he's
More
really
not having to
ahead.
come out. He's looking at that Fenrir. Unfortunately, it's a miss. 3-level deficit here.
Ancient Fury as well. Phoenix has mean nothing right now. He's 3 levels up. He's got a big gold lead. This is looking rough.
This is looking really rough.
This is looking
2
decisive
Phoenixes
for
down.
Sunday School.
Yeah,
I will say.
I believe this might be them closed out. Jingwei flying around, but she can't do anything right now. But getting a very pretty view of the new map.
Well, the game's not done until the Titan is slain, so I've still got hope, you know, potentially. But I do think that it is really, really hard for Fish ? To do anything here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I think that the issue is here. I just think that, you know, you'd have to go in and have a look. The map movements in the early game seems to be just really good from Sunday School. I think, you know, Platinum Pete just playing amazing. And I really do think this Neath in the early games being able to make these map plays, these side lane ganks, it's just really hard. And I do think that I mean, you mentioned it, the Athena just hasn't gotten any value this game. It's gotten some taunts and, you know, it has the beads item, but I don't actually think I've seen an ult yet, honestly.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely potential, and we've seen the ability there to utilize that, but the lead is just getting ever so further and further away on Sunday School's side, and it's just getting so much more difficult to claw that back on Fish ? They're gonna need a lot to come back from, and whether it's another Osha Fire Giant steal or just some crazy team fight, they really, really need something to bring them back in the game here.
Yeah, maybe Osha can, you know, create a miracle again, but I'll say from a viewing standpoint, it is super entertaining to watch, and it's really fun to hope for a fire steal. As a player playing the game, being in a game state where you have to hope for a fire steal is not a game you ever want to be in.
No.
And it feels like both games now have been like that. Game 1 was a loss, Game 2 was a fire steal, and Game 3, you know, it's not a loss yet, but other than, you know, stealing fire and getting an Ancient Fury again, it's looking really rough. So I think, you know, you've got a week to practice, you've got, you know, a lot of potential to grow here, to, you know, beat this team that you have done in this set.
Yeah.
What can be done? You know, I really think looking at this early game, maybe looking at these picks, I feel like Neath with Fenrir just looks so good together.
Look at them.
Maybe not allowing them to get both
all
of them.
walking towards that Phoenix right now, and Fish ? Just isn't quite ready. Platinum Pete just distracting most of them
He's so
while they
tanky.
walk straight into the Phoenix and just take it.
They
And they might be looking to end the game here. Platinum Pete, oh no, quite. They're just walking
Big
back.
fire's up, so they're just gonna reset. They've got 3 Phoenixes. They've got Fire and Ancient Fury on
How
the
did
menu.
Fenrir get away? He backed.
He's so tanky. Like, look at his build.
He
How
was
did they
back
kill
in
him?
Base.
Yeah, I know. He ran
just
away.
Just get.
I think he
lit
jumped over the purple wall and no one can chase him.
and just
And they're not
back.
even doing. Oh, this is just coffins.
Oh.
This is so brutal.
This is really.
I mean,
rough.
Ulti's scared,
Only
but what
3
can
of
you
them,
do?
Yeah. Ulti, you got to be more careful than that. That's really unfortunate. You had to either ult straight away. Oh wait, you didn't have
Yeah.
ult. That's really
rough.
unfortunate.
He bees itemed it, but it's like, how do you play from that position? We've got own resetting, no split push available this game, like Platinum Pete was able to do last game. Yeah, I just think Fire's going to be secured. Ancient Fury next, and this looks like it's going to be a closed out game.
Yeah.
Neathult over onto the armor.
Trying to get as much as possible.
She's hitting the
trying to get
Phoenix. That was a lot of
Phoenix.
damage.
Maybe get as much damage as you can on the Odin in return, or just run away. But she's really trying. She's got that tanky minion there to tank up most of it. But she's just trying to get away from this Odin now, and he's just doing damage and keeping her there. I think she's dead. Oh!
Oh, good dash.
Does he have his
Cage or stun?
That's
Fenrir might be caught out here. Nope, beads or missed? I think missed. That's a really unfortunate. Just on the edge of it.
Beads on Jingwei gone there.
Yeah. As Armor's just getting chased out. Ancient Fury secured by Sunday School. And yeah, this is looking really rough. A really unfortunate position. Game 2 was super exciting. Really close after that fire steal. Game 3 looks like a bit of a wash. Unfortunate. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at how this game ends.
They're standing around Titan, wanting to get as much as they can. This is going to be a 4v5, this fight. And they don't have any Phoenixes to back them up. Just their big burly Titan here. Maybe can do something, but we're going to have to see. Waves are pushing in. This is going to be rough. And Neathult coming out onto the Cuckoo. And they're walking straight into Phoenix after that Neathult. They're just doing way too much damage, and unfortunately, that's going to be the game for Sunday School. Coming in first here in week 1 of APAC. Congratulations, Sunday School, and second place for Fish ? Some amazing games today that we've seen. I think I think we've had a really good showing of OCE as a region, which has been really exciting.
I agree. I think it was really good. Game 2 is so entertaining. Game 3, I think from a viewing perspective, not a lot to look at, but as a team, definitely a lot to look at.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see these two teams next week. Hopefully they're able to face each other. Neither team is eliminated before that happens.
Yeah.
But with the seedings, I'm not sure. I'm assuming that a first place finish doesn't guarantee you playoffs if you lose, if you're out round 1 but maybe it does. I'm not sure. Someone would have to find that out. I'm assuming we're probably going to see both these teams in playoffs, so I'm excited for that. We are also joined as all 4 of us with Devane and Moss at the end. Did you guys have any thoughts on that game?
Hello. Yeah, great job on the cast, guys. I think it was definitely more of a one-sided game than what we saw throughout the rest of the set, but still a good showing, and I'm keen to see how these teams evolve going forward in these future weeks.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. Like, they pretty much did do kind of the same strategy. Like, Sunday School did the same strategy that they did in the second game, but I feel like they kind of doubled down on it a bit.
Yeah.
You saw, like, I felt like they were doing double the amount of kills than they did in the second game. Like, in fairness, Smite 2 isn't all about the kills. Like, it gives you a bit of a lead, but you do need that map presence, and they did. I was kind of wondering, like, instead of an Athena pick, what would have been a better alternative at this stage in Smite 2? There wasn't, because they've banned out Ares and Barcus.
Yeah.
So there's only really, like, maybe, like, Shark or, like,
it
I
is rough.
feel like
It's very difficult.
there was definitely, I think something could have been better there instead of an Athena, because I think I did feel like, the Athena ult wasn't utilized much, or like it wasn't even used early enough. Just that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, something to look at for draft definitely for next week for that team, what they're prioritizing. Maybe it is the Fenrir and Neath combo. Maybe there is an answer in support that could have, helped out the team. Lots to go over for every team. Sunday School losing that game too. Shark's not going to be happy. Not going to be happy. But thank you for everybody coming out today, players and viewers. I want to give a huge shout out to Gangsta Sexy for the graphics, Nuke Ninja and Kaji for the VODs. And next week, we are looking at a Smite game cast on the official Smite game Twitch channel. So that's going to be really exciting. Thank you for Redacted for all of his work behind the scenes. Does anyone else have anything they would like to say?
Apparently, we had an MVP vote. MVP vote, and Pesto taking it out. So congrats there.
Oh, congrats, Pesto. Absolutely. My goat.
I get it. All right, guys. Well, thank you everybody for coming along. Yeah, we'll be here same time next week.
Absolutely. Thank you everyone for the games. Thank you everyone for watching in. We'll see you all next week.
GG's.